Chapter 1. A Strong Leader, the Real Hokage. The Council Room. The council room felt tense as everyone was facing a hard time ahead. Orochimaru's assault on Konoha did more damage than it should have. The death of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Sandaime Hokage, being among that damage. We plan on continuing with other countries to counter the threat posed by Orochimaru. He will not get away with this injustice, Hamura mentioned, making clear his intentions on the matter at hand. The one from the financing department in the Land of Fire stood as he addressed the matter. After what's happened to the village, the Land of Fire will do anything it can into getting Konoha rebuilt, but first we need to set up a considerable amount of budget and then take into account the strain on the other countries as well. Danzo in particular raised his head and showed his uncovered eye, gleaming in the sunlight. The other ninja of the room didn't sit well with that, especially the two remaining from the old days, Hamura and Koharu. They knew what he would do, and that made them nervous. There are other important issues to be discussed, such as who will be the next Hokage. Hiruzen was killed by Orochimaru, and thus we need another Hokage, Danzo said in a somewhat faked sad tone, but the two elders could hear the sincerity of it underneath. The man had lost his greatest rival and oldest friend, and they were sure he had grieved before coming there as they did. All of the people in the room remained silent. The fire daimyo merely sat back in thought and crossed his arms. My lord, we can't decide on a plan for the village when we have no leader. Besides, the destruction of Konoha was partially due to sand, Koharu said as she spoke to the fire daimyo. The fire daimyo sighed as he pretended to fan himself. I'd normally choose Jiraiya. I like him, but he'd never do it, the fire daimyo said in thought as he looked at the battle records once more. It was then a name caught his eye and he began reading the records with closer and more critical eyes. Seeing Danzo was about to speak, Shikaku intervened, clearly seeing the schemes of the old war hawk. I nominate Kakashi Hatake, Shikaku said quickly as Danzo gave him a stone-like look that was his equivalent to a glare. The others seemed impressed with the nomination as murmurs and whispers went around the council chambers talking about the situation. He's well known, strong, and respected. Minato was even younger. A councilman then turned to Shikaku. Who was his teacher? The Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Shikaku replied in a calm voice as he laid his head on the table. Hook, line, and sinker. They all seemed impressed again. Kakashi, who was taught by the Yondaime, who was taught by Jiraiya, and he was taught by the Sandaime. It would be a fine selection for the seat of Hokage, one of the councilmen exclaimed. The Sandaime's teachings have as good as destroyed the village. Orochimaru was once Sarutobi's pupil, Danzo said heatedly as they all turned to him. Everyone turned to Danzo, who seemed to have opposed the idea, but before he could make headway, it was then that he was cut off. The Sandaime was never wrong in his teachings. Hamura bit back at Danzo as they glared at one another. The Umbu commander looked at Danzo, still fully dressed from mask to shoes. You were responsible for this, Danzo, and I would be damned if you were to become Hokage. You were the one that let Orochimaru roam free in Konoha. You and your root were the ones that didn't stop him. You are in part to blame on Orochimaru's action, the Umbu commander said as he settled back in his chair. Unlike the previous commandeer who had been killed in the invasion, he wasn't afraid of the old warhawk. Everyone seemed quiet at that bit of information and Danzo shifted slightly as all eyes were on him. Shikaku seemed to grin as he held his head down. Haji had a point. That's true, your root Umbu should have stopped them. You should have intervened in Orochimaru's actions, which concerned internal affairs of the Land of Fire. Do you have any explanation on this, Danzo? Shikaku asked with a hidden smirk as Danzo sat stone still. No, I had believed in the strength of our Umbu forces and Jonin to deal with Orochimaru, as I didn't want him to know of my root still being around, Danzo said convincingly, but all the clan heads, senior ninja, and elders knew that was a lie. The fire daimyo merely raised an eyebrow at this, but he never took his eyes from the records and reports he was reading. Well now, those are pretty strong allegations, and it seems we can't turn Danzo into Hokage, for it will cause such a public outrage if word of your involvement, or uninvolvement as it were, gets out. the daimyo said as Danzo fumed and glared heatedly at Shikaku. Danzo then sat back and started scheming. To this Shikaku smiled, as he leaned back and let the progress of a new Hokage take place. Hamura and Koharu looked at each other and smiled with inward sighs of relief. The daimyo then set aside the records and reports he had been reading as he was done with them. He leaned forward, placed his elbows on the table and laced his hands together as a smirk appeared on his face. I think I may have an idea of who is to become the next Hokage. It'll be Dash, the daimyo started, and everyone's eyes grew wide at the person he had chosen. In the middle of the Leaf Village. Achoo! Naruto sneezed as he was walking down the road. He looked around and shrugged his shoulders as he made his way to the training field for more training. Someone must be talking about me, Naruto said as he began to run down the street in his excitement for training. In that very moment, the wheels of fate began turning again, its gears shifting to start an event that will be remembered for all of the people of Konoha. Chapter 2. I'm the Hokage? Oh baby, I'm telling ya, you gotta love the Leaf Village. The girls here are off the charts. Jiraiya said happily as he was using his telescope to peek at women. It was then he sensed two people behind him. Still playing the buffoon, I see, Hamura said as he and Koharu had finally found Jiraiya. Jiraiya chuckled nervously as he began to put his telescope away and turned to them. Just doing a little research. So, old man Hamura and Koharu-sensei, what could you two scholarly advisors want with me? Jiraiya asked in all seriousness. Don't waste our time. You should know perfectly well what this is all about, Hamura stated. Come on, why the long faces, guys? From what I heard, talks with the Sand Village went off without a hitch, Jiraiya said with a shrug. The Sand Village stated publicly that Orochimaru was the cause for all of this, and has offered their complete surrender to us. But that is not what this is about, Hamura said. They then told him of the things they were doing to control the situation, but then came the part Jiraiya didn't want to hear. But first, we need a strong and trustworthy leader, Koharu said as Jiraiya sighed. Look guys, I don't know why you're going through the trouble of explaining all this to me. Now if you don't mind, I've got dashed up, Jiraiya said as he pulled his telescope back out, but was cut off by Hamura. I think you'll be interested in what we're about to say, especially since it concerns you, Hamura said quickly and in a stern tone. This village needs the Godame Hokage immediately, Hamura started as Koharu finished for him. And yesterday, at an emergency meeting, with the Lord of the Land of Fire and Shinobi Council present, it was decided, we chose Koharu was saying, but Jiraiya cut her off. Oh, I don't know. It's not up my alley to become Hokage, you know. Got spy networks and agents to run, so can't do it, Jiraiya said as quickly as he could. He never wanted to become Hokage, it was just not his thing, you know. Don't worry, we don't want you, Hamura said as Jiraiya fell over. Okay. Then who and why come to me? Jiraiya said as he tried to think of the poor sap they wanted to be Hokage. We came to you because you are close to the one the Fire Lord has chosen, and from the things we've heard, this person would like to hear this from a friendly voice rather than an umbu summoning them to the council chambers, Koharu said as Jiraiya struck a thinking pose. Okay. Who's the poor sap? I mean lucky and honorable bastard, guy, Jiraiya said as the two elders' sweat dropped at him. It is Naruto Uzumaki, Namikaze, Hamura said as Jiraiya's eyes grew wide. His face then became stone serious at the mention of Naruto's true last name, while Hamura and Koharu were shocked Jiraiya could look that serious. Naruto, why Naruto? Jiraiya asked more seriously than he ever had in his life. He'd kill for that boy. True, during Naruto's early life he wasn't around. But when he came back he promised himself to be damn well sure to make up for it. He was just glad Naruto had turned out far better than what he would or could have been had he been around. If Jiraiya was around with the things he heard civilians say back then, well, Konoha would have been a toad's footprint in the dust. The Fire Lord believes the boy to be the perfect choice as Hokage, and we agree. Young Naruto has the same personality as the Shodai and Naidame Hokages. He also has the same upbringing of Hashirama-sensei did when he was small. Our fathers used to tell us stories of that time, and we believe Naruto to be perfect for the Hokage title. Koharu said with a smile as Jiraiya watched her and Hamura closely. If they had any evil plans for Naruto, then he'd deal with them himself. Also, Naruto is almost exactly like Hiruzen was at that age. He, like Hiruzen, is also a fervent believer in the will of fire, which all Hokages were in this respect. Naruto also has an unstoppable determination and drive which strongly impacts the lives around him. Even his enemies had been affected by his empathy, as even that San Genin. Tamari has said to refer to the boy's amazing charisma as a unique power that allows him to change the worldly views of others. Hamura stated with a smile on his face as Jiraiya's face showed nothing but pure shock. Jiraiya was absolutely and utterly floored. He had never really seen the two elders smile just from talking about a person's ANBU file information before, especially one younger than them. Hell, they used to frown or be stone-faced permanently when they talked to or even spoke of Minato. Damn, Naruto really could change people for the better. Even though many of the people we've spoken to so far have called Naruto hyperactive, impatient, impulsive, and inattentive, we have also heard that, however. When the situation calls for it or when someone is in trouble, Naruto can be very serious, intelligent, and will instantly try to come to their aid. Those are great qualities of a Hokage. He may be young and inexperienced, but we have a plan to remedy that. Koharu said as Jiraiya sighed and nodded, knowing he would be part of the remedy. Fine, I'll help, but on one condition, Jiraiya said as they began to talk more on the subject at hand. With Naruto, a few hours later, Naruto was stripping himself bare trying to find his ramen ticket as Tsuchi sighed. Come on Naruto, you can have this one on the house, but next time don't forget your ticket or money. Tsuchi said as Naruto gave him the biggest smile he could. He gave Naruto a fresh, steaming hot bowl of miso ramen. Thanks, old man Tsuchi, you're the greatest, Naruto exclaimed happily. Don't worry about it. Just be sure when you're Hokage, you make ramen the official dish of Konoha. Tsuchi said with a chuckle as Naruto chuckled as well. Sure thing. Everyone should know the greatness that is ramen, Naruto exclaimed as he began eating. After about 5 minutes he was about done when Jiraiya came in and sat next to Naruto. Pervy Sage, I didn't know you liked ramen? Naruto said as he finished. Jiraiya chuckled and ruffled Naruto's hair with a smile. I do, but not as much as you. In fact, I'll buy you another bowl, to celebrate, Jiraiya said happily and with a laugh as Naruto was confused, but happy with more ramen. Jiraiya paid Tsuchi for Naruto's last bowl and another for both of them. Celebrate what, pervy sage? Naruto asked, but Jiraiya only chuckled and ruffled his hair again. That's a surprise for later, my young apprentice, Jiraiya said as Naruto shrugged and began to eat the ramen Tsuchi had placed in front of him. You're just like Kushina and Minato. When ramen is around you don't care about anything else, Jiraiya thought as he watched Naruto eat and then began his own bowl. Later. Come on you old pervert hermit, what's going on? Naruto yelled as Jiraiya had brought him to the Hokage tower. Jiraiya merely laughed some more as he walked in front of Naruto. As a wise sage once said, all things are revealed in time, Jiraiya said as he could barely contain his excitement. Now it was 2 of his students who had become Hokage. Take that Tsunade, and she said he'd never be a great teacher when he was training Minato. But her mouth was shut tight as his Hokage ceremony. All right Naruto, we're here. The place where your destiny is changed for the better, Jiraiya said as he gestured to the council chamber's door. The Anbu guards bowed to them as he and Naruto walked past them. Naruto was still as confused as ever, but he could tell this was going to be something. Naruto and Jiraiya walked into the council room, only to see all the sensei, the clan heads, and all other important figures of the village, including the fire daimyo. Naruto looked around, trying to remember everyone he had pissed off and half the people he didn't even piss off from this month. He saw Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai sensei. He knew Kakashi-sensei was out on a mission today. He saw Hayashi, Choza, Tsum, Inoichi, and Shikaku, clan heads. He saw Hamura, Koharu, and Danzo, Konoha elders. He saw the Anbu commander along with Ibiki and Anko. He continued to look around and saw that no one of his age group was there, which made him quickly assume that it was something very important for all these people, each of who was important to the village, to be here. What's going on here? Naruto asked with a serious face. He knew he couldn't be anything but serious around these kinds of people. You were right. He can get serious in a heartbeat. Choza commented to Hamura as the older man nodded with a small smile on his face. Naruto Uzumaki, student of both Jiraiya of the Sannin and Kakashi Hatake, the one responsible for truly defeating the one-tailed Shikaku and foiling Orochimaru's plot. I, Lord of the Land of Fire, appoint you as the Godame Hokage. The daimyo said as Naruto's eyes grew wide with each word. Why me? Was the only thing Naruto could seem to ask as the daimyo chuckled. You have proven that you are strong and dependable. You've shown that will of fire Sarutobi used to talk about. The people in this room have not one bad thing to say about you. You have the charisma and strength needed to lead. I think you're perfect for the job. The fire daimyo said as everyone around, except for Danzo, clapped afterward. I still don't see why me. Why not Kakashi-sensei, or Jiraiya-sensei, or even Shikamaru? Naruto said as the daimyo walked up to him and ruffled his hair. He didn't understand why he was arguing, but he knew that being Hokage was something that needed the right leader, so that couldn't be him yet. Each of the people you've named was considered, but in the end you were the best choice. Also, you're young, so there are many things you can learn still. You want to learn, unlike what I've read on that Shikamaru. The daimyo said with a broad smile and much confidence. But I'm still a genin. There's no way Naruto started but was cut off by Hayashi. The appointment of a Kage needs not to be ranked, Naruto-san. Chunin, like Sarutobi-sama, have become Hokage, so why not a genin for that matter? It is all about discernment, Naruto-san. Hayashi said as he gazed at Naruto with a small smile. Naruto had helped him regain his nephew and make his family closer than it had ever been. So if Naruto needed anything of his clan, they'd do it without hesitation. The others of the room looked at Hayashi in shock, mainly because the man never gave anyone words of encouragement, even if his words were very discreet and hidden. With that being said, the fire daimyo smiled and looked toward Naruto, who remained silent with his head to the floor in thought. Will you accept the position, Naruto Uzumaki? Or should we call you Hokage-sama? The fire daimyo asked with a brighter smile. Naruto stood still contemplating the offer. He thought he couldn't be Hokage now. He knew for a fact there were plenty of ninja who were stronger than him right now, but he was to become Hokage, the strongest of Konoha, the ideal figure of a shinobi. But if this is what needed to protect the people, then so be it. He would protect those precious to him, just as Haku wanted him. I accept, Naruto said, with his head raised and fire burning in his eyes. Some of them were taken back by the overwhelming conviction in his eyes that promised his 110% on the job. They all smiled, even Danzo almost cracked a smile. As they saw him and his determination, they saw the will of fire in his eyes. All right then, but there are a few things you should know if you are to be Hokage, the fire daimyo said as he motioned for Jiraiya to step forward. Naruto was confused as Jiraiya got on a knee to be eye level with him. He had a saddened expression on his face, and Naruto had a bad feeling about it. Naruto, there have been many times in your life where people have deceived you, lied to you. I was one of those people, we all were. But on this day and all days forth, there will be no more lies and deceit. We'll give you the truth, no matter how hard it is for you to handle, that I promise you. And we'll start right now. Naruto, I'm your godfather. Jiraiya said as Naruto was confused and shocked at first, but more shocked than confused. I know this is all to handle, but it isn't over yet, so stay strong until the end, and you'll be a greater man and person than any of us in this room. Okay? Jiraiya said calmly to Naruto as he nodded his head. I know you've asked Sarutobi-sensei who your parents were, and he told you he didn't know, but he did. The reason he didn't tell you was because of the very thing you hold, the Kyuubi. He feared that you'd grow to hate others because of it and end up like that kid Gaara. He also feared you'd hate him. And he just couldn't bear that, so he decided we'd be able to tell you when you were a Jonin or 18 years old. Well, we break that poor decision today, Jiraiya said as Hayashi stepped up. Jiraiya-sama, if it is not too much to ask, I'd like to be the one to tell Naruto about his mother and father. Hayashi said as Jiraiya nodded and moved over for Hayashi to kneel down to be leveled with Naruto. Naruto promised himself to remain quiet until everything was said. He owed that much to his grandfather figure. Even though the old man had lied to him each day, he was still the closest thing to family Naruto had back then. Naruto, I know we may not know each other well, but I knew your father and mother very well. I won't kneel here and tell you of what great people they were, because that could take all night and day, so I get straight to the point. Your father and mother were Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage. Your true name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Hayashi said as Naruto cried silent tears. He now knew his family didn't abandon him, but that led a question in his mind, to which Jiraiya predicted. Naruto, the reason your father sealed the Kyuubi inside of you is because he could never ask another to give their child if he could not give his. He sealed the Kyuubi into believing you were the only one to be able to carry such a burden, and not hate those around you. And I know he was right, Jiraiya said as Naruto sobbed silently at hearing his father's conviction and confidence in him. Your mother was a great woman herself. In fact, I believe your personality is almost exactly like your mother's, aside from the confidence, potential, and determination you get from your father. She was a beautiful woman as well. Although, she had a quick temper, loved ramen more than her husband's life, and was a loud motor-mouthed, Hayashi said with a chuckle as he remembered the old days. I was on a genin team with your father and Tucci the ramen chef. We were trained by Jiraiya-sama as genin, and then your father continued training under Jiraiya-sama. Your mother was trained by Tsunade-sama, another of the 3 legendary Sannin, along with my wife, Haim Hyuga, and Sasuke Uchiha's mother, Makoto Uchiha. Hayashi said as Naruto looked a bit shocked that old man Tucci had been trained alongside his dad. Was Tucci as powerful as Hayashi or his dad then? Naruto, you should also know that you're from 2 clans, the Namikaze and Uzumaki, both of which you are the last of. So, you'll need to have a harem to revive them. We know it may be difficult. Hayashi started nervously, faked nervousness, but was cut off by Jiraiya, who snorted in disbelief. Jiraiya then wrapped an arm around Naruto's shoulder, as if he was some kind of car salesman. The women of the room growled at him as, Naruto, my dear boy, you have a golden opportunity. You get to have multiple women who'll all marry you. Multiple women, Naruto. You need at least 4, but the sky's the limit on how many you can have. I'd kill to be in your shoes. But remember, Naruto only chose for love and nothing else. Oh, and not that girl Sakura, she's just all wrong for you. A great sister or friend, but wrong for a wife. Jiraiya said as Naruto nodded his head. He loved Sakura, but not like that anymore. Maybe he could give Hinata a try. She was always nice to him. Also, the Namikaze and Uzumaki clans had bloodlines, but you'll need your clan scrolls for that. Other than that, I believe we've covered everything. So Naruto, do you have anything to say? The daimyo asked as Naruto dried his tears with his sleeves. When his eyes were dried, the others gasped as the burning fire in them was brighter than ever. They all smiled at him as he smirked back. Just one. Let's get started. Chapter 3. A Heart to Hawk. When Naruto headbutts with Danzo to show the old war hawk that he won't be pushed around. Naruto also has a nice chat with Hayashi. Guess who's in the village for Naruto? The next day, Naruto was in the Hokage office, his office with shadow clones running about doing all the work that had piled up while Hamura and Koharu were instructing them on what to do. The real Naruto was reading through B rank and higher mission reports and placing them in 2 piles, success and failure. He was glad to see that only 3 of the 200 reports he had read were in the failure pile. It was then his secretary walked into the fray of clones and papers. Hokage-sama, Danzo-sama is here to see you. Should I send him in? She asked as she looked around. All the clones started organizing the papers better and put them away in a matter of seconds when Naruto nodded. The secretary left the room as Hamura and Koharu turned and walked toward Naruto. I don't know why you accepted to meet with him, Hokage-sama. He'll only try to play for power. Koharu said as she stood in front Naruto's Hokage desk while Hamura nodded beside her. I thought that as well, but there was a man like Danzo once. His name was Zabuza, and he believed everyone was a tool to achieve his goals, but in the end he learned they weren't. I think Danzo and him are a lot alike, so I think I know how to deal with him. Naruto said as Danzo came walking in like he owned the place. The clones worked in silence as he entered the room. Having shadow clones do the work while the real you has meetings. Impressive young Naruto. Given the shadow clone's ability to send information back to the original, Danzo commented as he watched Naruto like a hawk. Naruto was shocked by the bit of info, but hid it under a yawn. He'd have to remember that for later. Yeah, we've been doing a lot of work since early morning, but we've just about finished. Anyways, what did you wish to see me about, Danzo? Naruto said as he leaned forward in his chair. How do you plan to rebuild the village as it now falls to you, Naruto? Danzo said with a smirk on his face as he watched Naruto. He refused to call this boy Hokage-sama. The other two elders caught the lack of respect, but Naruto waved it off. I've sent out a message to Wave, and they have said they're not only sending aid and people to help us rebuild, but also an alliance treaty at seeing my signature as the new Hokage. Naruto said coolly as Danzo almost blinked at that. We have not even announced your ascension to the village, or the civilian council yet. Also, what will you do about Orochimaru? Danzo said as Naruto was visible in thought over that. The two elders merely stood there, watching things unfold, as Danzo tested Naruto's ability to lead. There's not much we can do. I mean, Orochimaru is one of the Sannin, so nothing short of a Sannin can stop just him. And as the only Sannin we have is Jiraiya-sensei, then we can't do anything but wait until the perfect time to strike. Naruto said as they all thought of that. It was true that Orochimaru could only be stopped by people of his equal, and they weren't about to send Jiraiya alone, so there really was nothing they could do. Also, we'll need to send more of our ninja out to show the other lands that Konoha is still stronger than them, so I'll be taking control of your root ninja. Naruto said calmly as the others looked shocked, especially Danzo. How did you know about my root, Umbu? Danzo asked as Hamura and Koharu wanted to know as well. Naruto rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment as all eyes were on him, like a kid caught doing things they weren't supposed to. Well, you see, I noticed that on the registry we have 500 ninja who were counted alive in the village as of this morning, but we have a total populace count of 1,100 as of today. So, I looked over the civilian registry count and we only had 300 people classified as civilians. I then read through the hidden registry and found that you have a root program of ninja who make a total count of 300, which makes up for the imbalance in the numbers. Also, your program is listed under the Hokage's signature, so I can take command of your operatives at any moment I chose. Naruto said, slightly embarrassed that he was put on the spot, but the others were wide-eyed. Naruto, the 13-year-old Hokage, had caught and cornered Danzo, the 68-year-old war hawk, where not even Sarutobi or anyone else had. Danzo did the only thing he could after hearing that. I'll have them ready for your command as soon as this meeting is over, Danzo said as he was still stunned. His respect for Naruto had grown in just that small reveal of simple intelligence that everyone else had overlooked. Thank you, Danzo. Now is there anything else you need? Naruto said as he leaned back in his chair. Danzo shook his head to get out of his daze as he gazed at Naruto with a far more watchful eye. Yes, I am still concerned about your ideology with regards to our village and the ninja world in particular, Danzo said as he and the other elders watched Naruto. To them it was like watching a heated battle, cat and mouse, and for once in their long ninja lives, they couldn't tell which was the cat and which was the mouse. I see, you want to see if I can make the tough decisions when it comes to the village and others as well. Well, have no fear because even I know when some threats need to be put down. I'll do what is needed of me, because I accepted this title to protect this village, and I'll do that even if it causes my heart 100 pains, Naruto said with conviction as Danzo nodded, his respect growing just a bit more. Hamura looked to Koharu as they grew worried that Naruto would be as they feared Danzo would have been. Danzo turned and walked to the door, and was about to leave when Naruto spoke. Oh, and Danzo, that's Hokage-sama to you, because you should know that I lead this village now, and those who can't show the proper respect or who stand in the way of peace and justice can be dealt with as well, right? Naruto said as a chill went through Danzo's spine at the ice in Naruto voice as he said the last part. Danzo didn't turn back, but nodded all the same. Of course, Hokage-sama, Danzo said as he walked out and closed the door gently. He now knew that Naruto really was the perfect choice as Hokage. That meant since Naruto was only 13, that he still had plenty of room to grow. Danzo shrugged as he was alone in the hallway. Since I can't become Hokage now, maybe I'll stand for assisting the new Hokage. But how? Danzo mused as he walked from the building. Maybe he'd be more than what people thought of him. Maybe he'd be greater. With Naruto. Naruto sighed loudly as the door to his office closed and he sunk into his chair. His once calm and stone-like face gave a huge grin as he looked at his two advisors. So, what did you think of tough guy Naruto? He said as they looked shocked. That was all just an act? Koharu asked as Hamura chuckled a bit along with Naruto. Yeah, I saw Gramps do it to some ninja who were arguing over a mission report. He said that sometimes you gotta be tough and show people you're not too kind. Then he said to never let it take away from the kind spirits we all have. Naruto explained as Koharu gaped like a fish. I thought I recognized Hiruzen's kind king, evil ruler mask act. Hokage-sama, you're a natural. Hamura said with a smile as he regained his composure. He was old, and Naruto was just what the old needed reminders of. The good times they had in their youth. Koharu had to chuckle a bit as she finally remembered having been with Hiruzen when he came up with that. It was nice to be reminded of the good times they had with Hiruzen, with his death still fresh in everyone's mind. Naruto was so much like he was back then. Yeah, well, he was a great Hokage. I'll miss him. But I'll keep his memory alive by wearing that hat and those robes over there when I'm announced. Naruto said as he pointed to his Hokage hat and robes on the coat hanger by the door. Some of the clones started dispelling and Naruto's mind ran a mile a minute. Whoa! Naruto said in childlike wonder at the flood of memories from his clones. Why don't we get out of the office for a bit? I'm starting to see why Hiruzen tried to find every reason he could out of here. Hamura said as he looked around the office when they had nodded. They had been working since 5 a.m. and now it was almost noon. If it wasn't for the clones, that paperwork could have taken weeks, if not months. All right, I still need to be back here to talk to Pervy Sage at 1 p.m. though. Send an Umbu to get me if I'm not back by then. Naruto said as the last of the clones dispelled. He rubbed his head and ran out of the office as the two scholarly advisors chuckled softly at seeing him do so. He's full of life, isn't he? Hamura said with a small smile as Koharu nodded with a small smile of her own. That he is, Hamura-kun. That he is, she replied as they took their leave of the office as well. At Team 7's meeting spot. Where's Naruto Baka? He's late? Sakura screeched as Sasuke covered his ears. I don't know. Just like I didn't know 5 minutes ago. Sasuke yelled back at her as she gave an embarrassed look and a mumbled apology. Sasuke merely grunted and returned to brooding. But then he saw someone. There's your dobe, Sasuke said as he pointed to the running Naruto coming their way. Naruto stopped skidding across the bridge and came to a stop. Naruto Baka, where have you been? Sakura yelled as she was about to hit him across the head. But Asuma had her hand in his grip as he and Kakashi flashed onto the scene. He gave her a stern look that she had never seen on him before. I don't think that's such a good idea, Sakura, Kakashi said with an eye smile as Asuma released her from his grip and she rubbed her wrist. He had a real tight grip on it, almost as if he was about to snap it. Naruto, shouldn't you be helping out the village? Like a Hokage would? Asuma asked in a sort of code as Naruto shook his head. I've got an hour before I have to meet the Pervy Sage, and then I can go back to helping. Naruto replied as he understood what Asuma was asking. Sasuke narrowed his eyes as he tried to understand what they were talking about, but he couldn't. Naruto Baka, we've got missions to do. The Shinobi Council has taken over until a new Hokage is appointed. You can talk to that old creep later, you idiot. Now come on, let's go, Sakura said as she moved to grab Naruto, but Asuma grabbed her wrist again and applied pressure. Like Kakashi said, Sakura, that's not such a good idea. Naruto, instead of meeting here with them, why don't you go help out around the village? The council has done such a good job of organizing today's missions that there's actually a shortage of them today. Asuma said as he and Naruto knew that it was really Naruto and his clones who had organized the missions for the day. Naruto nodded and ran back out into the village as Asuma had let Sakura's wrist go and blurred away. Kakashi sighed as he told Sakura and Sasuke that they could go today, but told Sasuke to meet him later while he disappeared like always. Sasuke watched as Naruto and Kakashi left. His eyes narrowed as he watched Sakura rubbing her wrist. Those two were up to something, but what? With Naruto, he had been around the village and spoken to all the jonin around, with each of them giving nothing but good reports. He was then walking down the street when he saw the person he had wanted to talk to all day. "Hey, Hinata," Naruto said as he ran to her. She saw him and her mind ran at high speed as to comprehend what Naruto could possibly want with her. "Hello, Naruto-kun," Hinata said as she blushed when he was standing in front of her. "Hinata, I know we don't know each other well, but I'd like it if you'd go out with me on a D-date. I mean, you've always been nice to me, and you're always concerned about me, so I think we should get to know each other," Naruto said nervously as Hinata turned bright red and nodded before fainting on the spot. Naruto sighed as he looked around to be sure no one was watching him. He caught Sasuke watching from behind a corner, so he picked Hinata up and carried her bridal style to her clan compound. The guards stopped him at the gate and summoned Hayashi. When Hayashi saw who was at the gate, he grew wide-eyed as he rushed to it. "Let him in, you fools. It is Naruto Uzumaki, the one who helped our clan grow closer. I apologizes, Uzumaki-san, as they did not know who you were, or your newest statue," Hayashi said as he arrived at the gate. Naruto only smiled and waved it off as they bowed to him. Hayashi and Naruto caught Sasuke watching them, so they walked into the Hyuga compound so the boy couldn't follow. "No need for apologizes or formalities, Hayashi-sama. I'm still just Naruto," Naruto said as they walked into the compound. "Pleasant and humble. Those are good qualities in a leader, Naruto-sama," Hayashi said as Naruto sighed. "What did I just say?" Naruto asked tiredly as Hayashi chuckled and patted him roughly on the back. "In the immortal words of both your father and your mother, especially her, everything people tell me to do goes in one ear and out the other," Hayashi said with mirth as Naruto chuckled a bit. "That sounds like something I'd say," Naruto said as Hayashi nodded with an amused smile on his face. They finally reached Hinata's room and Naruto laid her down on her bed. He and Hayashi then went to the tea room and Hayashi closed the door as seals glowed slightly before fading away. He turned back to Naruto, who had a curious look on his face. "Sound and identity seals. Only Hinata or Hanabi could get in now," Hayashi replied to the unasked question on Naruto's face. Naruto nodded as he and Hayashi sat down. "So how goes the recovery?" Hayashi asked as he poured tea for Naruto and himself. Naruto took a sip of his tea before replying with a smile. "It goes well. The main areas that Orochimaru hit will be cleared of debris by tomorrow. It seems that Wave got their aid here on the double and had arrived this morning from the message I sent after our meeting yesterday. They sent an old friend from my first C-rank mission as the head carpenter. His name is Tazuna. Have you heard of him?" Naruto said as Hayashi nodded with a smirk. "Yes, I have, and I've heard of the great Naruto bridge as well," Hayashi says as Naruto coughed a bit from hearing that last part. "He named the bridge after me?" Naruto said with a raised eyebrow as Hayashi nodded. He had no clue that the people would name the bridge after him. That was just, wow. "Everyone knows of you as the savior of Wave. Well, at least all those who care of news from outside Konoha," Hayashi said as Naruto gave him a look. "You mean the clan heads, elite Chunin and higher, but not the civilians or the civilian council?" Naruto asked as Hayashi nodded. "Yes, I fear the civilians and those on the civilian side of the council have gotten too comfy in their leisure to remember they are not above the rest of the world," Hayashi said as Naruto looked deep in thought. "Is that why they weren't at the meeting to appoint me yesterday?" Naruto asked as Hayashi twitched a bit, but nodded all the same. "Yes, we all know they would have outright opposed you as Hokage, but also because in times such as these only the Shinobi Council, the village elders, and we clan heads hold power of the village. You as Hokage lead us all, but remember Naruto, no matter what anyone else says. This village is a dictatorship, not a democracy. You rule the people, all of us, even me, so know that no one is above you, and if they cannot see reason, then they can just as easily be banished, if not worse," Hayashi said as Naruto looked visible in thought. Thanks, Hayashi-sama. I'll be sure to remember that, Naruto said as he was still in thought. Hayashi chuckled and gave Naruto a nudge. Don't be so formal with me. I'm sure the way Hinata stalks you, you'll be calling me father-in-law in no time, Hayashi said casually with a smirk as Naruto spit out his tea and turned to Hayashi with a shocked face. She stalks me? Naruto yelled in disbelief as Hayashi chuckled. Like your mother stalked Minato for those 5 months after he saved her. But that's another story for another day. If you ever want to hear any, I'm always free, Hayashi said a bit too happily and nicely. Naruto blinked as he looked at the bright smile Hayashi had on his face. Paperwork? Naruto asked as Hayashi's face deflated and he nodded quickly with a slight chuckle. I see you faced a Kage and clan head's worst enemy today, but you look far better than Minato did on his first day, Hayashi noted as Naruto sat in a more relaxed manner. Yup, and I've defeated it. It was pretty tough, but I managed to get through about all of this month and next month's forms and request, Naruto said with pride as Hayashi grabbed him by his collar and shook him like a rag doll. How did you do it? How damn it, how? Hayashi asked, in hysterically serious anger that was completely unbecoming of a clan head, as he continued to shake the poor boy. Shadow C-clones, Naruto said as Hayashi cursed under his breath and made a clone to handle his paperwork. Well, now I really am free all day. Thank you, Hokage-sama. You've now helped me with 4 problems in my life, Hayashi said with a smile as Naruto looked at him in confusion. 4, but that was 2? The bringing your family closer and the paperwork. What else did I help you with? Naruto asked as Hayashi sat up straighter. You've also helped me with my problem of what to do with Hinata. I was worried that I'd have to place the caged bird seal on one of my children, but since Hinata loves you, that won't be a problem. Also, you've helped me realize that I need to spend more time with my family, instead of with the past. I spend so much time reflecting on the past mistakes that it hurt my family, and in the end it brought nothing but more problems, Hayashi said as Naruto's mind was still stuck on the fact Hinata loved him. Naruto-sama, I have but one more favor to ask of you before anything else. I know you have helped me and my family much, but I feel I must ask this of you, Hayashi said, almost begged, as Naruto shook his head of his thoughts. Sure, Hayashi, anything, Naruto said, but got the strangest feeling those were the wrong words. Marry my daughter, Hayashi said as he bowed to Naruto, while the latter's eyes were wide with pure shock in them. But neither noticed the door to the room had been opened and 2 figures were standing there in the doorway with shock on their faces as well. Naruto knew he couldn't go back on his word now. He never goes back on his word, so now that he was Hokage that would mean everything. Besides, Hinata was a kind, caring, and if not a bit quiet and weird, sweet girl. So, he steeled himself as he prepared to do something no one his age should have to. Yes, Hayashi-sama, I'll take Hinata-chan as my first wife, Naruto said with slight confidence as Hayashi sat up straight from his cushion and gave Naruto a smile, and then his face turned to horror as he looked behind Naruto. Naruto was confused and looked behind himself as well, only to see Hinata and Hanabi, just as Hinata fainted with the biggest smile on her face. In the village, Kakashi was standing outside of a normal tea shop reading his book as Asuma and Kurenai came up. Hey guys. You two seem to be getting along well, Kakashi said with a slightly amused tone in his lazy voice. Kurenai blushed and looked away, but Asuma didn't react at all. Idiot. Anko just asked me to pick up some dango for her, Kurenai said as she was still blushing. And what are you doing here besides catching up on your reading? Asuma asked Kakashi as he knew the man wasn't just here by coincidence. He glanced up and down the street, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. I need to buy something to put on a grave, Kakashi said as they both caught on to the lie quickly. Asuma then knew something was seriously wrong for Kakashi to blatantly lie like that, so they all played it cool and followed with it. Plus, I'm meeting somebody here, Kakashi said with a glance into the tea shop they were standing outside of. Asuma and Kurenai glanced in there as well, seeing 2 people with black cloaks with red cloud patterns and bamboo hats on. The 2 seemed a bit too relaxed, but even Kurenai could tell they were powerful. Just waiting on Sasuke, Kakashi said as one of the people gripped his cup harder and made his ring strap against it, causing a noticeable noise that made Kurenai jump slightly and Asuma tensed as they all continued to watch the two. The two suddenly vanished into thin air as Sasuke approached Kakashi. "Kakashi, it's not like you to be earlier," Sasuke commented as he reached them. Kakashi and the others didn't even turn to him as they looked toward each other. Kakashi gave the two Jonin a look, and Asuma and Kurenai nodded as they jumped into the air and blurred from sight. With Naruto, he and Hayashi had just been about to explain things. They were now dealing with a fainted Hinata and an angry Hanabi when an Umbu ninja appeared outside the door. "Hokage-sama, urgent news from Umbu Patrol 5. The Umbu said from his knelt position. Hanabi would have seemed shocked if Hayashi hadn't struck a pressure point to the back of her neck, knocking her out as the Umbu appeared. Hayashi motioned the Umbu into the room as he and Naruto had serious looks on their faces. Hayashi closed the door and reactivated the seals as they began. "Report," Naruto said as he was in full Hokage mode. He was starting to get used to it as Umbu had been appearing before him since 5 am. Umbu Patrol 5 was alerted by Might Guy, who has spotted Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki by the river that runs through Konoha. "What are your orders, sir?" The Umbu aide as he lifted his head to show his bird mask. "Bird, I want you and Boar's squad to assist any ninja which are trying to apprehend them. If Guy spotted those two taking a casual stroll through my village, then chances are some Jonin like Kakashi-sensei have to," Naruto said as Bird nodded and shunshined away. Naruto and Hayashi then got up and walked out toward the Hokage Tower after making two clones to take the girls to their rooms. "You're smarter and better at this than your reports and grades ever suggested," Hayashi said with a smirk while Naruto shrugged. "What can I say? Grades and reports aren't everything," Naruto said with his own smirk. "You know, you're the perfect example that our ninja need," Hayashi said proudly. "Thanks," Naruto said quietly as they finally reached the tower, with Jiraiya already outside. "I know, now we go greet our guest and give them a proper Konoha welcome," Jiraiya said with a grin as Naruto and Hayashi grinned back. "Well, I did miss my morning training," Naruto said as Jiraiya placed a hand on his shoulder. "And I forgot my morning exercise. Oh well, this make up for it," Hayashi said as he and Jiraiya used the Shunshin to teleport to the fight. At the river, Itachi needed to get away and Kakashi knew too much. Itachi didn't want to use the Tsukuyomi on Kakashi, but it was unavoidable. Damn his now blurring eyesight and lack of chakra. "Kisame will take Kakashi with us. We don't need the others. Get rid of them," Itachi spoke in monotone as Kisame charged forward with his sword. "Sharkskin. Sever Leaf Hurricane," Guy exclaimed as he knocked Kisame away with a spinning back kick which held much speed and power. It was then Naruto, Jiraiya, and Hayashi arrived. As soon as they had Naruto made a 100 clones and Hayashi blurred forward to strike Itachi with the gentle fist. Itachi evaded most of the strikes, but he couldn't dodge them all due to his blurring eyesight and lack of chakra. Itachi's legs stopped working as Hayashi caught him with 2 palm strikes to each, and Hayashi disabled his whole body from there. Kisame got up and saw what happened, but not before Hayashi and Jiraiya were fast upon him as well. He tried to swing Sharkskin down on them, but each time he did a clone took the hit and Hayashi disabled a part of Kisame's body each time until the blue shark-like man was unconscious. After about 10 minutes the fighting was over and the Umbu came out and took the two away. "Someone get Kakashi-sensei to a hospital. He looks like crap," Naruto exclaimed as an Umbu nodded and took Kakashi away. "Hayashi, call the Shinobi Council and clan heads for an emergency meeting, and Jiraiya, you get the elders. I want to know why Itachi Uchiha has done what he's done, without involving Ibiki or Anko. Kisame, however, they'll be needed against him," Naruto said in a stern voice as they both nodded to him before an Umbu took him to his office. "You know, he kinda scared me just then," Jiraiya said as Hayashi simply nodded. "Yes. Just imagine once you start training him," Hayashi said as he went to collect the clan heads and Shinobi Council while Jiraiya hunted down the 3 ever-elusive elders. Things would certainly be interesting from now on. Chapter 4: Truth and Training. In the council chambers. "So, That's it, huh? Naruto said quietly as Itachi nodded his head. Naruto sat back in his chair at the head of the council table and rubbed his temples. Couldn't have been drugs. Couldn't have been money. Couldn't have been him just plain going insane like they were told. No, it had to be that his clan wanted to revolt against the village. Naruto sighed as he lifted his cold gaze at his three advising elders, who flinched back from never seeing eyes filled with such cold fire in them. Explain, Naruto commanded as Hamura stood up. Hokage-sama, they would have demolished any other ninja we had sent. We also needed someone in the clan to be a spy, and that was completely loyal to the village. Itachi was the only and perfect choice. Hamura explained as his fellow two elders nodded. So you ruined the life of one good person because my predecessor, the third Hokage, allowed the civilian council to control the academy? You ruined Itachi-san's life because he was willing to kill his family? Are you three morons? Naruto spoke as his anger rose with each question. Everyone flinched back at the sheer rage in his tone. They all looked to him as his eyes glowed red and his features became more feral. He then started taking deep breaths and calmed himself down as he returned to normal. I'll need someone to teach me to control the Kyuubi's power. Anyways, Itachi, you are to be our spy into this Akatsuki. Once you have all the necessary information, you are to report back to me. Understood, Naruto said as Itachi nodded. Yes, Hokage-sama, Itachi replied in his monotone voice as Naruto turned back to his council. Nara-san, what do you believe would be best in this situation? I do plan to return Itachi to the village, and I'm sure the people will not take well to that, due to the mistakes of my predecessor. Naruto said as he knew the people, shinobi and civilian alike, would hate Itachi almost as much as the civilians hated him. I think the truth would be best, Hokage-sama, since anything else would just blow up in our face later on. Like right now, Shikaku said as he laid his head on the table. Naruto nodded his own head in agreement. He would not lie to his people, not like he was lied to. Itachi, what do you know of this Akatsuki as of now? Inoichi asked as Itachi closed his eyes in thought. Akatsuki is a criminal organization of S-class missing nin, and is the most wanted group in the entire shinobi world. Their main goal is to collect all of the tailed beasts for their plan of world domination. Itachi said as the others of the room grew wide-eyed and gasped. Naruto unconsciously let a hand rub his stomach as Jiraiya patted his shoulder. Akatsuki, at any given time, is composed of no more than 10 primary members, all of whom are S-rank criminals. Members always work in teams of 2, with the exception of Zetsu, who functions as the organization's spy, and they make use of their unique skills to the team's advantage. Team members must function very well together, or at least stand each other to accomplish their task even though they have mutual problems with each other. The organization is rarely fully assembled though, Itachi said and then paused briefly to let the information sink in. The members of Akatsuki as of now are myself, Kisame, Deidara of IWA, Sasori of the Red Sand, Haiden the Immortal, Kakuzu of the Five Hearts, Conan the Paper Angel, Nagato the Fake Leader, Zetsu the Human Flytrap, and Madara Uchiha the Real Leader, Itachi said with the others gaping and gasping at the names, especially the last. But how? He should be dead of old age by now, Koharu said with her mouth agape. She remembered that the man was about 38 when she was born, so that would make him 105 years old right now. I think we should all know that in the ninja world, we are to expect the unexpected, Naruto said sagely as he sat back and rubbed his temples. He really didn't need those kind of worries. If what he read from their bingo book pages was right, then not even Kakashi-sensei could take any of them on now. Maybe with some training. Also, you should know, Hokage-sama, that Madara was the reason for the Kyuubi's attack on the day of your birth, Itachi said with his eyes on Naruto as Naruto's face showed complete shock. Naruto shook his head, leaving those thoughts for another day. Since we're being brutally honest here, and I did promise I wouldn't lie or hide anything from you anymore, Naruto, you should probably know that 2 of the people he mentioned I trained, Jiraiya said while he scratched his head in embarrassment and gave a cheesy grin as Naruto merely raised an eyebrow. For some reason, I'm not surprised. Just tell us which ones and how long ago, Naruto said as he began massaging his temples again. Damn, this was his first real day on the job and he already had crap to deal with. It was Nagato and Conan, but it was back in the Second Great Shinobi World War. They looked after themselves until I found them. I gave them food and taught them how to use ninjutsu so that they could defend themselves. After 3 years of training, I was happy enough with their progress that I returned to Konoha, leaving them to forge their own future as shinobi. Last I had heard they were dead, Jiraiya said with a completely serious face as Naruto sighed. Alright, here's what we're going to do so far. Itachi, you and Kisame will do whatever it is that you do, but be back here on my call. Also, due to the mental stress Kakashi-sensei is in, no one at our hospital can heal him, so first we need to find a healer, since we can't do much about the other stuff that's been brought to our attention, but I still want information on each and everyone in Akatsuki. Naruto said as they nodded and Jiraiya grew a smirk on his face. If it's a healer you need, look no further, 'cause I know the perfect one, Jiraiya exclaimed as Naruto gazed at him weirdly. And that would be? Naruto said as Jiraiya grinned at him. Tsunade Senju, the Slug Princess, and Slug Sannin of Konoha, Jiraiya exclaimed as he did a goofy dance. But she hasn't been back here in ages. She said she'd never return to this village, Koharu said as Naruto looked at her. I don't give a damn if she has or hasn't, 'cause she will, Naruto said as he sat up in his chair. Alright then, it's settled. Me and Naruto will head out and find Tsunade, Jiraiya said as the council grew wide-eyed. You can't. He's the Hokage now and he needs to stay in the village, Koharu said as Hamura and Danzo nodded. I know that, but he's not going to be announced until everything is calm and done with. Besides, I still need to start his training and it'll be a good time to do so, Jiraiya said with a small smirk as the elders looked to one another. There's something you're not telling us, Jiraiya. Out with it, Hamura said sternly as Jiraiya gave him a grin. Nothing gets past you old fossils. There is a way for Naruto to run the village and travel with me. A blood clone would be able to do so, Jiraiya said as Hamura and Koharu looked to one another in uncertainty. A blood clone would be able to. The blood clone could also use the shadow clone jutsu and the information from them would even be shared with the real original. He could also keep up with more training that way, being able to learn and master things, which would normally take years, in a matter of days. He'd even be able to act as a normal ninja with the blood clone doing the normal work of the Hokage. I say we do it. Danzo mused over as he finally decided to go with Jiraiya's plan. The others nodded after hearing him. Alright then. Pack your things, Naruto, 'cause after I teach you this jutsu we're out of here tomorrow, Jiraiya said as he disappeared in a plume of smoke. Naruto called a break to the meeting and went to pack his things. He now lived in the Hokage mansion, so he didn't have to far to go to his new mansion from the council chambers. He packed his things and then went back to the meeting once the break was done. Alright everyone, since I'm about to leave the village there are some things we must get straight. While the real me is absent, only elite chunin and higher will receive missions directly from my clone. Those lower than that rank will receive them from the council, since everyone believes you're giving the missions anyway. Also, I'll be gone for at least 2 weeks, so I appoint Shikaka Nara as head of the council until my return. Danzo, you and Dragon will maintain the route and regular ANBU. Hamura and Koharu, you two shall head the civilian council, since they'll try anything to gain power in my absence, mostly because they are unaware that I was made Hokage. The rest of my orders are to act as you always have, with Konoha's best interest at heart, and right now that is a strong face and kind heart, Naruto said in a commanding voice, yet it was still kind and smooth as he smiled at them. Even Danzo and Hayashi cracked small smiles at him. Then Hayashi remembered something. Hokage-sama, what of the Chunin exams? I'm sure Sarutobi-sama had chosen his picks already from the preliminaries, Hayashi said as he stood to address his young leader. Naruto nodded sagely as that was something he forgot. Yes, and I must agree with those he picked, but I will not announce them now. I will do it when I return, as well as my introduction to the village. Is there anything more? Naruto said as he looked around and no one spoke. He called the end of the meeting as Jiraiya came up to him and they walked out. Danzo and Hayashi watched as the two walked out. He just might be the best Hokage this village has ever seen, Hayashi said with a smile as Danzo nodded. I must admit that at first I was opposed to him, but he seems to have what the others lacked. The very reason I wanted to be Hokage in the first place. He has a kind heart, but a stronger mind and sense of judgment. He doesn't let his heart stop him from taking the actions which need to. I realize now what a fool I've been for still lusting for the title of Hokage. If I had been, I would have waged war with everyone, thinking that would be the only solution. It's thanks to a talk I had with him that allowed me to think. Danzo said as Hayashi looked at him. Danzo was smiling, and that was scary. Oh, and what was it he made you think about? Hayashi asked as Danzo looked toward him. He told me he'd do what needed to be done, even if it cost his heart 100 pains. You see, unlike what people believe, I've always done things for the sake of the village, not simply me. My beliefs differed from those of the former Hokages, as I feel that the village should be placed above all else, even one's heart. I didn't hate the previous Hokage's beliefs, but I did think poorly of them. I just preferred to directly eliminate threats through assassination and execution rather than diplomacy and negotiation the others would try. But now, I believe that Naruto has combined the best of both ideals. Putting the village first, but doing it with care. He seems to use his kind heart to help people see his way. But if they don't, he'll deal with them, unlike Hiruzen would have. Hiruzen and the others felt that if things were left alone, they'd work themselves out, but Naruto knows otherwise. He knows that people can be changed for the better, but if they can't, then he knows they don't belong in this world. A world that needs people like him. Danzo explained as Hayashi nodded. He may not have liked Danzo before, but now, maybe he might. That boy really can change people for the better. I just hope it works on Tsunade-sama, Hayashi said as he and Danzo walked out with Danzo nodding to the thought. With Naruto and Jiraiya. Alright Naruto, I'll show you the jutsu now, Jiraiya said as they stopped near the front gate. Naruto nodded as he was eager to learn a new jutsu. Now, before I do, I need to let you know about it first. The blood clone is very much like the shadow clone, except it won't dispel until you dismiss it. It will do everything you would do, even your thought process, and it can use jutsu as well. Now I want you to draw blood from your thumb and make the ram hand sign. Focus your chakra as you would for a shadow clone, and then go into all the hand signs of a summoning and finish with the shadow clone hand seal. Jiraiya explained as Naruto nodded and did as he was instructed. Ninja art. Blood clone jutsu, Naruto said as a clone popped up next to him in a haze of crimson smoke. Jiraiya looked it over, then punched it into a wall with it, forming a crater the shape of its body. Hey, what the hell was that for? The blood clone yelled as he walked out of the crater like it was nothing. Jiraiya looked to Naruto for the answer as Naruto shrugged. I have a high pain tolerance, Naruto said with his shrug. Again. Sorry for not being there, kid, Jiraiya said as he knew he added chakra to that punch. He wasn't Tsunade, but that could have laid a Jonin ninja out for a week. Like I said on the way here, it wasn't your fault. You needed to watch Orochimaru and the Akatsuki, Naruto said as he waved off the apology. Jiraiya sighed as Naruto turned to the clone. You know what to do, right? He asked his clone as the clone nodded and jumped to the roofs to get back to the Hokage tower. You ready to head out? Jiraiya asked when the clone was out of sight. Yup, Naruto exclaimed with a smile. He was always excited to get out of the village. Plus, he would finally be able to get some real training done. The duo of master and apprentice disembarked from the village. Their goal: find Tsunade Senju and bring her back to the village. With the genin at Training Ground 7 later. Hey, guys. Did you know that Naruto left with that old guy Jiraiya a little while ago to go find some Tsunade person? Kiba asked as he reached the spot the others were. The only one who didn't look surprised was Shino. Then again, you could never really tell the expression on Shino's face, or tell how he was feeling, as he always sounded the same. Hinata fidgeted nervously as her face went red, but they all ignored it. Sasuke gave a snort as he didn't care, and Sakura followed his every action. Really? Ino asked nervously as she had long since stopped being a Sasuke fangirl. After she heard what Naruto had done to protect his friends, it opened her eyes to the truth about a lot of things. Yeah, I heard on the way here that they left a little while ago. It doesn't matter to me, but I thought his team might want to know. Kiba replied with a shrug as Sasuke snorted again. I don't care what he does. so long as he's not here to get in my way, Sasuke said as he leaned against a tree. Yeah, that idiot is probably going away because he tried to be cooler than Sasuke-kun when the sand and sound invaded. We all know Sasuke-kun was the one to beat that demon Gaara. No one gets in Sasuke-kun's way, Sakura exclaimed as Sasuke simply took the credit for the fight when people asked about it. No one would believe the dope would actually win a fight. Why not take some Umbu or Hyuga then too? Shikamaru asked as he, along with Hinata and Shino, knew who Tsunade was. Because Jiraiya was only allowing one person along with him, so he chose Naruto. Don't know why, but he must wanted to teach the dope how to eat something other than ramen. Right, Hinata, Kiba said as he nudged her. She gave him a scary look and he backed away slowly. He turned to Shino, who took a sip of the drink he had brought. Shino didn't say anything, but he and Shikamaru knew something was going on with Naruto. Makes sense. The dope probably can't even spell ramen. Sasuke replied with a smirk as Sakura had hearts in her eyes, but no one else but Kiba paid attention. Do you think there's anything going on between those two? Choji asked Shikamaru as they both noticed Hinata's spike in Churka as she tried to suppress her anger. Who? Naruto and Hinata? Sakura asked as she had overheard them. Hinata eeped and went red-faced as she pressed her fingers together as she tried hard not to faint from what she had heard earlier that day. What would make you think Hinata would love a baka like that? Hinata's a Hyuga clan heir and Naruto's a Baka street urchin. She would never like him. He's trash, Sakura exclaimed as everyone, but Hinata and Ino sighed at her, even Sasuke. They all knew Hinata had loved Naruto for a long time and Sakura was more oblivious than Naruto to that fact. Hinata and, surprisingly Ino, growled lowly at her for talking about their man. Wait, Ino backtracked. Our man? Since when did that happen? I mean, Naruto's cute, kind, sweet, goofy, exciting. Okay, it's official, I just started falling in love with Naruto. I mean, he is a great guy after all, but I couldn't do that to Hinata. I couldn't just steal her man. Even if I did want him now, I'll just tell Hinata how I feel and see what happens. I'm sure Hinata could help me and I could help her, but I'll tell her later. Ino thought as she looked at Hinata and then sighed as she resolved herself to do what needed to be done. Shikamaru and Shino, of course, were silent on the matter. The two knew Naruto and Hinata had, at the least, some kind of relationship by the way Hinata was acted, but they weren't going to tell anyone. Shikamaru was just too lazy to do it, as it would cause him a good amount of grief. And Shino, well, he just didn't talk a lot. Although when they saw how Ino was acting they had raised eyebrows as they knew Naruto was going to be one unlucky bastard if those two had a catfight while he was gone. Itachi just stood on top of the tree across the clearing as he had been watching his brother. He wondered how often his brother smiled or laughed these days, but he could plainly see he didn't. Itachi frowned and narrowed his eyes at Sasuke as he knew his brother took the road he didn't want him to. Damn it, Sasuke. Why aren't you what I expected you to be? You were supposed to hate me and try not to be like me. You were supposed to want nothing to do with power and only want to live to find love, to kill me and be done with it. Why can't you see that? Foolish little brother, Itachi said as Kisame blurred next to him. Time to go catch up with Hokage-sama and Jiraiya-sama. They need the info I have on Madara, Kisame said as he stole a glance at the group of genin. He wondered how long it had been since he and Zabuza had been like that, except those kids were normal. I thought you said you weren't helping them? You said you'd never betray your Mizukage, Itachi said in his normal monotone voice as he continued to stare at his little brother. I did. But then I learned of what Madara did to Naruto-sama. It's kind of like my childhood, and I'd be damned if I don't follow the kid. He took that kind of pain way better than I ever did, and he came out still kind and happy. I think I want to see how he does it. After my interrogation, Ibiki told me that Naruto has a way of bringing the good out of people. I want to see him do it to Tsunade-sama, Kisame said with a small smile that Itachi thought he was imagining. Kisame didn't smile. He smirked and grinned, but never smiled. Itachi nodded as he turned from the genin with closed eyes that snapped open to reveal his active Sharingan. Fine. I think I want to see this power as well, Itachi said as he and Kisame blurred from the treetop. Sasuke looked over at the treetop and could have sworn he saw his brother, but he saw nothing now that he was really looking at it. Maybe it was just his mind playing tricks on him. He then remembered what he had read from the secret Uchiha tablet, and he rushed away from the others as he remembered he needed to talk to Kakashi. With Jiraiya and Naruto, they had gotten a good distance from the village and were now in Shikuba town. Jiraiya said he needed to find an informant, so he gave Naruto his belongings, along with the young Kage's inheritance, and told him to get a room for the day. Now Naruto was inside the hotel room he had gotten and was reading the letters left for him by his parents. Naruto, if you are reading this message, then I and your father are dead. We asked the Sandaime Hokage if he would watch over you in case we were never able to. It seems that it has come to that. You may not have had the chance to know me, but I am your mother, Kushina Uzumaki. My baby boy, I want you to know that you are a hero, Naruto, no matter what anyone tells you. It is because of you that Konoha still stands today. I'm quite sure that in our last days your father and I have done what I really did not wish to do. You see, Naruto, you hold the Kyuubi inside of you. I'm sure if you're old enough that you know this by now, so I won't say too much on that. Just know that I probably disagreed with your father seal him inside of you, but I'm sure in the end, it was too late for any other choice. I would have probably also disagreed with the Sarutobi-sama when and if he said that you should never be told of the Kyuubi. I'm sure he didn't tell you, but I'm sure you know by now. I love you, Naruto, and so does your father. We know that you are not the demon and that you never will be. You're our greatest little angel. Now on to serious business, Naruto. Our people have a strong bloodline, one that will give you power that many have never seen, but you must learn to control it. It is the power to use all 5 of the elemental churkas, along with Yin-Yang churka. Once you master it, you'll be able to mix them and create sub-elements like wood style. Only truly gifted Uzumaki awaken our bloodline, and rarely would it have been able to be taught. It is a power which can shake the very countries themselves, as you will also have the Kyuubi increasing that power with his own energies. But you must control it, Naruto, as I'm sure you've noticed your crappy chakra control. There is only one way to gain perfect control over this power, but I can't tell you. You must find the answer on your own. You will know, Naruto, I believe in you. Naruto, I'm gonna finish this letter now. I hope you read all of it. I had to write fast. The doctors tell me it won't be long now until you're born, but I had to finish this one last message to you. No matter what happens, Naruto, I know that you will make us proud, whether it's in Konoha or elsewhere. I left a few parting gifts, as did your father. You should find them in the boxes. Good luck, Naruto-kun. I know that you will become the greatest shinobi, and may Hokage if the village is as Minato has always said, even though I know that's not the case. Love, Kushina Uzumaki, your mother. Naruto cried as he read his mother's last letter. Now he knew he was always loved by them. Now he knew he wasn't what the villagers called him. He found an even greater source of determination now. He would make his mother proud. I did it, Mom. I'm Hokage, but the village is nothing like what Dad hoped it was. I'll make you proud, and that's a promise. Believe it, Naruto said as he returned to reading the last of the scroll, which was from his dad. Hiya, Naruto. Your mother told me we're making like a time capsule or something for you, so I put in my favorite jutsu so you can use them someday. In the scroll, it contains instructions for the Hiraishin and the Rasengan, 2 jutsu I'm very well known for. The Rasengan hasn't gotten completed yet, but I know you can finish it if I don't. The 3-pronged kunai are used in conjunction with the Hiraishin, but not necessary. You can read more from the scroll. Oh yeah, and whatever you do, Naruto, listen to your motor-mouth mother. Adaden. I'm sorry, but I had to. It was so funny in the manga and I loved it. Also, our clan had a bloodline, so you might inherit it, but I never did. It's called the Dyogen Great King Ai. My dad had it before he died, so you could have it too. If you don't, then you have the elemental star power of your mother's clan, the Uzumaki. The Dyogen comes at a price, so be sure to read more in the scrolls. See you later, Naruto. Love. Minato Namikaze, your father, Yondaime Hokage. Naruto cried harder as he realized his father didn't even know what would happen to them all. His mother must have been the only one to think ahead. He sighed as he wiped away his tears and opened the scroll for the Dyogen. The Dyogen is a jujitsu like no other. While many believed it was inferior to the 3 great jujitsu, it was not. In fact, it is far more powerful than they could ever hope to be. This level of power, along with the Ryugen's true abilities, however, is only known within the clan, and so we have let others, including our own village, think less of us. What ours know of the Ryugen's abilities ID that is gives perfect sight, much like a great king sees all within his kingdom, but that is all others know of its power. To read the rest you must gain the Ryugen, and that requires a clear mind and the following hand signs. Naruto nodded as he knew exactly what a clear mind meant. He needed to knock himself out after performing the jutsu. He did the hand signs from the scroll and then focused his chakra to his center. He felt himself became sleepy and then he fell back to the ground with a thud. In Naruto's mindscape, Naruto awoke to find himself standing in suddenly a sewer he knew was inside of his mind. He followed the sewer down 2 long tunnels and around 2 corners, ending up in a huge room the size of his former apartment building. On the far wall was a cage door that went wall to wall, and from the floor to the ceiling, it was very intimidating. The only thing that was holding it closed shut was a seal with the kanji for seal on it. It was then 2 large blood-red eyes opened and stared at Naruto with kindness and sorrow. Okay, now he was floored. "Kyuubi," was all Naruto could say, as the puffball would be yelling at him or calling him a brat by now, but it looked ready to cry. So my jailer has finally discovered his powers and used the king's rest jutsu to help awaken it and the other. Well, I suppose the mirage is over, and I can show you what lies beyond the mask, Kyuubi said with a sigh as he was engulfed in a tornado of flames. When the flames died away, in Kyuubi's place was a young woman. She had short spiky orange hair and crimson red eyes. She wore a short black shirt robe with green trimmings, dark pants, with black and white belt that she tied in front with mesh armor underneath. "You can turn human? And you're a girl?" Naruto asked in complete shock, since Kyuubi never did that before. Kyuubi just scoffed at him as she stepped between the bars of the cage and laid a hand on Naruto's shoulder, to which shocked Naruto even more. "Naruto, if I wanted to I could turn human on the drop of a Ryo coin, but I needed to keep up my mask of aggression and hatred. Do you honestly think I've survived thousands of years being a giant beast of hate and anger? Hell no, I'm smarter than those humans could ever be. That's why as soon as I was sealed into I saw the same power that righteous man had at once. I saw the power of a king in you. Oh yeah, and if I was really bloodthirsty I could have come out at any time and killed you," Kyuubi said with a smile as she patted Naruto's head like a child. Naruto was completely floored by this as he gaped like a fish. He shook himself to regain his composure as he turned serious eyes to Kyuubi. "I felt smarter and calmer than I've ever felt in my life. I feel so serene, and I don't remember ever learning that word. You did that, didn't you?" Naruto asked with narrowed eyes as Kyuubi gave him a fox-like grin and a mock bow. "But of course, I couldn't have my host be a moronic Hokage, could I? Besides, I was gonna do it in a couple of months anyway, so I just started earlier. But back to the reason you're here. You're here to acquire the power of the Ryugen. I must warn you that it wouldn't be easy. Thinks are given up to obtain that Jujutsu, and they know of its true power. If you truly wish to gain this blessed yet cursed power, then follow me," Kyuubi said as she walked out of the room with Naruto close behind. They quickly made it to what seemed like a stone tablet. Naruto was confused as Kyuubi grabbed his hand and placed in on the stone tablet. His body started to glow as he began to slowly fade away. "Naruto, don't question things from here on out. Just go with the flow and think before you speak. Also, when you get there and see that man, you'll have to give something up. Be sure to think before you speak, Naruto-kun," Kyuubi said as she kissed his cheek before he completely faded away. In the thought tower, Naruto didn't know why, but he knew this place like the back of his hand. Confused him, but like Kyuubi said, he just needed to go with the flow. He reached the top of the tower only to see a floating platform to which he walked to. "Ah, I see, so you're the next of the Namikes to come here. What is your name, young one?" a voice said smoothly and calmly. Naruto looked up and saw a young man sipping tea and reading a book as he sat lazily in his throne-like chair in the center of the platform. He had short wavy black hair. He wore a black uniform that seemed to be for a school. His purple eyes gazed over Naruto with disinterest, and then excitement as recognition flashed through them. "Ah, so it's finally your turn, Naruto?" the man said as Naruto simply nodded, not wanting to seem out of the loop on the subject. "Good. Then you must know why you're here and the requirements of it. The young man said as he sat up straight and gave the presence of a true king. Naruto couldn't help but nod as he felt that anything this man told him would lead to peace and posterity. Good. Then allow me to explain who I am. I am Lelouch Namikaze, and I was the first of the Namikaze clan. You see, when I first died, the world was created anew and I was revived in this era. I still had the powers of my old life, so I simply used it. I didn't want anyone trying to steal our power or knowing of it, so I made it to where only select members of the clan had it and only they could use it. After being in this world for about 10 years, I joined my clan with a man named Hashirama and his Senju clan. And well, you know the rest of that story. Lelouch said as he stood and walked over to Naruto with a kind smile playing on his face. Now on to what must be done for you to receive my power. You must give up something that you possess, and once you give it up, you can never have it back. Lelouch said with a stone serious face. Naruto placed his chin in his hand as he thought it over. Kyuubi said not to question things, so he wouldn't. Kyuubi said to go with the flow, so he would. Kyuubi also said to think before he spoke, and so he was. Now what could he give up that wouldn't seem stupid but wouldn't impair him? Lelouch stared at him with his smile back in place. If what he thought and knew about his descendant was true, then Naruto would make a better choice than he when he was alive. I'll give you my hatred, Naruto said as Lelouch's smile broadened. He ruffled Naruto's hair as he let out a chuckle of amusement. You've passed my test, Naruto, Lelouch said as Naruto grew a bit confused. You see, the only ones who could hope to have my true power were the ones who would give up a dark trait of theirs. There were others who gave up other things, but only those who would give up their negativity could gain my true blessing, and you just so happen to be the first. Lelouch said, trailing off as he thought about the stupidity of his clan. If only it hadn't skipped Minato, and Naruto was Minato's grandson. So here is my truest blessing, the full potential and power of the Dyogen, the Kami Dyogen. Lelouch said as he jabbed 2 glowing fingers into Naruto's eyes. It didn't hurt his eyes, but his mind was on fire from the sensation. When Lelouch pulled his fingers back, Naruto fainted and fell off the floating platform. Lelouch smiled, watching him go down into the inky black darkness of the space. He then went back to his throne and started reading his book again, waiting another who knows how long for a visitor. Well, at least I have Ika, Lelouch said to himself as he giggled perversely. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto awoke with a bad headache. Kyuubi was over him with a worried expression on her face that turned happy when she saw he was waking up. His eyes fluttered open and she gasped at seeing them. They were a royal blue color as he fluttered them. They glowed slightly as he sat up, keeping them open. You received the blessed eyes of Kami, Kyuubi said more to herself than him. He looked at her as she tried to avert her gaze. Naruto, you must stop those eyes before you use them on me. Just close your eyes and think of your normal ones, she said as he did so with his eyes returning to their cerulean color. All right, what now? Naruto asked as Kyuubi snapped her fingers and turned into a young man with the same clothes and short red hair. Now it's time for Hell Kit, Kyuubi said as he dragged Naruto to the room they would be training in for the next 3 years. But since it was his mind, it would pass in a matter of hours. 3 hours later, outside Naruto's mindscape, Naruto awoke in a cold sweat as he just survived Kyuubi's boot camp of hell and torment. He was far more knowledgeable now, but his mind would never be the same. Kyuubi had trained him in chakra control, some jutsu, and mastering 3 of his 5 chakra affinities, since when being still physical he could still manipulate his chakra the way he wanted to if he wanted to perform a jutsu. After a year of that, Kyuubi had him studying seals and everything else shinobi. It was a whole another mind year before he could move on to manipulating Kyuubi's chakra. He had finally mastered it when Kyuubi had told him the last thing he wanted to hear. Kyuubi was being drained away. Naruto had converted a large amount of chakra in his training, and now Kyuubi would disappear in a year if he couldn't find a body for Kyuubi to transfer into. It was a good thing that in the first and second years he had discovered some interesting things about his bloodline, the Dyogen. Now he was face to face with a worried Jiraiya, to who he told everything to. Jiraiya wanted to faint after hearing that tale, but he needed confirmation. So let me get this straight. The Kyuubi who can be a girl who's in love with you, or a boy who's a drill sergeant, trained you for 3 years in your mind? But before that, you gained the Namikaze bloodline Jujutsu, and the one Minato's father had wasn't even the true full power of it? Also, you're the first to receive its true power because you were willing to give up your hatred for others. Jiraiya said incredulously as Naruto nodded truthfully each time. Jiraiya nodded slowly as he fell back, finally allowing himself to faint. Naruto only looked at him, then shrugged as he got his Dyogen scroll and activated his eyes to read more on the powers his eyes had. Interesting, Naruto said with a fox-like grin as he read the scroll. Yup, tomorrow's training with Jiraiya would be interesting indeed. The next day, Naruto and Jiraiya had gotten up early to train and then moved to the next town in search of Tsunade. That was why they were in Haskin town. Jiraiya said he and Naruto would be collecting some information there. The only problem was, why do I have to stay here? I'm the now, so why can't I go? Naruto whined as Jiraiya sighed at his actions. I thought you said that you grew smarter? Jiraiya asked as Naruto blinked. I did, but that doesn't mean I'm still not 13, pervy sage. Besides, Q-chan said she likes my childishness. Naruto said with a pout. Well, I don't care for it much. Here, study this jutsu, and when I come back I'll see how far you've truly gotten with Kyuubi. If it's good enough, then I'll start teaching you a truly amazing jutsu, the Rasengan, Jiraiya said as he gave Naruto a scroll. Naruto blinked a few times as raised his hand slightly like he was holding a fruit. You mean this? Naruto said as chakra swirled in his hand until it formed a perfect Rasengan. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes as he studied the jutsu. How did you learn this? Jiraiya asked in a serious voice with narrowed eyes. He knew he hadn't even mentioned it to Naruto and the boy knew it already. Jiraiya knew he was supposed to be the only one to know that jutsu besides the boy's father, Minato. I saw it and studied it when you fainted last night. It was in a blood seal scroll from Dad. He had some great tips, hints, and tricks on it too, Naruto said energetically as he formed another in the opposite hand. Jiraiya almost fainted again, but stopped because this time Naruto might learn the Fly Thunder God Jutsu if he did. That year of chakra exercises paid off, don't ya think? Naruto said as he dispelled both Rasengan from his hands. Yeah, well, just study that jutsu, okay? It'll be helpful in future battles, Jiraiya said quickly before he vanished in a plume of smoke. Naruto sighed as he sat down and opened the scroll. Fire Style, Small Fire Stream Jutsu. This technique is used as the parent jutsu of almost any fire jutsu used. It was created by Akira Sarutobi and requires no hand seals. Naruto started reading as he sat there in the hotel room with Itachi and Kisame. We're getting close. I can feel Naruto's chakra from here, and it's much stronger and more controlled than the last time we saw him, Itachi said in monotone with Kisame nodded as they strolled into the outskirts of town. Yeah, you're right. It's focused to the point of great chakra control, but it still isn't at mastery yet, although it's definitely more power. I'd say he was at low chunin in both before, but it seems that he just jumped to Sannin level in 2 days. It's almost as if he's been training for years. Oh well, that'll just make it more fun to have a battle against him, Kisame said with a wide shark-like grin showing his shark-like teeth. Itachi nodded as he too wished to test the limits of Naruto's newfound power. Then let's not make haste, Itachi said as he and Kisame took to the roofs and ran toward Naruto was located. With Kakashi. So Naruto went with Jiraiya-sama to find Tsunade-sama to help me? Kakashi said in an extremely weak voice as he lay unmoving in his bed. The only part of him he could move was his eyes and his head a bit, but that wasn't much. In the room with him were some people, mainly Asuma, Guy, and Kurenai, but also Yugao Yuzuki and Shikaku Nara. That's Naruto-sama or Hokage-sama, Kakashi-senpai. You of all people should know how to show the proper respect for the Hokage, Yugao said as Kakashi seemed to simply ignore her. She wasn't sure if he hadn't heard or what, but it made her uneasy about him and his loyalties. Anyways, that's everything from the meetings, and so now all of you are filled in. And Kakashi, show Naruto-sama the respect he deserves. After all, he could just have you killed if he wanted, Shikaku said lazily, but smirked as the little color Kakashi had faded. I'm very respectful of Naruto, but that doesn't mean we should let it go to our heads nor his. I mean, he is just a genin after all. He may be Hokage now, but he doesn't have any of the power to back up the title. I'll admit he may have a few good jutsu, but he lacks the intellect and power to be a proper Hokage. At first I was caught in all the hype that my student became Hokage, but he really can't do it. He's the weakest of my team. Now Sasuke, on the other hand, he defeated Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Kakashi said as he stared at the ceiling. He was oblivious to the anger and shock of the others in the room. They were the ones who really knew of the battle, mainly because Yugao was the one to witness it. So, Kakashi had been fed that crap the civilian council had spread around. Kakashi, do you mind if I go for a smoke? Asuma asked as he nodded to the others that they would deal with it later. They nodded back as Shikaku and Yugao left in a plume of smoke. Asuma sighed as he sat back down. Kakashi finally, and painfully craned his neck over so he could look at them. I thought you were going for a smoke. And where are Shikaku and Yugao? Kakashi asked as Asuma shrugged nonchalantly. I decided against it since my friend's hurt, and I think those two needed to get work done, so they left as fast as they could, Asuma said as Kakashi nodded at the lies. After talking more for a few minutes, Kakashi had fallen asleep and the others were talking amongst themselves. Shoo! Guy said as the door opened to reveal Sasuke. Sasuke took a quick glance around the room and frowned as he walked into it. Why is Kakashi asleep and why is this room full of jonin? Sasuke asked, or rather demanded, as if he was entitled to the answers. Guy had to suppress his anger a bit as he answered the boy. Not a much really, Guy said unconvincingly as Sasuke only became enraged at the obvious lie. What are you doing? What in the world is going on here? Sasuke asked heatedly as they only avoided his gaze so they wouldn't be tempted to kill him. He was their new Hokage's friend and so they would kill him just yet. Just then the door burst open and a random special jonin came into the room. Hey, is it true that Itachi has returned? And that he's come here to get Naruto-sama? Sasuke had completely missed the Sama part as he was stuck on the fact his brother had been in the village and not dead at his feet. The jonin looked about and his eyes laid on Sasuke. He froze at seeing the last Uchiha. Kurenai called him an idiot as Sasuke ran from the room and toward his brother. He'd kill Itachi this time, and that was a promise. Chapter 5. The True Training. And so this jutsu is to become intertwined and used to prepare for any fire-style jutsu that will be used in the future. Damn, that was long, Naruto said as he moved on to the next jutsu scroll. He read through a few of them and got a pretty good idea of how to do them, plus they were way shorter than that lame-ass fire scroll Jiraiya had given him. Pervy Sage is probably out doing Kami knows what. Why'd he have to make me stay in the room? I still need help with advanced seals and formulas, Naruto said in annoyance at being treated like a child. He was Hokage now, which meant Jiraiya was now his subordinate and had to do what he said. But then again he was the student and Jiraiya was the master. Master of ditching kids to go peek on girls. Damn pervert, Naruto yelled to himself as he continued to read and work with his scrolls. He knew he couldn't act this way when he was around people or when being Hokage, but he was in a hotel room all alone and Jiraiya had told that while on this search he was the student and Jiraiya was the sensei. With Hayashi, in Konoha. So you see, that is why I asked Naruto to marry you, Hinata. I believe him to be the best male for you and so he is to be your husband when you turn 16 years old, the age of marriage. Besides, I don't want to give up my daughter to some pig for good clan alliances, and by marrying you to your true love I'm being both a good father and clan head. Hayashi said to Hinata and Hanabi as they had been pestering him about it, mainly Hanabi. Thank you, father, but what of Hanabi? The clan elders will marry her off as well once they see that I'm with Naruto-kun. Hinata said in worry for her younger sister. Do not worry, my daughters, for I have a plan for this as well. When Hanabi reaches of age, Niji will become clan head and she will marry Naruto as well. Since he has two clans to revive, he'll need all the help he can get. Besides, I'm sure he will come to love both of you as I had loved your mother when we were wedded. Hayashi said as his two daughters smiled and hugged him tightly. Then Hinata's eyes widened as she remembered what she and Ino had talked about earlier. Father, Ino Yamanaka wanted to be with Naruto-kun as well. If Naruto is truly from two clans as you say, then I think she and I can find more girls who I know will love Naruto-kun as much as I do. Do you think he'd mind us doing that, father? Hinata said as Hayashi thought about it for a moment. I'm sure Naruto wouldn't mind. He doesn't seem like that type of person, and from what he and I spoke about, I think he'd trust you and Ino-san's judgment on girls for potential wives. You and Hanabi better get going. There are a lot of girls I'm sure Naruto would be interested in, but only a few in the village which are right for him, Hayashi said with a chuckle as his daughters left. Ah, Naruto, you lucky bastard, Hayashi said as his clone came out of hiding and began doing paperwork again while he read Jiraiya's newest book. With Jiraiya peeking in a hot spring. The girls here are amazing. Achoo, Jiraiya said quietly with a perverted giggle and then sneezed softly for the 4th time today. Must be some hot young lady remembering the love of Master Jiraiya, Jiraiya shouted on accident as a bathstone crashed into his face. Get that pervert! A sexy young woman yelled as she covered herself. She and the 20 other women then proceeded to beat Jiraiya crapless as his screams were heard all over the town. With Naruto, in the hotel room. Heh, that perv just got his ass pounded worse than Orochimaru, Naruto said as he laughed from hearing the girlish scream of his sensei. There was a knock at the door and Naruto answered it only to come face to face with Itachi and Kisame. I thought I told you to stay in the village, and why is he here? Naruto said with a frown on his face as Itachi bowed to him. He has very important information on Madara, Naruto-sama, so I thought it'd be best if you heard it right away, Itachi said as Naruto sighed and ushered them in. Fine, what cha got, Kisame-san? Naruto said as he sat on the bed and they pulled up chairs. Well, Naruto-sama, Madara Uchiha is the main reason for your parents not being around. He caused the Kyuubi to escape and then placed it under an extremely powerful genjutsu to do his bidding. Your father, the Yondaime Hokage, defeated him and made him retreat, thus breaking the genjutsu. The Kyuubi continued to attack and ended with it being sealed into you, and both your parents dying to keep you safe, Kisame said as Naruto closed his eyes to hide his emotion. Does he have any other crimes to atone for? Naruto asked in monotone to further hide his emotion. Yes, Hokage-sama. In the past he took control of the 4th Mizukage with his Sharingan. I was one of the very few who knew. I was to help him to bring an end to the world of lies. But all it did was make it a much large world indeed, Kisame finished sadly as Itachi picked up. He also helped train me to effectively kill the entire Uchiha clan, started the Mist Civil War, and is the true leader of Akatsuki. He's collecting the bijou so that he can have total control of the world by reflecting his Tsukuyomi off the moon, Itachi said as Naruto grew shocked at the information. He's a monster, Naruto growled out as Itachi and Kisame nodded. Itachi's head snapped toward the door as a frown appeared on his once emotionless face. Sasuke, Itachi, and Naruto said as they then turned to one another. We'll talk about that later, but for now, excuse me, Naruto-sama. I need to drill something into my foolish little brother's head, Itachi said as he stood and bowed to Naruto before calmly walking out of the room and shutting the door behind him. Kisame and Naruto looked at the door as they heard the sounds of birds chirping, explosions, grunts, shouts of pain, Itachi talking, more shouts of pain, and then a duck. Yeah, that last one they had no clue what it was. Itachi came back into the room looking a little drained with a beaten and battered Sasuke over his shoulder. Sorry about that, Naruto-sama. Where were we? Itachi said as a knock came to the door. It was Might Guy and he looked a bit embarrassed as he looked up in shock to see Itachi there. He saw Sasuke over Itachi's shoulder and was about to attack until he heard Naruto. Guy, don't. They're my agents, and Sasuke kinda deserved the ass kicking from coming all the way here for something he couldn't achieve. Now take him back to the Konoha hospital. Be sure to get Kakashi there as well, Naruto said sternly as Guy came into the room and bowed to him. Speaking of Kakashi, Naruto-sama, there is something about him that concerns a few of us, mainly myself, Shikaku-san, Asuma, Kurenai-san, and Yugao-san. He seems to believe that you will do a poor job as Hokage and are not fit for the position. He has also stated that Sasuke-san will do a better job at it because he is more talented than you. He also seems to believe it was Sasuke-san who defeated Gar-san's bijou, but the rest of us know it was you due to some of the ANBU who watched your battle. Guy said as Naruto looked a bit shocked. He had always thought Kakashi believed in him, if not just a little bit. Well, now he knew it always was about Sasuke. Thank you for that information, Guy. Now can you please do as I said before and repot this to the Shinobi Council? I'll be back as soon as I can, but I want them to use the route Umbu that Danzo selects for A rank and S rank missions. Tell them to redirect our ANBU to surveillance of the village. That is all, you may be on your way, Guy. Naruto said as Guy bowed once more and took Sasuke to the village. A great tactic. Use the real ANBU for a watchful eye on the village and use Danzo's route to complete hunter and information missions outside the village there for showing only half the strength of all the Umbu Corps.
Ingenious, Naruto-sama.
Itachi commented as Kisame nodded because Mist used to do the same tactic after the Civil War. Thank you, Itachi. Now what is the other reason you're here? I hardly believe that you'd waste time traveling here to tell me something that could have been said once I returned to the village. Naruto said as Itachi's eyebrow twitched for a second, showing his hidden surprise. Well, we did come here for that reason at first, but then, while at the edge of town, we noticed your increase in power, so we wanted to test it. Kisame said with a grin as Naruto smirked at him. Naruto stood up and they followed his lead. Well then, I'll show you the power of the Hokage, Naruto said as they exited the room. They quickly made their way to an empty grass plain. Itachi activated his Sharingan and Kisame took Sharkskin off his back as Naruto raised a brow. Starting things off serious, are we? Why? Naruto said as he had planned on them underestimating him and his abilities. We sensed you power increase and the control you have over it. We're not good sensor ninja, but even we can tell that if we don't take this battle seriously, it'll be our last for a while. Itachi said as Kisame nodded with a huge grin. Enough talk. Time to fight, Kisame said as he rushed Naruto. Naruto flipped back as he ran through hand signs. Lightning style. Lightning Dragon Jutsu. A huge dragon made of lightning streaked out of his open palm, utterly decimating the spot Kisame was before he leapt high into the air. Itachi raced through hand signs at a blinding speed before inhaling deeply. Fire style. Grand Fireball Jutsu. A giant fireball 5x the size the one Sasuke could make raced at Naruto as he barely dodged out of the way. The flames of the edge of the fireball caught his foot as he stumbled to the ground. He held his ankle and foot as he looked at Itachi, who pointed upward. Naruto cursed as he quickly bit his thumb and drew blood. He slammed his palm to the ground and a seal matrix appeared where he did. Summoning Jutsu. A large poof of smoke, large Kisame's sword slammed into the shield of Gamaken the Guardian Toad. Gamaken pushed Kisame off his shield and high into the air as Naruto leapt up into the air after him. Gamaken then impaled Itachi with his Susumida. Itachi merely stood stock-still and then busted into Crow, who flew after Naruto. Gamaken sighed as he dispelled from the battle. Where do you think you're going? Itachi said once the crows reformed into front of Naruto, who only smirked at seeing the 18-year-old Uchiha. Nowhere, because I was meant to hold you off, Naruto said as Itachi gave a raised brow. His eyes widened as he drew a kunai at Naruto, who was hit by it and dispelled into smoke, revealing him to be nothing but a clone. Itachi turned around to Kisame to see Naruto behind the shark-like man with his fist cocked back. Itachi, with the use of his Sharingan, noticed that Naruto had used Dancing Shadow Leaf to get behind Kisame and that there was wind chakra infused within the punch that was about to be delivered. Kisame, watch out! Behind you! Itachi said as he flashed through hand signs. Kisame turned around, but it was too late as Naruto fist impacted with Kisame's gut. Wind style. Tornado fist. Naruto said as he twisted his fist into Kisame's gut and sent the man swirling toward the ground. Kisame flipped over when he was close to the ground and landed softly in a low crouch as he had went through 10 hand signs. Naruto's eyes widened as he could tell what was about to happen. Water style. Great Water Bullet Jutsu. Kisame then fired a large blast of water at Naruto, who was still high in the air as he looked down at the two with wide eyes. Seeing the large water jutsu heading towards him, Naruto did a single one-handed hand seal and brought his index and middle fingers to his lips while taking a deep breath. Fire style. Fire Stream Jutsu. Naruto called out as he channeled more and more chakra into the jutsu, so it would overpower Kisame's water one. He saw that it wasn't working, so he used a bit of Kyuubi's chakra and the flames of the jutsu turned white and red as he increased its power. Fire style, Dragon's Rage Jutsu. Naruto's new jutsu completely bested Kisame's own as it dissolved the chakra-infused water and sped to the two Akatsuki members. Although as soon it did this, Itachi disappeared and reappeared above Naruto and brought a harsh kick down on top of his head, slamming him down into the ground. But when Itachi hit him, he quickly realized that the Naruto he hit wasn't the real Naruto. As when he hit him, Naruto turned into a wooden person, revealing that Naruto had replaced himself with a wood clone. But how? Itachi questioned as he started to look around for the real Naruto, although before he could find him, he suddenly found thousands of water needles surrounding him, where he heard Naruto's voice cry out the name of the technique. Secret Ice-style Jutsu, 1,000 Needles of Death. Upon which the thousands of ice needles surrounded him, all closed him on around him and impaled him, but as soon as they did, Itachi reverted into crows, revealing that he himself was a crow clone. When Itachi reappeared beside, he suddenly turned around to find Naruto behind them with his hands in a clapped position. Kisame turned back and they were both frozen to the spot as they saw Naruto form the one seal they only knew of one Kage ever doing. Water-style Water Shockwave. After which water came from the air and formed a vortex around Naruto that overflowed from his position in the form of a crescent wave. Luckily though, for Kisame and Itachi, they were able to jump up into the air in time and avoid being drowned by the waves. Earth-style Mud Wall, Itachi said as he spat up mud that formed a giant wall that he and Kisame rested upon. Itachi watched Naruto silently with his Sharingan spinning wildly as he gave the youth a small smile. Kisame, we must stop now. You know that only the Nidaime could use that jutsu and there is no telling how many more powerful jutsu he's learned since we've never truly fought him before. He was even able to use all 5 elements in powerful jutsu and increase their power with his own chakra and Kyuubi. He has also shown jutsu which only the Shodai and Nidaime Hokage have ever been able to use, but they're not exactly to those levels yet. But I'm certain if we continue like this it'll come down to my Sharingan and your sword, which it shouldn't in a spar, Itachi said as he tried to memorize the jutsu with his Sharingan. But he noticed that he couldn't. He wondered why. Yeah, he's really a powerhouse, Itachi. He kept up with us at half power, and he may not be using all his power either. It's like fighting one of the Sannin, 'cause you never know how he'll change the tide of this fight, Kisame said as he ran through hand signs and made the water back into vapor. Itachi dispelled his mud wall as they walked up to a panting and sweating Naruto. You guys win. I'm beat. Those were all the jutsu I knew and I don't want to use my bloodline on you too. I want to test that on someone else. But don't worry, once Jiraiya-sensei really starts my training and I get the other jutsu I have in the scrolls, I'll be able to keep up with you too. So how'd I do? Naruto said as he fell to the ground and sat there. Itachi smiled at him while Kisame gaped like a fish. What? You mean we were about to give up? But he's not even in his training yet? Worst of all, he's 13. That means he's stronger than you were at that age, Itachi. We fought him at half power and he's saying Jiraiya-sama hasn't even started his training yet. I can't wait until you're done with it. Kisame shouted in disbelief, but it quickly turned to excitement for the challenge of a powerful Naruto to battle with and against. Itachi only nodded his head as he too felt that surprise and excitement. He didn't like fighting for life or death, but sparring every now and then was relaxing and fun. Well then, I believe this will help you along the way, Itachi said as he reached into his robe and pulled out a small scroll. It read Genjutsu on it and he handed it to Naruto. Thanks Itachi, it means a lot, Naruto said as he smiled up at Itachi. Kisame looked in thought and snapped his fingers as he pulled out a scroll and unrolled it. I was saving this in case I ever had an apprentice, but I'm sure you'll do me proud by wielding it instead, Hokage-sama, Kisame said as he placed his hand over the seal inside the scroll. A poof of smoke later revealed a regular katana with a simple crossguard, which is a simple open frame, much like a 4-pane window. It has a white-colored hilt and white sheath. I took this off a grass Anbu I killed once. I was never able to use it properly, but I feel as though you would. The ninja said it was called Senbonzakura, and that it had a mysterious power that let it rival our blades of the 7 swordsmen of the hidden mist. That was all he told me before he died. But I'm sure you'll learn along the way, Hokage-sama. Kisame said as he handed the katana to Naruto, who was shocked. Thank Kisame. I use it and Itachi's jutsu with reserve and pride. Naruto said with a small bow of respect for the two. We must leave now, Hokage-sama. Pain is calling for all Akatsuki members, but we'll return as soon as we can.
Come, Kisame.
Itachi said in monotone as he and Kisame disappeared into blurs. Naruto simply shrugged and went back to the hotel room. He studied and tested more jutsu before going to sleep. When Jiraiya got there, he saw that Naruto was already asleep, so he simply shrugged and went to sleep as well. He'd start Naruto true training tomorrow. A week later, a lake outside of Tenzaku town. Naruto grunted as he was kicked in the torso and sent flying backwards. He flipped himself mid-air and landed on his feet while skidding across the water. In burst of speed, Naruto shot off towards Jiraiya, one hand going to his kunai/shuriken pouch, and the other began a series of one-handed seals. He threw several shuriken at Jiraiya before thrusting out his palm. Wind style, Southern Gust Jutsu. The shuriken, which had already been going forward at high speed, soon became a nothing more than streaks of silver as they head for Jiraiya. The Toad Sannin jumped out of the way, however Naruto knew his sensei would. Naruto put in a small intense burst of highly concentrated chakra into his legs as he disappeared and reappeared right in front of Jiraiya. Shinobi Rule 7. Never let your guard down, pervy sage? Naruto said cheekily with a smirk as Jiraiya's eyes widened a bit. Naruto aimed a punch at his sensei's stomach, which Jiraiya swatted away in the hopes of knocking Naruto off balance. Naruto went down and pushed himself into a handstand, launching a kick that managed to hit Jiraiya in the face and made the man stumble back. Pushing himself into a flip, Naruto went for an axe kick to Jiraiya's shoulder. Jiraiya put up both arms to guard and immediately regretted it as he was forced to a knee by the power behind the kick. Damn brat, and his stupid chakra enhanced strength. He's almost like a mini Tsunade, but he's still a long ways to go in terms of chakra control and precision. Jiraiya thought as he grabbed Naruto's leg with both hands and was about to flip the boy over, but Naruto had other plans. Naruto used his other leg to jump up and over Jiraiya, using the man's grip to keep himself balanced, and launched a kick to the pervy sage's face. Jiraiya was forced to let go of Naruto's leg as he moved his head to the side and dodged the kick. He turned around and managed to kick Naruto in the chest on his way down. Naruto choked out salvia from the force of the kick, but grinned as he moved with the blow and began going into a series of backflips to gain some distance from the Toad Sage. Jiraiya took out a kunai and threw it at Naruto, going through a few hand seals. Ninja Art. Kunai Shadow Clone Jutsu. One kunai multiplied into 30 as they all headed straight for Naruto. Naruto just looked at them with the same grin as he began going through a few of his own hand signs before calling out his newest jutsu. Water Style Water Wall. A large wall of water formed around Naruto, blocking the kunai, and once Naruto was sure the last of them hit his shield, he went through more hand signs and called out the name of another jutsu had learned earlier that day. Water Style Water Dragon Jutsu. The wall of water began to swirl around Naruto at high speed before taking the shape of an enormous water dragon with glowing yellow eyes. As soon as it did, Naruto created a shadow clone. The clone clapped its hands together as the water dragon launched itself towards Jiraiya. Wind Style Gale Palm. The clone opened its hand toward Jiraiya as the man's eyes widened a bit while wind shot a large blast of compressed wind out of its hands. Instead of Jiraiya, it went straight for the water dragon. That was when Jiraiya's eyes went really wide. The water dragon's power and speed were soon increased as the wind jutsu merged with it. It headed towards Jiraiya, with the Sannin cursing up a storm as he jumped out of the way and into the air, having to use chakra and his full leg strength. The water dragon's head slammed into the water with a loud crash. Water erupted everywhere, looking as if there was a large explosion. Using the distraction caused by his jutsu, Naruto threw a few shuriken and went through the hand signs Jiraiya had used earlier. Ninja Art. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The few shuriken became 30 as they headed for the still airborne Jiraiya. Noticing them, the Toad Sage went through his own hand seals to counter them. Ninja Art. Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's hair wrapped around his body and became hard as steel as it deflected the shuriken. Once the shuriken were all gone, Jiraiya whipped his still long hair around and called out another jutsu. Ninja art, hell needles. Several hardened needles of hair launched at Naruto from Jiraiya's mane. Naruto took out 2 3-prong kunai. Spinning them by the rings, he went into his taijutsu stance, the toad style, with both kunai held in a cross guard. Naruto and his clones' hands became blurs of motion as they deflected the senbon-like hairs away from the real Naruto. When the senbon hailstorm died down, Naruto looked around, not seeing Jiraiya anywhere. He frowned before closing his eyes, trying to sense out the man's chakra. Naruto could pick it up fairly easily, since it was the most powerful one there besides his own. He finally found the town madman. However, his eyes widened when he realized the man was right under him. His realization came too late as Jiraiya came out of the water and smashed a fist right into Naruto's chin. But before Naruto could fly too far, Jiraiya's hair wrapped around his body and hardened, immobilizing him. It was then Jiraiya felt cold metal on his neck and found the clone he'd forgotten about with a kunai to it. Jiraiya and the real Naruto had a silence and long stare down before they bursted into laughter as the eldest Sannin placed the youngest Kage down on the ground upright. Naruto went through several hand signs as he slowed his breathing to get his jutsu just right this time. Unlike the other days, he had used it. Water style, water drainage jutsu. All the water from the supposed lake was turned into air once again as Jiraiya slammed his hand to the ground. Earth style, leveling the plain field jutsu. The ground under their feet rose to the level of the surrounding area and Naruto did a single hand sign. Secret wood style jutsu, great forest creation. The barren land they were standing on began to blossom and sprout new life until it matched the very forest that surrounded it. Naruto slumped onto the ground as he rubbed the back of his neck. Geez, pervy sage, I know doing these are supposed to help, but don't Cha think I could rest today? I mean, we'll find her here, right? Naruto said as he started to feel the drain of the high-rank jutsu he had been using. Jiraiya shook his head with a grin as he looked down on his apprentice. No can do, Naruto. You may be Sannin class in all areas, but you need battle experience with your jutsu and taijutsu. Next spar will mix in genjutsu, kenjutsu, and the techniques of the Shodai Hokage, alright? Now dispel the clones from the hotel room and see what they've accomplished in the last 5 hours. Jiraiya said as Naruto groaned but did as his sensei instructed. His head reeled a bit at the sudden mass of information and he shook his head to clear it. They've finally completed all the seals training from the seal scroll and they've started on your personal seal scrolls. They mastered the element training for earth and wood style that we started 3 days ago, so all that's left for me to complete is fire and lightning since I did wind and water 5 days ago. The other clones have finished reading through the scrolls of the Nidaime and Shodai, so I'll be ready by tomorrow to see how those techniques work. Naruto said as Jiraiya nodded while looking deep in thought. Alright, then we'll start your training in medical ninjutsu today and we'll have you start on your writings as well. Tomorrow we'll start on combining the elements you've learned now and go from there. Naruto, I realize that we've pushed your training to the max, but it's for your own good. The other Hokage specialized in only a few fields, and Minato had only learned a bit of each field, never truly diving into them, but learning the bare basics of each. You have a golden opportunity. You can dive head first into them all at once due to your large amount of chakra, picture-perfect memorization, and your shadow clone jutsu. You've learned more in 2 weeks than other Kages have learned into in years. Jiraiya said as Naruto smiled up at him. I know, sensei, so what do we start now? Naruto asked as he and Jiraiya sat down. Well, for starters, we'll begin with 20 clones reading the medical ninjutsu scrolls Tsunade left in the Hokage's vault. Once they've mastered the basics, we'll create 20 more and so on and so forth until they're done. I'll train 50 clones in advanced seals and you'll do your writings personal. But for now, why don't you take a break and go into town? You've earned it. Jiraiya said as Naruto got up and hugged him. Thanks, pervy sage. I promise I'll master 100 jutsu tomorrow. Naruto said as Jiraiya chuckled while he got up himself. Sure, whatever, brat. Just be sure to create those clones. Jiraiya said as Naruto nodded and created 70 clones. Now remember, Naruto, you may not know anyone here, but word might have spread that you and I are traveling together. That can give you unwanted attention, so in your true form, instead of that transformation, alright? Jiraiya said as Naruto sighed deeply and formed a hand sign. Yes, sensei.
Kai.
Naruto said as he was shrouded by smoke. When the smoke cleared, the old Naruto was gone. In his place was a young man as tall as Rock Lee or Niji. He had long spiky blonde and two bangs framing either side of his face. The reason for this is because he doesn't wear his headband anymore, and QB accelerated his growth spurt when training in his mind for 3 mental years. Also, the kid never heard of a haircut until after his 3-year trip with Jiraiya, so there you have it, folks. He possessed cerulean blue eyes that shined like a precious stone, but beneath that warmth and shine was cold and dark, to which proved he was a shinobi. He wore a long black robe shirt, black robe pants, and a white sash to hold them together, to which he tied in a loose knot in the front. Senbonzakura was in its sheath, held in place on his right hip by the sash. He liked to call his little wardrobe a shahakusho because, well, he just thought it sounded cool. Okay. He wore a long white haori with long sleeves over that. He also wore a white scarf around his neck to use as a makeshift mask. Just image Naruto as a really cool and really ungirly byakuya with spiky blonde hair and blue eyes. That bad part about the scarf was that it was last second, and the only one they could find cost a fortune and then some. In fact, Konoha should be getting the bill for that right about now. He did charge it to the village after all, since it concerned the village. With the council. And so that ends the briefing of events, so now on to the village finances. Hamura said as the entire village council had been gathered for the first time since Naruto became Hokage. Yet the civilian half of the council didn't know that. Hamura and the others of the shinobi half of the council were very happy at the moment. Naruto's blood clone had Shadow's clones working in the sealed office, and the village was working better than it had when the Yondaime was still alive and Hokage. The civilian council tried for grabs at power, but they were shut down when the ANBU commandeer told them he would kill them himself if they tried usurping power from the Hokage title. The council had many arguments about that, but Danzo had enough of the headaches from Sayuri Haruno and said he'd do it now if they didn't stop. Hamura, Koharu, Danzo, Shikaku, and Dragon, the ANBU commandeer, were the only ones permitted to enter the Hokage office to do work, when in actuality they were merely advising Naruto or reporting to him. All B-ranked or higher missions were given from Naruto, while the lower-ranked missions were given from Irika and Shikaku. Everything else was handled by the Shinobi Council, until a proper Hokage was appointed to lead in these dire times of instability, as put by Danzo and Shikaku. Hamura sipped his morning coffee as he was handed the village financial report of the week. Alright, let's have a look here. We have 25 new ninja sign-ups to the Roost, so that's $250 to us. We issued the help of Wave, and they're still repairing our village, so that'll be $200,000 each week they're here. We have more blacksmiths, metals, and other materials from Wave as well. Oh, look at what we have here. It seems that someone bought a cute little scarf on their search for Tsunade, and it only cost, what the hell? Hamura read, then shouted out as spit out his coffee when he came across a scarf which was the purchase of Naruto. How could one little scarf for a 13-year-old Hokage cost so much? What is it? Holy crap. Look at all those zeros. Can the village even afford that? Koharu asked as she looked over the paper as well. They passed it down the shinobi side of the council, with each of them having a comment about the outrageous price. Hot damn, Dragon said as he passed it to Shikaku. Troublesome. What the fuck? Shikaku mumbled before he took a good look at the paper while passing it to Hayashi.
Impossible.
Even the Hyuga clan can't see that price on any scarf, Hayashi said while passing the paper to Choza and Inoichi. Wow, and I thought my clan's food bill was high, Choza said. How can this be? Inoichi asked quietly as he passed it to Asuma. I need to quit smoking to help pay for this, don't I? Asuma asked as the two elders nodded while he passed the paper to Tsum Inuzuka, who looked over it with Shibi Aburame. Holy shit, we're just gonna kill the person who created that scarf, right? I mean, we can't pay this, Tsum said as the elders shook their heads. Shibi stayed quiet as he fell back. Fainted. We can't. Don't you see the signature of the artisan who created the scarf? It was made by the master weaver, Suharuto Kurami III. The scarf is made from the silver white, windflower light silk and should be handed down from generation to generation as a family heirloom. The scarf alone is worth enough to buy 10 mansions anywhere in the world and then some. If we kill that man, then there will be hell to pay from his loyal and extremely rich clients. Danzo said as he looked at the paper and handed it back to Hamura. Hey, how come we didn't get to see the paper? Sayuri Haruno screeched as the others recoiled from her voice. Because that paper directly concerns the shinobi half of the village, unless you civilians want to pay for it with your funds and paychecks. Hayashi said as Danzo gave the civilians a stone stare. They quickly shook their heads and moved on to other business. But Sayuri had a question that bugged her, and she, like the civilian fool she was in a ninja world, voiced her thoughts. Why is it only you 5 are permitted to enter the Hokage office? We're just as important as you, so why can't we? There is no Hokage, so we should be able to take the office as a command station for the village, or give it to Uchiha-sama so he can become the next Hokage. Sayuri said as the shinobi scoffed at her. Hayashi decided to answer her ridiculous questions so they could move on to more important things. 1. They are the village elders, the Jonin commandeer, Shikaku, and the ANBU commandeer, Dragon. They have the purview to be in that office, and no one else except clan heads of ninja clans can do the same. 2. You're a fool to believe that they would be in that office unattended. He's talking about Naruto's clone 3. It is the command station of the Hokage and no one else. 4. The Uchiha, as I've been told by my clansmen, is a spoiled brat who broods all day or lusts after power and would never make it to Jonin, let alone Hokage, so long as we clans have a say in that. Hayashi said with a glare as the civilians shrunk back, but Sayuri was unfazed by it. Look, White Eye, I don't know who you think dash. You should be quiet, Haruno-san, as insulting a clan head is an offense punishable by that clan head, and I'm sure Hyuga-sama would gladly chose dead for you. Shibi said as Hayashi smirked. You were saying Haruno-san? Hayashi said as Sayuri paled and stayed quiet. With Naruto, he walked through the streets of Tanzaku town. He was sure that his council was far too shocked right now to be pissed at him, so he'd think of a good story to tell them before he returned. He had received many memories from the clones in his office, but they seemed to have everything under control, so he just let them go with the flow. Naruto looked up and realized 3 things. 1. He was at the outside wall of Tanzaku town's castle, which was in the center of the city. 2. The castle wasn't there anymore. And 3. Now that he had sensing abilities from his mental training with Kyuubi, he could easily identify Orochimaru's chakra. It was like a thick smoke the way his evil and dark chakra was permeable in the air. He sensed 3 others, but he couldn't identify them. Although one felt familiar as if he had been around it before, he decided to check it out. The last time Orochimaru was around Sasuke ended up with his snake emo mark that only made him far more of an emo avenger. He quickly took to the shadows of the castle as he suppressed his chakra to the lowest he could. He peeked out from shadows over the mysterious chakras that he sensed earlier and found for people standing on the street just below. They were Orochimaru, Tsunade, and 2 others. The first surprised him because it was Kabuto, but then he remembered Kabuto's fishy attitude at the Chunin exam. I guess that explains it. It also explains why he showed so much interest in Sasuke and me, Naruto thought as he set his gaze on the other unknown. The only reason he knew Tsunade was the blonde one was because her chakra levels were equal if not stronger than that of Orochimaru. It seemed she was flexing her chakra, probably to show Orochimaru she was still as powerful as she in her youth. He knew that form she took was a genjutsu because Jiraiya told him on the way to town. So that must be the assistant Shizune that Pervy Sage was talking about. She really does have a great pair of pure thoughts. Pure thoughts. The world doesn't need another pervert, Naruto thought as he looked at Shizune and shook his head of his thoughts quickly. It's been quite a long time, hasn't it, Orochimaru? Tsunade said in a somewhat civil tone. Orochimaru chuckled as he looked at his former teammate. Naruto sighed at him getting there at the beginning. Yes, it has. I've actually come to ask you for a favor. My arms? Would you cure them for me? He asked as he lifted his useless arms to show her the bandages on them. Naruto gazed at the bandaged arms in deep thought, but kept his ears open to their talk since his senses were increased by Kyuubi's training. He wondered what the old man had done to the snake. All he knew was that the old man really fucked Orochimaru up. But with what kind of jutsu? It must have been the old man's undoing. What kind of mess have you gotten yourself into now, Orochimaru? Tsunade asked as she narrowed her vision on his arms. Nothing too big. Just out killing the third Hokage and fourth Kazekage. Orochimaru commented nonchalantly with a shrug as the two medics' eyes widened. But Tsunade's soon narrowed again. So, you killed Sarutobi-sensei, and all it cost you was your arms? I would have thought, even in his decrepit old age, he'd have detached your head from those shoulders of yours ages ago. Tsunade said nonchalantly with a slight shrug as Orochimaru's face flashed anger, but was quickly replaced with his mask of kindness and friendship. So, will you do it? Kabuto asked as he could tell she was trying to change the subject while analyzing them. Tsunade shrugged again as Shizune narrowed her eyes to them. Naruto almost couldn't suppress the urge to kill Orochimaru, but he knew even Shizune and Kabuto could beat him as of now, even with his training. He just needed some more sparring experience with Jiraiya before he could take on Kabuto. Then he could use that power and the first step in his plan could begin. Let's go, Kabuto, Orochimaru said with a dark chuckle as he and Kabuto left in a blur. Damn it. He missed most of their conversation when he was thinking of his plan. Oh well, he knew enough to tell Jiraiya. Lady Tsunade, Shizune said as she came to the aid of her sensei. Let's just go get a drink, Shizune, Tsunade said as they walked off. Naruto jumped down from his position in the castle shadows and watched them go. When he was sure they were gone, he blurred from vision. Intend on telling Jiraiya everything he knew so they could make a plan. /N. Yeah, I know. I'm speeding things up to be done with this arc and on to the next one, which will be the Kage's mission arc, remember that. With Hinata, she, Ino, and her younger sister Hanabi could only find one other girl in the village Hinata's age that they knew could love Naruto the way Hinata did, so they were right in front of her right now. So let me get this straight. Naruto is from 2 clans and needs girls who will love him for him so he can revive them? Tenten said as they were seated on a bench outside the dango stand. Hinata, Hanabi and Ino nodded as Tenten looked in thought over it. On one side, she'd have to give up her independent woman life and marry a guy with at least 3 other girls. On the other side, she'd gain the love of someone she knew wouldn't stand for anything less than the best for her and the other girls. After all, Naruto did beat the crap out of Neji just over what her teammate had said about Hinata, and the extra ass-kicking was a taste of what he did to Hinata. Okay, wait, what about Neji and what about that Uchiha kid reviving his clan? Tenten asked as Hinata looked in thought and Ino scoffed. Please, let me tell you, Sasuke Uchiha is not going to revive his clan. He's got both a superiority and inferiority complex. He'd never acknowledge when someone is stronger than him, but the guy obsesses when he thinks someone is stronger than him. Also, for his entire life, despite being popular with girls, Sasuke has shown absolutely no interest in any of us, all due to his all-consuming desire for revenge and power. I know what he wants to do. He wants to kill his brother, because his brother went psychotic and murdered his entire clan. He should thank Kami-sama that the crazy decided to spare him. Trust me, the guy's gonna die before he even hears what sex is. As for your Neji, give up on him. He seems like the type that if he was interested he'd have shown it to you in all his previous arrogance. Ino said brashly, but nonetheless they knew she was right. It was then Hanabi had a question. What sex? Hanabi asked as the other 3 girls had their own reactions to the question. Hinata's face went red and she fainted as she thought of her and her Naruto-kun doing those types of activities. Tenten blushed and started stuttering out nonsense to which no one understood. Ino though grinned as she wrapped an arm around Hanabi's shoulder and guided the younger girl down the street as they walked. She always loved giving these kinds of talks to the younger female population. Do I have a talk for you? I'm going to tell you all about the wonders of being a woman and kunoichi, but first let's go find that other girl your age. Her name was Moegi, I think, Ino said as they walked down the street. Hanabi didn't understand, but she felt nervous about what she and Moegi were about to hear. Maybe it was just excitement. Maybe, with Naruto and Jiraiya, later on in their hotel room. Naruto was back in his sealed form, as he liked to call it. He had just finished telling Jiraiya everything he knew about earlier and Jiraiya looked very serious. Alright Naruto, thanks for telling me that. Now I know to stay on guard around Tsunade. Jiraiya said with a frown as Naruto looked up at him curiously. What do you mean, pervy sage? Naruto asked as he couldn't think of a reason to be on guard around her. Orochimaru most likely came with an offer she'd be hard-pressed to refuse. If so, and if we encounter her like we must, she'll try any trick to keep me out of the game. Knowing Orochimaru like I do, he probably promised to bring Dan and Nawaki back to life with the use of that jutsu the Night Aim created. I'm just not sure what she'll do in the end, but I'll be on guard at all times. Jiraiya said as Naruto started going through scrolls. Naruto eventually found a scroll which had the kanji for second on it. He started reading through them until he got to one of the only ones he hadn't practiced yet. Jutsu name: Summoning Jutsu Reanimation. Rank: S rank. Class: Supplementary. This jutsu is used to revive the dead to serve in battle as the jutsucaster sees fit. To perform this technique, the user must first acquire some of the DNA of the person they intend to revive. Side note: this basically amounts to grave robbing, although bloodstains or organs salvaged after the target's death also work. The soul of the intended revived must also reside in the pure world. Those whose soul has been consumed by the death god, for example, cannot be resurrected. Next, a living sacrifice is required for the soul of the resurrected to use as a vessel. Once all prerequisites for the technique have been met, the physical remains acquired are smeared on a special scroll, and once the scroll is activated, the remains spread out in the form of a special symbol with the living sacrifice in the center of the symbol. Then dust and ash encases the sacrifice's body, giving them the same appearance that the revived had at the time of their death. The chosen person is then revived, and the end product is usually stored in a casket until summoned by the user. Side note: the user can theoretically revive a limitless number of people in this way, so long as they have enough sacrifices, chakra and DNA to perform the technique. Although it goes against morals to do this to the dead, it is needed to show the strength of Konoha. To those who have been brought back by this technique, may you find peace in your return to Kami's places. Hand seals: tiger, snake, dog, dragon, clap hands. The sequence of hand seals for canceling the technique are dog, horse, tiger, and saying kai, or release. Side notes: countering measures. 1. The revived individual is affected in some emotional way that gives them closure. 2. Sealing away the souls. 3. Lightning chakra to disrupt the earth chakra used to summon, although this only works in immobilizing the revived and not a full countermeasure. It was this Naruto and Jiraiya read as more insight to the technique. Jiraiya knew Naruto had gotten this scroll and many of the other scrolls from the Hokage's vault in Naruto's office. The personal ones of Minato and Kushina were in the blood vault behind Minato's picture in the Hokage office. They had gotten the few others from the Shinobi library before going to the main gate back when they were in the village. So that's the thing he used to bring back the Shodai and Night Aim, Naruto said as he frowned deeply at the technique. It left so much to be desired. Yeah, and Sarutobi-sensei used Minato's Reaper Death Seal jutsu to seal Orochimaru's arms from what I read in the report the ANBU gave you. It seems that all 4 of the previous Hokage are unreachable now, Jiraiya said as he gazed at Naruto through the corner of his eye. Naruto had a feral grin on his face as he continued to look through the technique. Maybe not. Just maybe, Naruto said quietly with a smirk in his voice as Jiraiya face-palmed himself. Great, he gave the brat an idea, and knowing the kid, he'd run with it until it was complete or he died trying. So anyway, Orochimaru would claim to have that power, but as you've read, it forces the revived to obey the user. Knowing him, he'd have Tsunade heal his arms and then kill her with them and then be at full power to destroy Konoha. Except this time around the only ones to stop him would be me and Kakashi together, and even then he'll have reinforcements at his beck and call, Jiraiya said as he rubbed his temples from all the problems and situations that were running through his mind just thinking about it. And this is exactly why I didn't want to go hunting him down. The only person that would have a true chance of taking him down at the moment are the other 2 Sannin, you and Tsunade. Plus, from what I read on the battle reports, he has his own hidden village at his command, so waging war against him now would be stupid, Naruto said as he sat on the floor of their hotel room. Don't forget, Orochimaru isn't stupid. He knows that if he attacked us now, he'd be put down hard. He learned that the village is still as strong as it was when he left, and he knows that almost all of his forces were killed along with the Sans ninja, though they had far less dead. The point is that he won't attack us for a while. Hell, from what I know of that sealing jutsu sensei it can't be healed by anything. Unless he perfected that jutsu, Jiraiya said in a serious tone without any worry in his voice, yet muttered the last part to himself. Naruto heard him anyway, but decided to leave it alone. For now. Okay. So what do we do now, Pervy Sage? Naruto asked as Jiraiya shrugged. You said Tsunade was heading for a drink, right? Well then I know just where to find her. Jiraiya replied as Naruto nodded, created clones, and started studying the Hokage scrolls more so than before. He and Jiraiya both knew that this won't be over without a fight. They just hoped they'd be the ones to come out on top. With Sasuke, in his mind, Sasuke was mad, depressed, and a bit happy all at once. He was mad because no matter what he did he felt that Naruto was passing him by. He was depressed because his brother Itachi had made him relive that night just as he did before. Although he was still happy to be away from fangirls and Sakura. He wasn't mad at her or anything, but the girl was depressed to cheer him up for some reason. He didn't need cheering up, he needed his friends to just be that. His friends. If Naruto was around he'd understand that, but yet Naruto wasn't around. Ever since that day when Asuma showed up with Kakashi he hadn't seen Naruto at all really. Yes, he tried to follow Naruto, but that ended with Hayashi taking Naruto inside. He was so angry right now that his friends weren't there for what he needed. A person to tell him that he wasn't alone. Naruto had done that, Sakura at least tried, but what he really wanted was someone who would believe in him no matter what, and for just that. That why, deep in a part of him that no one knew existed, he was jealous of Naruto. Naruto had everything he wanted. Irika, the old guy at the ramen shop, and those 3 kids, they all believed in him simply because he was determined and a hard worker. He had all that, but people only believed in him because of his name, so the civilians thought he was supposed to be naturally strong. They praised him like he was a god or something, but all he wanted was someone to believe in him simply because he'd fight for what he believed in. He wanted people like the 3rd Hokage had been for him. He wanted people he could love like family. Maybe someday he'd get that. Chapter 6, Tavern Hazard. So, she's in there? Naruto asked as they had came out into town at night and walked to the best tavern in town. Jiraiya nodded as he walked in, but soon saw that Naruto wasn't following. He came back out and found Naruto just standing there squinting his eyes at the bright flashing sign as if having a staring contest with it. Kid, are you coming in or what? Jiraiya asked as Naruto turned to look to him while still in sealed form. More like runt form to me. Jiraiya mused in his mind as Naruto was giving him the look. I'm underaged. I can't go in there. Naruto exclaimed as Jiraiya sighed at the loudness of the boy's voice. Look, you're a ninja, so old enough to kill means you're old enough to drink, have sex, and gamble, right? Jiraiya said with charisma as he wrapped an arm around Naruto's shoulders so Naruto wouldn't try to turn back as he pulled the boy into the bar. Naruto grumbled under his breath, like a child, but allowed himself to be brought in all the same. He was curious to why people would even go to taverns, but he'd never voice his curiosity. He and Jiraiya looked around for Tsunade and found her immediately. There she is, but we're not going to go over there just yet. We'll do so after about 10 minutes. That way she can get even drunker and we have a better chance. Jiraiya said as Naruto looked at him with a raised brow. Okay. Naruto said slowly as they got a table near Tsunade and Shizune so they could listen in on them. Lady Tsunade, Shizune said quietly after about 10 more minutes of watching her master drink herself under. It was then Jiraiya sent Naruto a look as he turned around to face Tsunade and Shizune. Tsunade! Jiraiya exclaimed as Shizune jumped a bit and Tsunade looked over at him. Jiraiya! Tsunade said with a drunken hiccup as she squinted to see him properly from her blurring vision. Finally, we've been looking for you all over the place. Jiraiya said in an exasperated voice that Naruto knew wasn't faked much. They had been looking through every tavern until that one where he and Jiraiya had sensed her. They grabbed their plates and moved into the empty side of the booth while Tsunade was too drunk to argue. Naruto could feel her subtly using her chakra to burn away the liquor in her body. He was sure Jiraiya could sense it too because the Toadman's eyes narrowed when she had started to. That meant the plan was out the window then. So what are you here for, Jiraiya? I'm sure Orochimaru would be delighted to have a reunion since he's here too, Tsunade said as she stopped her prohibition jutsu. She knew if she used any more chakra then she was sure even Jiraiya would sense it. So, she wasn't able to burn away any more than half the alcohol in her body. But even still that was more than enough to keep her happily drunk. I figured as much. Listen Tsunade, we need you to come back to the Konoha in order to heal a few people from mental trauma placed on them by a genjutsu. So, what do you say? Jiraiya asked with a cheesy smile as he and Tsunade began playing cards like they usually did when they came across each other. Humph, I decline, Tsunade said curtly as Jiraiya sighed. Well, at least they weren't trying to make her into Hokage. Now that would have been an ordeal. Look Tsunade, it's Jiraiya started. But Tsunade interrupted when she cut her eyes to Naruto who was staring at her intently. Shizune narrowed her eyes at him. He was hiding his power well, but she and her lady could sense it. Who's the brat you got with you? Tsunade asked as Naruto grew annoyed with the woman already. Hey, who do you think you're talking about? You ancient old prune. Naruto snapped back to her, standing up just as Jiraiya grew a smirk and sat him back down. This is Naruto Uzumaki, Jiraiya said as he deliberately spaced the name out for dramatic effect. It worked as Tsunade and Shizune's eyes widened as they gazed at Naruto who wore an annoyed expression. Shizune was shocked because of the Kyuubi, but Tsunade was shocked on a full other level as she knew just about all the boys' family, mainly because it was intertwined with her own on both sides of her family. So this is the famous brat I've heard so much about in the last week. So you took down a prodigy of the Hyuga, huh? Well, it seems those tales were exaggerated. This apprentice isn't at all like your last one, Jiraiya. Just look at him. He's a fool with a big mouth and he's funny looking too, Tsunade said as she smirked when she saw him get annoyed even more by her. Oh yeah. Naruto snapped back at her as he finished his food. Getting angry wouldn't help their situation. They needed her to come back to the village. Well, I'll have to disagree with you there, Tsunade. He's already got the makings of Hokage. He only needs more training and that can be done before we get back to the village, Jiraiya said as Tsunade eyed Naruto even more after that clearly cryptic statement. What, were they there to make her Hokage before this brat because he wasn't strong enough? So you want him to be a fool like the others, huh? Risking his life to protect the village? That's so foolish. Just like Sarutobi-sensei. He should have known better. What did he expect, trying to be a hero at his age? Tsunade said as Jiraiya frowned at her with a stone face and Naruto clenched his fists under the table. He needed to keep his cool. Think calming thoughts. A fool. So foolish. Those sound like great lines to use in battle or life, Naruto thought as he calmed down a bit. Playing at Hokage. Count me out, it's a fool's game, Tsunade said nonchalantly as the other two adults watched her closely. That was when all his calm and cool got its ass kicked out the window when he flew up to stand at the top of the table. Calm and cool my ass. She just insult my idols, my family, and me. All at once, Naruto thought as he rushed her. But Jiraiya calmly reached out and grabbed Naruto before he got to her. Though she'd never admit it, Tsunade was actually a bit afraid of what he might have done had Jiraiya not. The boy was leaking only a bit of killer intent, but it was concentrated, pure, and full of anger. What would happen had he mixed hate and made it stronger? She was a bit unnerved to find out. Let go of me, Naruto said as he tried to wiggle free of Jiraiya's grip. Stop. Calm down. People are looking. You're making a scene, Jiraiya said as if rehearsed while he rolled his eyes. He was more worried about his cards than the fact Naruto was causing a scene. Naruto could probably fight Tsunade, but that was going to be a short fight once she decked the brat once. Let me go. I'm not going to just sit here while she makes a joke out of the old man and the others. No way. I don't care if she is a lady. I'll wipe that cynical sneer off her fake face, Naruto said as Tsunade narrowed her eyes at him. She could practically feel the chakra building inside of him. Tsunade hopped out of her seat and got eye level with Naruto as they glared at each other. Are you challenging me, brat? You've got balls if nothing else. Let's take this outside then. Tsunade said as Shizun groaned and protested against it. Naruto only growled at her. She was going down. Hard. Tsunade, you may want to rethink that. He's not your average brat. He's the dash Jiraiya started but was cut off again by Tsunade. She never listened to any of his good advice. Quiet Jiraiya. I'll show this brat why I'm one of the Sannin, she said as she and Naruto walked outside. Jiraiya only sighed as he followed after her with Shizun and Tonton close behind. Me, one of the legendary Sannin, taking on a lowly snot-nosed genin? I should be ashamed of myself, Tsunade said as Naruto looked confused for a bit and then remembered what form he was in. He smirked at her and Jiraiya knew there'd be trouble from that smirk. Who you calling lowly? Naruto said as he flexed his hands while Tsunade raised her right index finger. See this? It's all I'll need to deal with you, Tsunade said smugly as Jiraiya sighed again. Oh, stop trying to show off. Look, Tsunade, maybe you'd want to take this seriously. He's the dash, Jiraiya was saying, only to be cut off with an irate look from Tsunade. Be quiet, you perverted toad. It's all I'll need to take this brat down for a nap. Don't make me punch you again like last time, Tsunade yelled out as Jiraiya flinched and did a mock surrender. Jiraiya's eyes flinched to Naruto as he saw the boy about to go through hand signs in a flash. Jiraiya had spent quite some time with Naruto now, so he knew Naruto's tell for when the boy was going to go through ninjutsu. Naruto would flex his hands so they were loose and then he'd drop his arms to his sides so he could think about just what jutsu he wanted to use. Fine, fine. But don't say I didn't try to warn you. Naruto, go wild but only with the basics. I don't have the cash on me to pay for a ruined street or town. So try out something we haven't practiced as of late. Jiraiya said lazily as Naruto grinned widely after hearing that. Shizun was worried by that grin, and Jiraiya's apparent confidence in the kid. What kind of basics could make them so confident? Shizun questioned in her mind as she gazed at Naruto and Jiraiya. It was almost as if Jiraiya was confident in the boy, but Naruto was his name was going against Tsunade, Jiraiya's own old teammate, so why was Jiraiya so laid back about it? So what's the bet, Granny? Naruto said with mirth as he knew she was a betting lady. Tsunade quickly grew more annoyed with the brat. First of all, don't call me Granny. Secondly, the bet is that I can take you down with just this finger. If by some miracle you win, I'll give you my necklace, Tsunade said with a smirk on her face as she knew she couldn't lose to some wet behind-the-ear genin. Shizun's eyes widened upon hearing that, but she was forced to shut up as Tsunade gave her a hard glare. Jiraiya sighed as he wasn't in a position to tell Tsunade's life story, mainly because he hadn't seen his old teammate in years. He'd just stand to the side and see what happens and then he'd decide. Fine by me. Shall we begin? Naruto said with a smirk as he stood straight up while Tsunade settled into a stance. Naruto raised his left hand to the sky as a single cherry blossom petal fell to it. The petal glowed as it transformed into a katana that was Senbon Sakura. He unsheathed it and threw the sheath to the side where it turned to cherry blossom petal that blew away in the wind. He held the blade at a diagonal to his face as Tsunade shifted in her stance. A sword. This brat doesn't look like the type, but he seems to hold it with a bit of grace and power. Not to a Kenjutsu master's extent, but still with some practiced ease. Probably only a month or two of training with it, so Jiraiya's got other skills to pass on. Tsunade thought as she took a stance. Maybe that one finger thing wasn't such a good idea now. Nah. She could still whip this brat into submission. Naruto sped toward Tsunade, with the slug princess's eyes widening at the incredible speed. The boy was obviously using chakra, but still that speed for a genin was impressive. He already had his sword in mid-swing too. Shizun was screaming for Tsunade to move. Jiraiya was telling Naruto not to strike her down, and the pig was squealing out in horror at seeing her owner about to die. She ducked and dodged many of his swings, but then started striking out herself, trying to flick him or tap him. She finally ducked under a swing and flicked him on his forehead, sending him sailing through the air with his headband dissipating. Naruto back-flipped to ready himself as his feet hit the ground. He continued to back-flip until he was back at his original starting point. He clutched his forehead and realized that she had used chakra in her strength, but not only that. She had used medical ninjutsu to try and disturb his brainwave flow, so he couldn't do his techniques or movements properly. So, she is some kind of legendary medic. To have done all that in one tiny flick. I haven't even got to disrupting movement function yet. But thank Kami-sama I did skip to dispelling it. Naruto thought as he smirked while placing a hand over his forehead, using medical ninjutsu basics to get his brain back to normal. He couldn't do it all the way, but he could at least move easier. An idea hit him as he saw the moonlight reflect off his katana. Tsunade watched him closely with narrowed eyes. What the hell is that brat still doing conscious? A genin like him should have been out for the count after I disrupted his brain functions with lightning chakra. I wonder, is it the fox's doing? Tsunade thought as she watched Naruto ready himself for round 2. That was fun, but let's try this. I've been wanting to test out my sword's abilities for a little while now. You see, it has a mind of its own, and it wants to take you down. Naruto said with a grin as he held the katana in front of his face in a vertical parallel to himself. Scatter Senbenzakura, Naruto said in perfect monotone as his sword began to separate into 1,000 slender, tiny petals, which then flew away from the hilt, leaving only the sword's handle in Naruto's hand. Tsunade watched as the petals flew around her or dropped from the sky, glowing in the moonlight like a beautiful romance scene. Jiraiya had taken out his notebook and was hastily writing the scene down to use in his next novel. Tsunade was about to laugh out loud at the stupidity of the technique, but then a petal grazed her cheek. She brushed it off, but looked down at her hand in shock and horror as she used her other hand to hold her cheek. She saw one think in her hand as she dropped to her knees and began to hyperventilate. Blood! Tsunade whispered out as she shook violently while Shizun rushed to her side.
Tsunade-sama.
Shizun said as the petals flew toward Naruto and transformed back into his sword before bursting into petals and disappearing altogether. It seems this battle was a waste, and I really wanted to get some true experience in with this fight. I guess the good I've heard about you was nothing more than simple words. Naruto said disapprovingly as he walked away, toward the inn he and Jiraiya were staying in. He really wanted to test himself against one of the Sannin too. Jiraiya sighed as he glanced at Tsunade's shaking form being cared to by Shizun, before sighing and following after Naruto. Just great. Knowing Tsunade, she'll probably take this out of control and challenge the kid without having to fight him again. And that's exactly how we'll get her. Heh! Jiraiya, you madman, you! Jiraiya thought to himself, but grinned as a plan formulated in his devious mind. Hey Naruto, I'm gonna stay out late tonight, so be sure to read those scrolls before going to bed and practice. Jiraiya yelled out as Naruto waved back his hand to show he heard. Jiraiya grinned even more as he headed to the bar. He just knew Tsunade would be it later. What better way to get over your loss to a brat like Naruto than to drink yourself under the table? Later, with Naruto, he and his clones had finally finished reading and memorizing the scrolls of the first and second Hokages. Now all that was left was to read the advanced sealing scrolls Jiraiya had personal written. There was a knock at his door, and when he opened the door there stood Shizun with textbooks and scrolls in her hands as she gazed at him, nervous as always. Hey, Shizun, what are you doing here? Naruto asked as he already had a pretty good idea. He allowed her in and she settled in at the desk he wasn't using. Well, Jiraiya-sama went out drinking with Tsunade-sama, so I thought I'd keep you company, Shizun said as she opened her medical textbook. Naruto raised an eyebrow but said nothing. You're studying too? Naruto asked as he went back to his spot, where his clones had dispelled right before he went to answer the door, and began reading the sealing scroll again. Shizun nodded as she looked at him with a genuine smile. Yeah, even when you're in higher ranks it never hurts to know more. There are some things about the human body that I have yet to learn, especially in regards with how to heal it. Tsunade-sama has taught me all she can, but I still want to go farther than that, Shizun said in confidence as Naruto smiled back at her and set aside his sealing scroll. Well, let's help each other out a bit. You help me with medical ninjutsu, and maybe I can help you find new healing techniques, because I've been thinking of creating other techniques that aren't like any jutsu in the world, Naruto said to Shizun, but the last part to himself as he was still thinking on it. Shizun smiled and nodded happily at the fact she now had her own informal student to pass her knowledge on to. She could just die of excitement at the thought of being called Shizun-sensei. All right, But that could take years, and I'm not sure you're ready for that kind of commitment, Shizen said, but her jaw dropped as 20 more Naruto filled the room with smirks on their faces, as the original had his hands in a cross seal. I think I'm more than ready, don't you? Naruto, the real one, said with the biggest smirk of them all. Shizen blushed a bit, but then got an evil gleam in her eye as she looked at all the Naruto. Well, that just means no going easy then. If you can do what I think you can, then you'll master the bare basics before midnight. I can't wait. We'll be at Tsunade-sama's level before no time. Just how many can you create at a time anyway? Shizen said in excitement, but then asked with a grin on her face that made their spines chill. About 200 at one time. Why? Naruto said a bit nervously as Shizen's grin grew. Because that's just perfect, Shizen said in a sweet, yet cold voice. She cackled evilly as she began his tort. She meant training. Naruto was starting to feel like he may not have made the best decision, and with Kyubi-sensei snickering in his mind, he knew he'd be in a world of pain. Chapter 7. Off the Beaten Path. A week later, morning with Naruto and Shizen. Morning came very quickly for the blonde Hokage since he hadn't gone to bed at all last night. Shizen was sound asleep on his bed. Again, as he was still up with his clones reading through her books and scrolls. He found it a little odd that the pervy sage hadn't returned last night, from his 5th night out drinking with Tsunade, but then again, that was nothing new. The only reason he was more concerned than normal was because of the possible events that may unfold later that day. He knew Orochimaru had probably given her a week to decide, so he'd be ready today. Determined to be ready for anything, he closed his book and gathered his supplies and set them out to make sure everything was accounted for. Kunai, shuriken, senbonzakura, healing ointments made last night with Shizen. Everything he needed was checked off his list as he went through his assortment of tools. He sealed everything back up and put the scroll with his extra things in his kunai pouch, stopping to debate once as he touched the seal on the left hip of his pants. On one hand, it was a very powerful weapon that could help tip the scale in a fight. On the other hand, though, if it was taken from him, it could make someone else a lot more powerful than they needed to be at the moment. He resigned to have Kyubi tie his soul to the blade, after all. Only he was supposed to use it, right? Hey Kyubi, Naruto thought as he was sure Kyubi could hear his thoughts. What the hell do you want, brat? I'm trying to get my morning nap in. Kyubi's gruff and plainly male voice came to his thoughts as he frowned. Just great, instead of the sexy, ready to do anything for him Kyuchan he had hoped to get. He got the hard-nosed, hardest military commander he didn't want at all. Hey you maggot-ass brat, I can hear every damn thing you think. Now think your business before I really do turn into a mindless beast like those villagers of yours think I am and turn your little blonde ass into a chew toy for my future kits. Kyubi said. And that's Kyubi-sensei to you while I'm in this form. Or did you forget what the punishment was? Kyubi-sensei. Kyubi-sensei said gruffly as he growled in Naruto's thoughts. I just want to know if you can make Senbonzakura and me tied, so no one can steal him, Naruto exclaimed in complete and utter fear of that punishment again. Kyubi-sensei smirked a foxy smirk as he mentally cracked his knuckles. No problem, my small and still regrettably virgin jailer. It's done, Kyubi-sensei said in a slick and sly voice as he snapped his fingers. What? That's it? Naruto asked as he could mentally feel Kyubi-sensei frown a bit. Yes, or did you expect some age-old ritual and a sealing circle which you might not survive? Bitch, please. Tying the human soul to an object is easier to me than killing small woodland critters. If you wanted to do it with another human, that would only be a clap of the hands, Kyubi-sensei said with a yawn at the end. Hey, why haven't I been training with you anymore? I mean, I just sort of forgot about that method until now. I mean, not that shadow clones aren't cool, but why not just read these scrolls and train with you for 3 years in a few hours? Naruto asked as Kyubi-sensei mentally rolled his eyes. Because brat, that was a one-time deal. I slowed your mind longer than it can ever hold again. If I did it again, you'd be a vegetable because of the deep-seated slowed functions that I'd have to stop, like motor skills and such. Kyubi-sensei said lazily as Naruto still had one more question. If you can tie a soul to an object that quick, then what about immortality? Naruto asked as Kyubi-sensei narrowed his eyes. That is not difficult either, but I've only done that with one human. And that was to gain my freedom from the little fool. Kyubi-sensei said with more disdain and venom than Naruto thought possible. Was it Madara Uchiha? Naruto asked as Kyubi-sensei nodded slowly. Yes, that accursed Uchiha has plagued me since the days of Hashirama. Kyubi-sensei said, as Naruto's eyes widened a fraction. You didn't use an honorific, his last name, your Hokage, or anything like that. Did you know the Shodai Hokage? Personally? Naruto asked as Kyubi-sensei smirked. Why yes I did. You don't get to be a man's practical guard fox for nearly 30 years without getting to talk and know more about him, his family, and his students. Are you jealous? Kyubi-sensei said with mirth as he could feel Naruto's jealous, but quickly frowned as it turned to pride and curiosity. Not at all. After all, that just means that I can talk to you about everything I want to know about the creator of the Leaf Village. This'll be so awesome. You're not getting too many naps anymore. I've got so many questions. Naruto cried out in joy as Kyubi-sensei screamed out in horror. Naruto snickered as he cut the mental link and went back to what he had been doing. Having all of his gear packed up and ready, Naruto decided on a quick shower. It wasn't that he cared about going into a possible fight dirty, since he really was a little bit grimy due to his training schedule and less than hygienic habits as of this search trip. He'd normally, while on this trip, just train, exercise, and then read until he fell asleep, leaving no time for such things as bathing. The reason he decided to get a shower now of all times was more practical. Using warm water was a quick and thorough way of loosening muscles before strenuous activity, and if there was a more strenuous activity than the possibility of fighting a Sannin in Kabuto, whose skills he knew next to nothing about, then he hadn't found it yet. Thank Kami for Shizune and her medical books for letting him know all of that. In Konoha with Hinata. So you want me to teach you about what? Kurenai almost yelled out as a blushing Hinata jumped slightly before poking her fingertips together and looking at her sensei with both nervousness and hope. Please, Kurenai-sensei. I need to know more about it if I want this to work out. Hinata said quietly with a sudden burst of conviction. She would not let anything mess this up. She'd kill them before they ruined this. She didn't stutter. Maybe she really is serious about this, but let's just see how serious she is. Kurenai thought as she looked at Hinata with pride. This was turning out to be better for Hinata than she had at first thought when Hinata first came and told her about it. She smiled at the girl she looked to like a daughter. Fine, but I can't teach any more than I did before. Although, there is one person who can tell you just about anything about it. Kurenai said as Hinata looked at her with sparking pupil-less eyes. Kurenai got a flashlight from out of nowhere and made the entire training field they were in as dark as night with a genjutsu. She clicked the flashlight on and held it beneath her face as she gave the already frightened a creepy look that scared the girl even more. You must go and see Anko, Kurenai said spookily as Hinata fainted. Kurenai began to laugh wickedly as lightning flashed in the back of her genjutsu. She'd have to thank Naruto Hokage-sama for those pranking tips someday soon. She chuckled to herself as she picked up her student and began walking back into the village to bring her to the Hyuga compound. Konoha was definitely going to be changing with Naruto as Hokage. Later, with Naruto. He was just coming out of the bathroom from his shower, which was longer than he first thought and wanted, when there was a knock at the door. Figures pervy sage would get wasted enough to lose the room key. Again. Probably too hung over to sneak in here too. Naruto grumbled in thought as he walked over to open the door as another, more frantic knock came. He stumbled a bit as he sneezed, and wondered who was thinking about him. Hang on, I'm coming, he said as he opened the door to find Shizune there, breathing heavily. She was dressed and had some ninja tools in her right hand. She was holding her stomach with her left, as if she was hit in it. He guessed she went to her own room to get the tools while he was in the shower, but her room wasn't that far away.
Jiraiya-sama?
Is Jiraiya-sama in yet? Shizune said in a rushed manner. Naruto could clearly see she was distraught as she tried to look over him and into the room she was in just this morning. From her limited viewpoint, she couldn't see anyone else there, so she turned her attention back to the boy in front of her, finally noticing his state of dress, or lack thereof. Blushing heavily, she turned around and apologized. Sorry, Naruto-kun, I didn't mean to come at a bad time. I just really need to see Jiraiya-sama, Shizune said with a red face and stutter. It's about Tsunade, isn't it? She went to meet Orochimaru, Naruto said, not caring to put up pretenses anymore. Shizune spun on her heel, not caring about his unclothed state anymore as she gripped his shoulders tightly. You knew? But how? Shizune asked frantically as Naruto gave her a blank stare, while he gently removed her hands from his shoulders. Naruto checked the hall before pulling her inside and shutting the door, causing her to squeak a little in surprise as her face went red again. Is the world filled with a lot of Hinata-chans? Wait, Hinata-chan. When did that? Oh yeah, she loves me marrying her, and she stalked me. I almost forgot about that. We're having a serious talk about that when I get back to the village, Naruto thought as Shizune sat on his hotel bed. When we got here, I wandered over to where the castle was and found Orochimaru's chakra in the air. It wasn't hard to find it and him, so I discovered your little meeting with him. I didn't know for sure, but I and Pervy Sage had a good idea of what was going on. Pervy Sage wasn't going to go to stop her, but I'm betting she tried something to keep him away last night. I haven't seen him since yesterday, Naruto said as he put his hand on the seam of his towel before looking at the medic and arching an eyebrow. Taking the hint, the blushing woman quickly turned around as she heard the towel drop to the floor behind her. So if you knew, then why didn't you bring it up earlier? Shizune asked, trying to hide her nervousness from her voice. Because, first we had to get Tsunade to trust us enough to come back to Konoha. A fight over that meeting would be bad for relations. Second, if there is a fight today, then 2 Sannin against 1 gives us good odds of taking Orochimaru out for good. Though, that'll be a little tougher if Granny gave Pervy Sage any trouble last night. For all we know, he could be tied up in a cellar somewhere in town, being fondled by some really fat G. I'm finished, Naruto said as Shizune turned around to see him in his true form for the first time. It reminded her of some of the samurai she'd seen during the last war as she looked at the long white haori and the sword on his right hip. Then there was the look in his eyes, a look that told her that he had already seen battle, pain, and the death of good people. A look that seemed so out of place on his innocent face, yet at the same time she couldn't think of a face it would fit better with his determination. It was then her factual mind started processing again, and the blush returned to her face as she realized she'd been staring at him. Why you actually plan to help in a B battle between Sannin? Shizune asked in shock as Naruto simply nodded as he wrapped his scarf around his neck. Well, I don't plan on sitting on my ass and doing nothing. Jiraiya-sensei may be a pervert, but he's the only teacher I've got that actually taught me anything more than one thing besides Irika-sensei. Tsunade is kind of a bitch, but she's the only one that might be able to save Kakashi and Sasuke. Of course, that doesn't mean I'm going to rush in and attack right off the bat either. That's what the old me would have done, if it weren't for Sensei's teachings. 1. Now enough talking. If you're here, that means Tsunade is already meeting with that damn snake charmer, Naruto said as he about to jump out the window, but had to duck his head back inside as 2 shuriken lodged into the wooden window frame near him. Unsheathing Senbonzakura in order to guard against any more attacks, he eased his head out the window again. He sheathed the blade back as it was unneeded when he realized the attacker was the Pervy Sage himself. What the hell, Pervy Sage? You could have killed me, Naruto said as Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing his apprentice. Shut up, brat. Tsunade, she used some kind of drug on me. Took me most of the morning just to get over here. It didn't do much to me since I lined the inside of my stomach with toad oil before even drinking with her. So it's clearing up, but it'll be an hour before I'm ready to fight, or win a dance battle, Jiraiya said as he already removed the oil from his stomach and vomited it up. Whatever Tsunade thought she slipped him secretly was powerful, but not completely stronger than toad oil. It still took out almost all of his muscle strength, but he wasn't one of the legendary Sannin for nothing. Alright, but listen. Tsunade is already on her way to meet Orochimaru. Shizune, help him get back on his feet. I'm going on ahead to see what I can do, Naruto said as he jumped to the roof of the building with Jiraiya nodding and Shizune looking as worried as ever. Wait, what? I'm the Jonin here, so you should stay and heal him and I'll go. Besides, I know Tsunade-sama the best, so she and I will have better teamwork to hold them off, Shizune said, trying to reason, but Naruto shook his head. not even bothering to tell her he was actually Hokage and Jonin level in battle, since Jiraiya told him so. This would be his test. Yeah, his true combat test. A Sannin showdown would be just perfect. True, but you're also the better and more experienced medic of the two of us here. You can help him recover a lot faster than I can. Plus, I'm more of a battle person than you, so Tsunade and I can watch each other's back just fine. Naruto said as he sensed out Orochimaru's chakra and found the figurative smoke cloud of it near the very first spot he had sensed it before. Shizen wanted to argue the points further, but Jiraiya cut in. The kid's right, Shizen. You'll just have to be quick about getting me up and running again. Naruto, be careful, it's Orochimaru you're dealing with, so no slip-ups. Use whatever you can to slow him down, but don't use any of those jutsu. Jiraiya said sternly as Naruto nodded with a serious face. Naruto could probably use his newest technique that he created. His father, Minato, would be so proud if he could see that move in action. Also, it wouldn't matter if Orochimaru saw that move, because from what Naruto said, only people he taught it to could use it properly. Her precious people. Shizen said quietly, with only Jiraiya having heard her, as Naruto had sensed a spike in Tsunade's chakra and the appearance of Kabuto's own chakra. Damn! Naruto jumped off the roof and blurred toward where the castle once stood. Naruto! Damn it! Shizen, listen to me. There is no way to bring people back to life. What Orochimaru was talking about is an abomination of a forbidden jutsu. A Kenjutsu. I need you to heal me as fast as possible. If that kid gets involved, things could take a turn real quick if he's going to battle. Jiraiya said as Shizen nodded confidently, while thinking of everything she had learned from last week of nights alone with her shadow clones. True, she could only make 5 at the most, but they were a huge help in her studies and her abilities, even if she would have a headache that needed her own medical attention. She had come so far. Now I just have to put that to the test. Shizen said quietly as her palms glowed green over Jiraiya's stomach and chest. With Sasuke, in his mind, he felt the pain as it came back and left. It'd be back in 5 minutes, but that wasn't what his mind was focused on. It was focused on his life and the people in it. Kakashi, his teacher, his mentor, but the man's constant indifference to everything annoyed him to no end. Sure, the guy would protect his team and village with his own life, but what was that if your student couldn't come to you with their problems? He had, at one time, tried to talk with Kakashi about Itachi, but the man had been dodging Naruto's asking for help and then suddenly pushed Chidori training on him. It wasn't that he was complaining, but when he brought it up to the man, he simply ignored it. Although he did start keeping a closer eye on him. It bugged him that the man didn't want to talk about it, but had the nerve to watch him like a hawk because of it. Yes, he saw Kakashi outside his house the other day, being sure Sasuke was at home and not out raving over revenge against Itachi. Like he'd just become that consumed in his vengeance. This wasn't some stupid manga where he'd just up and drop his good life for power. Orochimaru. Nope. Not thinking that now. Leave that for later. Next was Sakura, his female teammate and annoyance, although the girl had stopped being a true annoyance after the wave mission. It was just she seemed to want to make him happy at the expense of others, and that wasn't what he wanted or needed. He needed someone that would argue with him over ideas. He wanted someone he could just sit around with without them shitting themselves because he was the last Uchiha. Sakura had been getting there, but now she was falling back. And speaking of the person he needed and wanted, Naruto, his male teammate, his rival, and his best friend that he loved like a brother, though the last of which he wouldn't admit out loud or want after he had read what was on the Uchiha tablet. The damn thing said he had to kill Naruto, his best friend, and he wouldn't do that. No matter what, Naruto was the only person who truly understood him. Naruto knew when to argue when he needed a good sparring match, and Naruto wasn't some fawning girl. That last one was such a plus. Naruto was his brother, but lately Naruto had grown distant from both him and Sakura. The time Naruto was in the village, he hadn't seen him. It was like he was hiding something, and that pissed Sasuke off. Naruto knew he could tell him anything. They were practically brothers in all but blood. If Naruto was an Uchiha, that'd be the best. Or if he had been an Uzumaki. Sasuke Uzumaki. Naruto Uchiha. He didn't know which one sounded cooler. Wait, getting off track. Anyways, Naruto was hiding something and he didn't like it. He had followed Naruto around. It seemed Naruto had made friends with his natural enemy, the Hyuga, but he wouldn't hold it against Naruto. He had even gone by Naruto's apartment in his search for Itachi. Everything was gone, although when he was over there before with Naruto there wasn't much anyways. He just wished that Naruto would tell him about whatever he was trying to hide. Hell, he had told Naruto about Itachi, and Naruto told him about the fox. Although they both thought they were going to die at the hands of Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, which would have been pretty ironic, but nonetheless they shared those kinds of deep dark secrets with each other. He'd be sure he questioned Naruto straight out when he woke up, and not a damn thing was going to stop him. With Tsunade slowly walked toward Orochimaru, her hands glowing green from her healing jutsu. The only thoughts going through her head were about her brother and her lover who would soon be reunited with her. As she came within inches of her ex-teammate, they were both forced to jump apart when 3 kunai shot between them. All 3 people, as Kabuto had jumped out to protect his Orochimaru-sama, turned toward the source, only for Tsunade to narrow her eyes at who would dare interrupt them. Tsunade sneered, furious at who had showed up to ruin her one opportunity at happiness. Good day to you too, Tsunadeheim. I hope you didn't get too much of a hangover from your drinking with Sensei last night, for it seemed he couldn't walk right at all. Naruto said in sealed/runt form with a grin as he bowed and stood on the wall off to one side and behind Tsunade. Orochimaru smiled snake-like at seeing the youth who had defeated Niji during the Chunin exams. He only wished it had been Sasuke, the one who had bested Gaara during the invasion from what he heard around the Leaf Village from his spy there.
Ah, Naruto-kun.
I haven't seen you since the exams. Tell me, how's my old sensei doing? Orochimaru asked with a wide smirk as Naruto's eyes flashed crimson for a moment. He's just fine with Shinigami-sama, all thanks to you. Maybe next time you'll do us all a favor and fall on that damned cursed sword. Or better yet, shove it up your ass, Naruto said with a calm fury as he knew Orochimaru was trying to goad him. And after all of the entertainment I gave you, this is how you thank me? Oh well, Kabuto-kun. Kill him, Orochimaru said, and without so much as a moment's hesitation Kabuto threw a couple senbon at the blonde, impaling his neck and heart with pinpoint accuracy. Now that animal control is taken care of, we can get back to Dash. Telling her exactly how you intend to bring back her loved ones? Naruto's voice spilled over the scene again, this time from behind Orochimaru, as he was discovered to be walking towards them on the side of the wall opposite the one he'd been standing on before. Looking back at the body Kabuto had attacked, they were just in time to witness the last of the smoke dissipate. Kabuto, I thought I told you to kill him, Orochimaru said with a hint of anger in his voice as he didn't even turn to look at Naruto. So the brat used a shadow clone. How surprising. My apologies, Orochimaru-sama. I will remedy that mistake immediately, Kabuto said as once again Naruto was hit with the same lethal accuracy, and once again he dispelled from existence. These clones aren't free, you know? Naruto said as he was leaning against the hole in the wall that Tsunade had created when she first met Orochimaru in town. He then got a foxy grin on his face as he shrugged nonchalantly to Orochimaru. Fine, if you won't tell her, I will. You see, Granny Dash, Orochimaru was seething while Kabuto attacked in response. Again the clone popped, and again another showed up elsewhere. He plans to use a jutsu called Dash. Summoning jutsu, reanimation, created by the Nidaime Hokage, your very granduncle. It's true that it brings back the dead, but Dash. It brings them back as nothing more than puppet, most of the time as little more emotionless zombies. I know Dash. There's more to the trick, but I know Dash. It won't bring them back completely. As it is, they would be completely Dash. Under his control. Oh yeah, and let's not forget the only cost are human sacrifices. Naruto finished as Kabuto struck that clone as well. Orochimaru wanted to roar out in pure anger that his trickery was explained by some snot-nosed genin. His anger rose each and every time Kabuto would kill a clone only to have another continue where the last left off. I knew I should have killed you when I had the chance, you brat. Orochimaru sneered as this time Naruto appeared behind Tsunade, more or less using her to shield himself from attack. Naruto completely ignored Orochimaru as he smirked from the practice he got in with his newest prank and technique. So, Granny, is that what you want? A couple of undead puppets in exchange for releasing their puppeteer on the world again? which most likely he'd use them to kill you and Shizune as soon as you healed him, Naruto said as Tsunade looked deep in thought. She didn't want to believe the brat, but she couldn't ignore his knowledge of the technique Orochimaru planned to use. She knew all about her ex-teammate's sick experiments, yet it all left her with a question. How do you know so much about this jutsu? She asked Naruto as it was her last hope to discover if Orochimaru truly was lying, even though Orochimaru's actions against the kid pretty much proved his guilt. Because it was the same one he used against the old man when he brought the Shodai and Nidaime Hokages back using it. He tried to bring back the Yondaime too, but that one didn't succeed, right, Oroki-chan? Naruto said cheekily as he gave the snake Sannin a fox-like grin over Tsunade's shoulders. Is that true, Orochimaru? Tsunade said while lowering her head, her voice coming out in a growl. Not only had the snake offered to give her loved ones back to her with such a despicable kenjutsu, but he'd also already brought back both of the previous Kage, her blood relatives, to fight against the village they founded. Oh, he was dying today. Cool. You really are the annoying prankster, aren't you, Naruto-kun? You just can't leave things that don't concern you alone. Well, since it seems I won't be getting healed the nice way, I'll just have to make sure you can't heal anyone else either, Tsunade. There are other ways for me to get the use of my arms back, Orochimaru said with an amused smile on his pale face. Yet despite his threat, he and Kabuto were forced to jump to a wall, then tree in order to get away from Tsunade's Herculean attacks. Get back here, you bastards, she called out to them as she crashed through the wall they had jumped behind. You know, leaping over that would have taken less chakra, Naruto said, but then shut his mouth tight as the enraged slug Sannin gave him a hard glare. I won't thank you for this, brat, so shut up. Just be glad I'll be coming back and healing whoever when this is over with. Hell, I might even take up the Hokage seat just to put you in your place. Legally, Tsunade said as she thought they came to make her Hokage as well without telling her. That was always the way to do things. Sneakily. Naruto almost laughed out loud, but he didn't, although he couldn't help but smile at himself as he followed the woman after the two traders of Konoha. Progress is progress, I suppose. I just hope Pervy Sage, Boss, and Shizune can find us, he thought as he watched Tsunade continuously cratered the ground with her attacks. Okay, well that shouldn't be a problem then. Guess I'll just hope they get here before she runs out of chakra. Hitting nothing is definitely not working wonders for her chakra, I'm sure, Naruto thought as he sighed at her actions. He dispelled himself after following behind, though far behind enough to know where they would be heading. With the real Naruto in his true form. Well, I guess I better go after them then. It was a good idea to send a clone and have it practice that technique for me instead of myself. Well, let the true battle begin. Right, Pervy Sage? Naruto said as he got up from his spot on a nearby roof and changed form just as Jiraiya and Shizune dropped down behind him. As sneaky as he was with those jutsu, Naruto? Jiraiya said as he smirked from figuring out his student's plan. Yes, but I've created a technique that bests his jutsu by a long shot, Jiraiya-sensei. Naruto said with his own smirk as he disappeared in a single blur. Jiraiya and Shizune's eyes widened as they realized they couldn't follow his speed or know where he was. What was that, Jiraiya-sama? Shizune asked in the hopes the man had some idea of the technique Naruto had used. That was a technique he created to surpass the Yondaime's flying thunder god jutsu. And he did it all right. Not a seal to be had in that technique, Jiraiya said as he knew Naruto wasn't relying on anything but speed and some form of energy, yet it wasn't chakra. Let's go, Shizune, Jiraiya said as he and Shizune blurred toward Tsunade and Orochimaru's chakra sources. Chapter 8. A true test of combat. The Sannin showdown begins. With Naruto back into runt form, he watched as Tsunade continuously cratered the ground with her attacks in an effort to hit Orochimaru or Kabuto. She's really wasting chakra if she thinks she could hit them. She's so slow, even when she's falling. Another great line to use. Naruto though as Orochimaru jumped on top a boulder and Kabuto dodged away still on the ground. Huff! Huff! Stop running, you bastards. I'm gonna turn you into stains on the ground. Now take your deaths like men, Tsunade yelled out in rage as she shook her fist at them. Yeah, that'll keep em in one spot, Granny. Naruto thought as he rolled his eyes from his spot on a large boulder not too far behind her. Why, Tsunade, you seem tired. Is old age finally starting to creep up on you? The snake Sannin said snidely, but then was forced to dodge again as a chakra-powered fist was brought down where he once stood atop the now demolished boulder. If one of those even scrapes me, it'll be painful as hell, if not fatal, the white snake thought before Tsunade was after him again. Naruto watched as Tsunade and Kabuto fought for a bit. They seemed to be well versed in medical jutsu as they fought one around, seemingly tapping each other well, cutting muscles and ligaments. Oh wait, Tsunade just said something about lightning chakra and disturbing the central nervous system or something about the brain. He was more of an action guy than rather listening intently to dialogue. Anyways, she was pouncing on Kabuto like a tiger in the forest of death. This time it was Kabuto who reacted as he took out a kunai and sliced his own hand right in front of Tsunade's face. As soon as the crimson liquid entered the woman's sight, she collapsed in a heap. What the hell? This is just like last night. Crap. She's afraid of blood. Didn't expect that from some hotshot, cranky-ass, legendary medic like Granny's supposed to be. Naruto thought as he hadn't seen any actual attack, so that was the logical conclusion. Damn. He sounded like Shino just then. He continued to watch as Kabuto simply punted the slug princess away from the pair. Ticked him off, but he knew that a spar with Jiraiya was far different than a battle against Kabuto. He knew he couldn't just leap into battle, especially with Orochimaru watching him and Tsunade like a snake watching its next meal. Tisk, TSK Tsunade. Still afraid of a little blood? What kind of medic are you? Now I don't even have to lift a finger. Not that I could. Kabuto, take care of her please. Orochimaru said as he decided to take a front row seat in order to watch the show as Kabuto proceeded to hit and kick Tsunade around the plains. He watched Naruto out the corner of his eye and was sure the young lad would have joined Tsunade in battle with his impulsiveness. But it seems that the brat had learned something in the few weeks since the invasion. Orochimaru's ninja senses went off as he jumped high into the air. Not even a second later, an explosion occurred where he had been sitting. He looked around wildly and so did Kabuto, but all they saw was Naruto and he hadn't moved. Just then Kabuto was forced to move away from Tsunade as a rain of kunai had come down on him. He searched the area another enemy, but the only one was Naruto and he hadn't moved from that spot. Not even an inch. Orochimaru watched Naruto closely and for a second, just a spilt second, he could have sworn he saw Naruto flicker as if not there. Orochimaru threw a kunai at the boy from his mouth and Naruto dodged to the side with a look of disgust on his face. Hey, I don't know where that's been. It just came from your mouth. If I touched that I would have to medicine for years to make me clean again, Naruto said with a disgusted look at Orochimaru. Orochimaru eyed him suspiciously as he leaned over to Kabuto. Kabuto, deal with them, and then I'll kill Naruto-kun myself. Ku, just you wait. Orochimaru said with an evil gleam in his snake-like eyes as Naruto narrowed his own. Both over them knew Naruto could hear everything that was said, even if it was in whispers. Kabuto smirked as he headed for Naruto after kicking Tsunade away. Naruto went through a few hand signs and tossed 3 shuriken at Kabuto, who started at high speed upon seeing the blonde go through hand seals. Ninja art. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Kabuto dodged and weaved through the hail of steel as he made his way towards Naruto. He quickly made a chakra scalpel as he neared the blonde, but was denied his target when said blonde through a new wave of shuriken came at him. As if that weren't bad enough, he had to deal with the extra effect of fighting against someone who could use such techniques. Since when did Naruto get access to the leaf's more formidable jutsu? Kabuto thought as he jumped above Naruto and came down with a swift knife-like motion that was to take the blonde's head off. Kabuto's eyes widened when the blonde he had just killed flickered from vision and disappeared altogether. He looked around and found the brat with Tsunade slung over his shoulder, not even bothering to watch Kabuto. He and Orochimaru were baffled. Neither had seen the boy move, and yet both knew all Jinchuriki had far too much chakra to perform the standard clone jutsu at all right, so how had Naruto got over there? Orochimaru and Kabuto analyzed Naruto as Kabuto appeared on side his master, while Naruto was healing Tsunade's minor wounds. It seems that much has changed about young Naruto-kun since our little festival in the Leaf Village. It wasn't a clone, but an afterimage you cut through Kabuto. Orochimaru said with a snake-like smile on his lips as Kabuto was still confused. Orochimaru-sama, I don't understand. Only a few people are fast enough to leave after images. Surely Naruto hasn't grown that much in that short a time. Kabuto said as Orochimaru merely chuckled and waved him off. I'm sure of it, Kabuto-kun, it was in grade A afterimage. He didn't use pure speed like you're thinking, but instead combined his speed with chakra, I believe, though the part one don't understand is that. Orochimaru explained as he pointed to a mark on the boulder Naruto had been on. It was a gentle footprint. Kabuto looked at it and then looked toward Naruto and Tsunade, being sure to trail his eyes on the ground connecting the 2 points. Kabuto's eyes widened as realization struck him with Orochimaru nodding upon seeing the expression. You see it too then. Not a single footprint until he was by Tsunade. That means that he either flew faster than the blink of the eye or he moved so fast from one spot to the next that it only required one step like a flash of light or flashing step. Orochimaru said as Kabuto began to sweat a bit. He and his lord both knew that his speed, grace and accuracy were his greatest weapons. It was why he compared himself to Kakashi Hatake, because he'd be able to fight the man on equal ground in those areas. Sure, he had only 7 real combat jutsu and his taijutsu was lacking, but he was a medic and could heal quickly, so that allowed him to keep ground with others like Kakashi. So when he fully understood that Naruto was faster than him, it made him fear a bit. He knew that if he was outstripped in speed, then a battle would be useless. Without the greater speed, none of his jutsu, which were all short-ranged at the moment, could hit because Naruto would dodge and counter. Now Kabuto, don't fear. Just look at Naruto-kun's face. He's sweating and panting a bit. That says that he's either not used to the technique, which means that it was created and used recently, which is likely, or that it expands too much chakra to be used, which is basically impossible since he is the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Orochimaru said with interest in his voice as he watched Naruto use healing jutsu on Tsunade. Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow as he sat beside Tsunade, not taking his eyes off of his 2 enemies. He knew using that technique was more than he could handle at the moment, especially having used it 2 times before to attack Orochimaru and Kabuto with those exploding tags and kunai at speeds that were faster than the blink of the eye. Using it fast enough for them not to see was more than his body could truly handle, since he wasn't used to the technique at all yet. Now he knew why people waited until mastery of a move to use it at its full potential in battle. Damn, I've nearly reached my limit with that move, Naruto said to himself as he stood up and narrowed his eyes at the 2-sound ninja. He wanted to be able to take the both of them down on his own. And maybe he could, with his sheer power and abilities, but sadly the world and reality favored the skilled and experienced. He knew that had this been at least a month later on the track he was on, he could fight both of them toe-to-toe. In his current state, he'd be able to hold them off, at least until Orochimaru sealed off his chakra and Kabuto killed him with those chakra scalpels. Oh well. I love a challenge, Naruto exclaimed while getting up as Orochimaru smirked at him. Orochimaru's smirk turned from such to a grin to a full-blown wide snake grin until he finally burst into laughter, and Kabuto was but on edge the way the 2 of them were laughing, because Naruto had done the same a few seconds after Orochimaru. They were both insane. Kabuto fixed his glasses so they wouldn't see his utter fear of them. He then calmed himself and fixed a smirk on his face as he approached Naruto and Tsunade with his left hand already covered in chakra, making his chakra scalpel. Naruto stopped his maniacal laughter as he narrowed his eyes while standing up fully to meet Kabuto. You really shouldn't interfere, Naruto. You aren't even close to being on my level, Kabuto taunted as he rushed to attack Naruto. He knew if Naruto used that speed to slice his head off, then it'd be all over. Naruto flipped over a low swipe and got a kunai from the hidden seal under his wrist. It was a good thing he had thought of it beforehand. He dodged the blows from Kabuto as best he could while still recovering, but he was still caught on the wrist by one of Kabuto's slashes. Naruto found that he had lost all feeling in his hand and he dropped his kunai. His momentary distracted state was all the opening Kabuto needed to kick him in the chest. Stay down, Naruto. You are impressive, I'll give you that, but you're not that special. If you fight against those stronger than you, you'll eventually die, Kabuto said as he turned towards Tsunade, his chakra scalpel at the ready for the lady, who was still paralyzed in fear of the blood on his hand. Naruto sprang up to his feet and was able to get between Kabuto and Tsunade as he blocked Kabuto's slash on his injured arm and felt the sharp pain head go through his limb. Do you like my attack, Naruto? It's called the chakra scalpel and can slice apart your insides without causing the tiniest scratch on your skin. You can't win, so stand aside and I may allow you to watch what I do to Tsunade. She will heal my master. Kabuto said with a dark and twisted smile as he attempted to strike Tsunade. He was shocked when he felt himself being restricted from behind. He felt that his arms were bound by some form of energy. It wasn't chakra, and yet he could tell it was close. What is this? Kabuto questioned as he turned to look behind him. Naruto had two fingers out stretched toward him as he lay on the ground breathing heavily. It was that damn smirk on his face that infuriated Kabuto so much.
Bakudo risuaita yksi, sai.
It is the first of many I will create, and you should feel honored to be its very first sea captive. Naruto said through ragged breath as he stood up shakily. Kyuubi was already healing the damage, and if Kabuto somehow broke free of it, then Naruto would be long since healed by that time. Kabuto focused his chakra as he stood up, even that been somehow a difficult challenge. Naruto walked toward him holding up his hand as if there were a small ball in it. Now's as good a time as any, Naruto thought as he held up his arm that hadn't been disabled. Naruto began to form the Rasengan in his hand as Kabuto's eyes widened at seeing such a powerful flow of pure chakra. He saw Kabuto struggling against his Bakudo and knew he had only a few more seconds before the traitor was free. I can't lose here. I won't let this traitor hurt her. I won't. She might be crabby, but she's nice deep down. If she could raise a person to be as sweet as Shizen-chan, then she's bound to be good herself. I'm the Hokage and I'll protect her with my life. Naruto thought as his resolve hardened and he fully formed the Rasengan. What he didn't notice was it was somewhat bigger than a normal one. Never threaten anyone while I'm around. Rasengan, Naruto yelled as he thrust his attack into Kabuto's chest. Naruto fell to his knees as he watched Kabuto's body be blown back from the deadly attack. He turned to look at Tsunade and began to slowly walk over to her. He began to try and wake her up out of her stupor. He kept shouting things at her. Her life, Shizune, hell, he even mentioned Jiraiya. However, Naruto didn't see the blow coming behind him, and he was thrown away from it by a hand. It was then a plume of smoke erupted in between Tsunade and Kabuto, forcing the latter to jump back to Orochimaru's side with a frown on his face. Naruto looked at him with narrowed eyes as he watched the area he struck Kabuto in heel right in front of him. Is it some form of bloodline? Or some kind of medical ninjutsu? Naruto thought as Jiraiya and Shizune were now standing beside him and in front of Tsunade. Nice attack, Naruto-chan. If I had used up more chakra earlier, then I wouldn't have been able to heal the damage you did. Even as it is, your attack did cause me some major damage, but I don't think that you are in any position to take advantage. Kabuto said as Naruto fell to his knee, panting at the more draining effect on his chakra. Though he quickly got over it, much to Kabuto's shock and annoyance. What a great party you've got here, Orochimaru. You don't mind if we crash it, do you? Jiraiya asked with a smirk on his face as Orochimaru chuckled. Not at all, Jiraiya. Just be sure to drop dead by the end of it, Orochimaru said as Kabuto stood at the ready. Only if you do first, Jiraiya said in a serious tone as his smirk fell from his now serious face while he dropped into a stance. Let's take our party out of the way. Let the kids here have some fun, Jiraiya said as he looked at Naruto and the others from the corner of his eyes. He saw that Naruto still slightly panting and had probably already used that new speed technique more than he should have. Fine by me. Kabuto, be sure to end their lives, Orochimaru said as Kabuto took a deep breath and went through hand signs. Jiraiya's eyes widened as he noticed which ones and he bit his thumb as he flashed through the same. Kabuto pricked Orochimaru's thumb with a kunai and both cried out the same thing. Summoning Jutsu. In two bursts of smoke, two snake heads and a toad tongue cut through the smoke. The toad's tongue wrapped around the snake's body as the snake flipped its boneless body over and slammed its tail into the toad's head, causing it to be sent back to its world. Jiraiya cursed as he was forced to dodge the snake lunge. The snake caused a large amount of earth to be thrown into the air along with creating a dust cloud as Naruto and Shizune, who was carrying Tsunade, jumped from rock to rock. A snake head shot out of the dust cloud and went straight for the three ninja. Damn it, move! Naruto said as he shoved Shizune and Tsunade out of the way as the snake opened its mouth, with him having no way to dodge or avoid being eaten. Why is it always snakes? Naruto yelled out as the snake closed its large jaws with him in them. In Konoha with Ino. Ino was having a talk with her dad, and the man had found that it was good to be drinking coffee and read the Konoha Times newspaper when Ino wanted to talk about her newest crush. What did you say, my little Ino-chan? Inoichi said as he turned creakily toward his daughter. I said that I like Naruto now, Dad. Seriously, I can't believe I didn't see it earlier. Naruto's nice, if not a complete goofball and immature, but still nice and kind. He's good-looking, loyal, not a pervert, and plus. He's from 2 clans. 2, Dad. That means he's bound to be rich and probably famous someday. He might actually become Hokage someday like he always said. Just think, me married to the Hokage. Ino said, girly as she lost herself in her fantasy world while her father was sipping his coffee, whispering things like, you have no idea, and if only you really knew. Inoichi sighed as he patted the spot next to him for Ino to sit down. She did so as he gained a serious face. If she really wanted to be with Hokage-sama, then he'd better be sure not to offend his Hokage by having her get into a relationship with him to be a mere fangirl or rich his wife about it. Ino, why don't you like that Uchiha boy, Sasuke, anymore? Inoichi asked with a critical eye as Ino lowered her head. To be honest, I really gave up on Sasuke a long time ago. He never really looked at us girls with any interest beyond people. He might consider us kunoichi and fellow ninja, but not girls he likes. The point is Sasuke isn't going to settle down with any of us because we've been chasing him and have nothing to offer. He's only now starting to see Sakura as a friend, and you see how long that took. During the academy, I and Sakura kind of bonded over chasing after Sasuke. It was fun having a rival in that aspect, but now, after talking with Asuma-sensei, I see that guys like Sasuke won't give fangirls the time of day. Ino said with her head still lowered and in a whispered voice as tears rolled down her eyes. Inoichi softened his gaze as he hugged his daughter. So what makes you think Hokage, Naruto, would want a fangirl? He asked as she wiped her tears. But I'm not going to be a fangirl to him. I know Sasuke has some real feelings for Sakura. She's the only girl he actually tolerates. I'm going after Naruto because I realized that good guys like him are 1 in a million. He's funny, kind, gentle, loyal, sweet, and from what I've heard from Hinata, he always keeps his promises. Isn't that the kind of guy you said I should always marry? Ino said as Inoichi smiled down at his daughter. Yes it is, but you should think about this a lot more than just now. Don't jump into this, ease into it and see if the feelings are mutual. If they are, then you and he have my blessings. But if they aren't, then you'll find the right one eventually. I just know it, Inoichi said as he kissed his daughter's forehead and hugged her. Thanks, Daddy, Ino said. You're welcome, my little Ino-chan, he said as he patted her back. He just hoped that he wouldn't have to fight Hayashi for the rights of first wife. He knew how much Hayashi's daughter, Hinata, loved the boy. With Tenten, she and her team were practicing in their training field. She looked toward Niji and thought of what Ino had said. Was it true? Hey Niji, can I ask you something? Tenten said quietly, as Niji wiped the sweat from his brow. Yes, Tenten, what is it? Niji replied. It was then she noticed that he wasn't as cold, or as harsh as he used to be. He had actually responded back with curiosity in his voice, and his voice was kinder than it used to be. Did you ever have a feeling for Emmy? Tenten asked with a noticeable blush and stutter. Niji raised a brow at it, as did Lee and Guy, but those two stayed out of the conversation, although they were listening. Yes, at a time I did have a small crush on you, but as we became a team and got to know each other better, it faded into admiration and understanding for your hopes and dreams. I'm sorry if you hold feeling for me, but I have none for you other than pure and platonic friendship, Niji said, without the slightest bit of hesitation or remorse for his words. Even Lee's eyes widened at just how blunt he was at telling her he didn't like her. It seems some things never changed. Damn it, Ino was right. That arrogant stick-up-your-ass wouldn't have stopped you from asking me out. Oh, Kami-sama, why didn't I see it before? Tenten exclaimed as all her male teammates' face faulted into the ground, with Niji's eyebrow twitching up a storm. It seemed that Ino Yamanaka had just made his list. The battle with Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Earth style, dark swamp, Jiraiya shouted out as he and Orochimaru appeared on the back of the two-headed snake. Orochimaru laughed a bit with a smirk as he looked out at the swamp his creature was trapped in. What's wrong, Jiraiya? I knew you were always weak, but even you, as one of the Sannin like myself, was always able to do better than this. Even you, a failure as you are, should have been able to sink my snake. What's wrong, Tsunade get to you? Cool, cool, cool. Orochimaru said as Jiraiya smirked back at him. Wasn't trying to sink it, Oroki-chan. I was waiting a bit before we start the real battle atop this beast. Jiraiya said in a mocking tone as Orochimaru narrowed his eyes at his white-haired ex-comrade. He hated to admit it, but a full-strength Jiraiya was far more powerful than he was at the moment. And even at his own full strength he wouldn't be able to kill Jiraiya, because he knew Jiraiya had more power than he did. It was then both of the Sannin cut their eyes to the mouth of the snake as it exploded and Naruto jumped out of it. As soon as they saw his escape, Jiraiya was forced to dodge the legendary blade, Kusanagi, which Orochimaru was currently wielding with his mouth. It seemed that even without arms, Orochimaru could use his treasured Kusanagi. Oh, how Jiraiya wished Orochimaru had been killed by that damnable blade sometimes. You seem determined to run away, Jiraiya. Where is that will of fire that the old fool I called Sensei continued to speak of? You know, right up until his death at my hands. Orochimaru taunted as he knew Jiraiya would get angry over the jab. Jiraiya's eyes hardened and in a surprising burst of speed, he grabbed the blade with his chakra-coated hands and threw it away. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he didn't have time to dodge when Jiraiya followed up with a savage punch to Orochimaru's face, sending the white snake rolling along the snake's skin until he was near his sword. Don't you dare speak of Sensei like that, Orochimaru. You know far better than that, Jiraiya said loudly, in a tone that gave the snake Sannin pause and some level of fear. Orochimaru had rarely seen Jiraiya as serious as he was currently, and had a bad suspicion that the fight with his old teammate would go south, rather than as he had expected. He shook himself out of his thoughts when Jiraiya was attacked again. His strikes were more swift and powerful, and if not for Orochimaru's natural snake-like agility and flexibility, Jiraiya would have pounded the snake Sannin into the ground, or snake as it was. Orochimaru launched his tongue and wrapped it around Jiraiya's leg, hurling the larger man into the air. He attempted to kick him, only for Jiraiya to be prepared for his strike. Needle Jizo, Jiraiya said as his long hair wrapped around him and extended out into spikes. Orochimaru hissed in pain as his leg was skewered by the hair. Jiraiya released his technique and grabbed Orochimaru's leg only to hurl the paler Sannin into the ground away from the snake. Jiraiya landed in front of him with a complete Rasengan in his hand. Orochimaru could just feel the pain already. Rasengan, Jiraiya yelled as he thrust the orb of chakra towards Orochimaru's head. Jiraiya wasn't surprised when Orochimaru's body dissolved into mud, although he was when he felt a sharp pain and saw that the Kusanagi had just nicked him through his side. You really shouldn't let your guard down, Orochimaru said, teasing as he mentally called his blade back to him. Jiraiya fell to the ground in a grunt of pain. He could already feel the poison beginning to spread and knew he had to finish this fight quickly before it killed him. That was if Orochimaru didn't do it first. It seems we both have a handicap now, Jiraiya said as he shakily stood to his feet. Maybe, but I was always more talented than you, Baka, Orochimaru said with a smile as he and Jiraiya attacked one another again, but this disappearing into blurs of speed. Naruto sailed through the air as he had finally escaped that damn snake's mouth. Okay, that is never happening again, Naruto exclaimed as he looked around. He saw Shizen being kicked away by Kabuto, only for her to breathe out some weird purple cloud. That was when his eyes widened a bit, finally realizing that it was poison. He watched as Kabuto sunk into the ground almost instantly. He needed to warn Shizune and fast. Shizune, watch out. He's underground, Naruto shouted out as Shizune looked up at him and her eyes widened as she jumped into the air. As soon as Kabuto's hand broke ground, she wasn't fast enough as Kabuto had tapped each of her ankles. effectively cutting her tendons. He pulled himself out of the ground just as Shizun landed and crumbed to the ground, not able to stand on her own feet due to her severed ankle tendons. Well, it seems that warning was for naught, huh, Naruto? Kabuto said with a smug smile as he kicked Shizun back over to Tsunade. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he stared at Kabuto. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he was gone in a blur. Kabuto panicked as he saw the boy disappear, but panic soon turned to pain as he found Naruto's fist lodged into his gut. So, you want to know what's for naught, huh? Well, look into my eyes and you tell me, what's for naught? Naruto said heatedly as Kabuto's smug smile came back. All he needed to do was play along while he healed from the crushing chakra-enhanced punch Naruto had just delivered, and then he could redirect his chakra back to his chakra scalpels and cut Naruto's windpipe in half. It was the perfect plan. Or so he thought. What could possibly be so interesting about your eyes? Kabuto said, but fell silent as he stared into the now purple eyes of Naruto Uzumaki. Kabuto's eyes lost all form of life in them as he gazed into the glowing purple eyes that held his attention in them. From Naruto's eyes to Kabuto's flew a purple eagle insignia. It was the symbol of the great king. Kabuto then instantly felt as if anything Naruto said he would obey without fail. He felt as if the person he was, before he looked into the eyes of his new and only king, was being destroyed and a greater person was being born. A person who would serve his Narutodano well. How he loved the person he was becoming, but the old part of him hated it with all its might. That old part of him felt that the only person they should serve was Orochimaru. Needless to say, that part was quickly tuned out as the new Kabuto bowed like a knight awaiting orders from their king. His king, Naruto. How may I serve Uzumaki Dano? Kabuto asked from his bowing position, in a low and humble tone. There was no arrogance, no hate, or ignorance when and while in the presence of his king. No, there was only servitude and joy in that servitude. Shizun watched in complete shock that the boy, who was about to kill them, was bowing to Naruto. You may raise my noble servant, for now you will serve me well, Naruto said in a regal tone as Shizun gaped like a fish. What do you request of me, my king? Kabuto asked as he got up. I ask that you spy on Orochimaru for me. When around me and not Orochimaru, you will be my servant as you are now. When in both our presence, you will act as you once did, as his servant and not mine. While him and not I, you will act as you once did. Is that understood? Naruto said as commandingly and kindly as he could. Even though Kabuto was his enemy, he didn't need to treat the guy badly. He was pretty nice during the Chunin exams, even if it was all just an act. Kabuto nodded as he bowed once again. It is understood. As you wish, my lord. So you have commanded. So let it be done, Uzumaki Dano, my king. Kabuto said as Naruto sighed in exasperation. The scroll said nothing about them acting as mindless loyal puppets. You may act yourself, Kabuto, and called me Naruto. As you wish, Naruto-sama, Kabuto said as he once again stood and adorned a smile. Naruto, how did you do that? Shizun voiced as Naruto and Kabuto had just remembered she was there. She shifted nervously as they stared at her with surprise. Oh yeah, that. Well, it's part of my bloodline. The Daiugen, or in my case, the Kemi Daiugen. It allows me to take control of a person and turn them into, basically, a knight in service to me as their king. I can make them do whatever I want so long as they looked into my eyes once while my bloodline was activated. The problems with that part of my Jujutsu are that I must have eye contact, and that I can only take control of 5 people every 3 years. Once I take control of those 5, I have to wait 3 years before I can use that ability again at all. It's called knighting or geas. Naruto explained while Shizun walked over to them, after healing her tendons, as she held her stomach where Kabuto had kicked her. Kabuto at least had the decency to look apologetic at the sight. You said a part of this.
Kami Dayugan?
What else is there? She asked, unsure if she was allowed to question him about his bloodline. She remembered that most clans and bloodline users were very shush about their bloodlines and jutsu around others. Oh, well, it has only one other use that I know of. It allows me to see a great distance. Up to 1 full kilometer of clear and accurate vision. Sort like a hawk's eye view, huh? Other than that, the scroll containing information was pretty vague on anything else, saying things like, a great king must look to the past and future in certain instances, as to better prepare and extend his reign. It sounded like a lot of boring crap to me, but Sensei thought it might have been a hint at another power of my jujitsu. Naruto finished with a shrug as Shizune tried to make heads or tails of the quote. It sounded as if his jujitsu would give him the power to see the past and future, but that couldn't be right. No one had the power to know what would happen, right? I believe it is time we got Tsunade-sama to her right self, my master. She has been in that state for far too long, Kabuto said as he looked toward the frozen slug princess. Her gaze held nothing but fear, and Naruto frowned as he didn't like that. It was too much like what the villagers would look like when he used to go shopping. Oh yeah, the villagers. He'd have to find a way to deal with them after he got back to his village. Not the time to think about that, he'd have to deal with one problem at a time. I've got the perfect plan to snap her out of it, Naruto said as a grin appeared on his face. Oh, it would be dicey, but he always did enjoy life on the edge of a kunai. He and Kabuto began fighting once more, but this time with a dangerous plan. With Kakashi, in Konoha Hospital. Kakashi sighed for what seemed like the millionth time today. He was waiting for his friends to visit him, but it seemed as if they had other things to do. Now that he thought about it, they all stopped coming around after he said that stuff about Naruto being Hokage. He really hoped they didn't take it the wrong way. It was just a misunderstanding if they thought he was being disloyal or unfaithful. He would follow the Hokage no matter who it was, even Naruto. Wait, that came out wrong. He meant to say that he believed that those who picked the Hokage would always pick the best for the job, and that person was Naruto, it seemed. Truth be told, he loved his students, especially Naruto. The kid was just so full of life. It was astonishing how, dare he say it, why youthful. Kami-sama, that was hard to get out. Anyways, Naruto was just so why youthful and always ready to take on a challenge. The boy also had a gift for bringing out the best in people. He did it to Zabuza and Haku as well as Gaara, it seemed, so there was no telling who'd be next. Now back to what he was saying. Kakashi believed in Naruto. He just didn't think the kid was ready to be Hokage. As of now, the Hokage is the leader of the entire Leaf Village. He just thought Naruto should wait a few years before taking the position. Now, what exactly did he say? Oh yes, he said that Naruto didn't have any of the power to back up his title. Well, it was true as far as he knew. Besides shadow clones and Kyuubi, he didn't know of any other abilities Naruto had. But that didn't mean Naruto couldn't be trained. He wanted to tell them that Jiraiya-sama was going to train Naruto further, so he would have the power and skills to back up the title. But he didn't know if Jiraiya-sama wanted people to know of his training Naruto. It was training to combat the Akatsuki at first, but now it would be pushed 10 times harder and faster now that the boy was Hokage. He also said Naruto lacked the intelligence to be Hokage. Well, that one was kind of true. The Naruto he knew was hyperactive, impatient, and clueless to just about everything. The boy had plenty of intelligence in the midst of battle, but as Hokage, a position which required political and mental acuteness, he was fairly sure Naruto would be eaten alive by just the civilian council and their tricky ways. Although, he still thought Naruto could be taught and that if that didn't work, the boy could always prank the crap out of them. The point was Naruto was still a kid, and to place a kid in charge of sharks like the civilian council was asking for him to be eaten alive. But still, he had faith in Naruto. He said Naruto was the weakest of his team. Now that must have come from the meds he had been on at the time, because he was very sure that Sakura was the weakest of his team. Naruto was arguably the strongest. The reason he says arguably is because some would say Sasuke's natural genius would be a fair match against Naruto's hard-working genius. Truth be told, he wasn't sure which of his two students would win in an all-out battle, but he did hope he'd never find out and that it never happened. And on to the last point, Sasuke. He said Sasuke would have been a better choice for Hokage. Yes, but what he meant to say was that Sasuke would have been an easier choice as Hokage, but he was sure the Uchiha boy would never take the position if asked. The reason he thought Sasuke as an easier choice was because of a few simple facts. 1. Sasuke already had the support of the villagers, whereas Naruto would have to fight tooth and nail for their liking. Sasuke was already calm, quiet, and reserved, while Naruto would have to be trained by the Hyuga to get like that. Sasuke had the Sharingan, which meant that if Sasuke was trained by, say, someone like Orochimaru, and please perish the thought, then he'd have been at least S-ranked in 3 years, especially with Orochimaru's love of jutsu. And then there was the battle during the invasion. He wanted the reports from Pakin, his ninja dog, but the little guy was blown away and dispelled before he saw too much. The last thing the lead ninja dog saw was Sasuke lunging at Gaara with a Chidori. He didn't hear any more about it until he was walking down the street days later, to which he heard 2 civilian women talking about the battle. He just assumed they overheard some ninja, who had seen or glimpsed the battle, talking about it. He wanted to question his students about it, but he thought it wouldn't do to have their egos inflated at their sensei asking about the battle against one of the 9 demon lords and its Jinchuriki. He had, however, overheard Sakura thanking Sasuke for saving her when Naruto was pestering him about Chidori training. He didn't get to catch Sasuke's reply to her thanks because he was focused on Naruto, but he was sure it would be a curt grunt, nod, and walking away into the setting sun, as if the boy was just that cool. Yeah, right? Only he was that cool. Oh well, he'd just have to question Naruto as soon as the boy was back in the village with Tsunade and he was healed. Sigh. He had such a thoughtful student, but Naruto always was the nicest of them and the most, as well as least, tolerable. The boy really was just nice, while he, Kakashi Hatake, was sick and couldn't move a part of his body without incredible metal pain shooting through it. What did Naruto do? Go and get the greatest medical ninja ever to heal him. And apparently Sasuke. Yeah, he'd have to talk to Sasuke about that later, but first he'd question Naruto on what really happened during the invasion. He'd be sure that nothing was going to stop him, or he'd shove a Chidori someplace they wouldn't like. With Jiraiya and Orochimaru, they clanged and clashed many a times as their titanic battle went on. They reappeared again after many of clashes, hanging upside down on the snake which was still stuck in the swamp Jiraiya had created. Jiraiya was feeling worse with each passing second, but he managed to escape death from the poison of Orochimaru's cursed sword, Kusanagi. The things toad oil straight from the Toad Mountain could do. Normally it would have evaporated in minutes of being in the normal world, but when it stayed in the human liver, helping to purify the body, it could easily redirect it to a wound, if done by a master such as himself. That gave him the power to use Sage Mode on just that one spot and clear away most of the poison. Now all was left was the tremendous pain that came with small amounts of fatal poison. No death, but a hell of a lot of pain. Just look at you, Jiraiya. They used to call you the town madman, but now you're hopping along in and out the village, and with that brat in tow. You've really fallen off, haven't you? Trust me. I've always had a good eye for talent, and with that one, all I see is insipid mediocrity, Orochimaru said as they rested from their battle, having jumped to the top of the snake's back. Orochimaru watched from the corner of his eye as Naruto was kicked away by Kabuto. His eyes went back to Jiraiya, the most dangerous opponent he'd ever face. No matter what he said, Jiraiya was the most powerful person he had ever seen. Not Itachi, not Pain, and not anyone else could compare to the few times he had seen Jiraiya serious during the Third Great Shinobi War. Those were sights he was both proud and somewhat fearful of. When someone had endangered him or Tsunade, Jiraiya killed them and killed them hard. As he and Jiraiya swapped more dialogue, it seemed to him that this battle wasn't about them, but the future instead. He would boast about Sasuke's natural talent, while Jiraiya would defend Naruto's amazing potential and drive to never give up. And as they talked more and more, it seemed to him that both boys were going to follow in their footsteps, as if they were fathers to them. Sasuke, much like himself, had natural talent, loved by the people, and was hailed as a genius. But Naruto was so much like Jiraiya that it wasn't even laughable. It was almost as if he was Jiraiya's own direct descendant the way the two compared. Both were thought as losers, failures, and dead last of the academy, yet both were or had proven people wrong on all those accounts. He had saw Naruto's fight in the Chunin exam, so he knew Naruto was just like Jiraiya, an underdog to win all bets against him. And as all this was going through his mind, he wondered about the two boys. From what he saw during the exams, they were close like he and Jiraiya had been. They were brothers just like he and Jiraiya were still. Even though they both would deny it up and down, they both knew they could never hate their truest friend. Even now, Jiraiya's spy network was the best, and had found him and his hideouts plenty of times. But Jiraiya had never told Konoha a thing about him. He and Jiraiya would bump into each other from time to time, and it was pleasant. A little talking, some outlandish battles or sparring for them. He'd escape and Jiraiya would go back on the road. If they truly were out to simply kill one another, then they'd have done it in the last 13 years. Don't you think? Hell, he even let Jiraiya catch on to his plans about the Chunin exams, and he never attacked the Leaf Village unless Jiraiya was there. It was nice, their little game of ninja and such. His fleeting goals for power and immortality. Jiraiya's travels to find the Child of Prophecy. Sometimes he wanted to go back to Konoha, but then he remembered why he left. To get away from the people who judged him for all his imperfections. He was a Sannin, a legendary ninja, yet he was only human. But those people didn't see it that way. They saw him as a monster for his experiments. They saw a criminal who wasn't socially acceptable. Jiraiya didn't see that. Jiraiya saw his human teammate who was making medical advances and trying to reach his dreams, his goals. Jiraiya saw him for who he was, a person. A human being who only wanted to escape his fears and have a dream to always work toward. Orochimaru wasn't stupid. He had figured out long ago, about 15 years actually, that true immorality wasn't obtainable. Unless grained by a kami or demon, then it'd be true, like Madara Uchiha. The lucky bastard. Anyways, he knew his dream wasn't reachable. He also knew that it wasn't about the dream, but the long and rough road to it. So, he became the monster they saw him as, but to Jiraiya, he was only a brother who needed someone in the whole world to tell him he was human, and loved. In a not romantic way, of course. Wait time to get off the road of memories and emotions, and back to his original thoughts. Anyways, it was disturbing to think that those two boys could be ripped apart like him and Jiraiya. He could tell Naruto would grow as powerful as Jiraiya, but what of Sasuke? Sasuke would need someone to show him the ropes of being the snake to the toad Naruto would become. Sasuke would need to complement Naruto's stupidity with his own cool, calm genius. The same as Jiraiya and he wondered who could do it besides him. He would hate himself if he put Sasuke, Naruto, and the people around the two through the same crap he and Jiraiya went through. He wanted Anko to do it. Oh, how he loved messing with his former student. She was just too excitable and far too easy to scare. She thought he was some evil demon who came back every few years just to make her life miserable. Oh, if only she knew the truth. Anyway, he knew she could teach him the things he'd really need, except for the being freighting, creepy, and weird as hell parts. No, he'd have to do it himself. But in what way could he do it without the people hating Sasuke like they did and still do him? Bah, he'd think on that later. Orochimaru, you seem rather distracted, Jiraiya said as he stood straight up from his stance. He could tell no one was watching and he knew of his friend's thoughts. Yes, I was just thinking about things and stuff, Orochimaru said casually with a sigh as he sat on his snake's back. Jiraiya walked over to him. So you really think it's gonna have to come to that, huh? Jiraiya asked as he stood in front of Orochimaru, while the snake Sannin. It will be the only way. Anko never got to part 2 of my training, and I never taught another student after, so it's the only way. Unless, Orochimaru said and explained his stroke of genius to Jiraiya as the Toad Sage grinned. Sounds perfect to me, you snake fag of a genius. Let's do it, although I may have to be out of the village when you enact it. Can't have people knowing I knew, Jiraiya said as Orochimaru stood up. No, we can't. Although I'm curious. Will you be telling young Naruto of this plan? You toad-obsessed idiot, Orochimaru asked as he eyed the boy. Apparently Naruto was holding off Kabuto's attempts to get to Tsunade. I probably will, but if I do, then your plans may change, Jiraiya said with a serious face. For the first time in many years, Orochimaru's face held confusion and interest. You see, Naruto has been quite active since you attacked the village. He's become the Godame Hokage, Jiraiya said as Orochimaru gaped like a fish. What the hell? How could they make that brat the Hokage? He isn't powerful, nor intelligent, Orochimaru said. About to go into a rant when Jiraiya held up his hand, stopping him. There was something about that grin on his face that made Orochimaru uneasy. Actually, what you see now is the Naruto that you knew, but the one he's becoming is on a whole other level. You were always the best sensor ninja of our team. Surely you should be able to sense out Naruto's true level power. Jiraiya said as he gestured toward Naruto, who was doing a Rasengan with his shadow clone. Orochimaru closed his eyes and focused on Naruto's being. He felt there were two layers of power, almost as if Naruto was holding back his true power. He could sense three forms of power. The form Naruto was using now, which was less than 1% than all the power. The second form, which was the most focused and controlled of them all. That form was more than 45% of all the power. And the third form, which was Kyuubi. It was the most out of control and unrefined form, which was 54% of all the power. But Orochimaru could sense that Kyuubi's chakra was being steadily drained into the two other forms. Orochimaru predicted that within the year that Kyuubi's chakra would be Naruto's completely if he continued to get into situations which called for more of Kyuubi's power, like healing Naruto or just plain using the beast's chakra. Jiraiya, indeed little Naruto has gotten powerful, almost as powerful as we. But how? Orochimaru asked as he was sure Jiraiya knew the answer by way the Toad Sage was grinning ear to ear. Ah yes, well the boy is doing a training which would kill anyone else, even we of the Sannin. Jiraiya said nonchalantly with a shrug as if he were talking about the weather while Orochimaru gaped, but quickly schooled his face with a gleam in his eye. And this training was? Shadow clones. Jiraiya answered as Orochimaru's jaw dropped. Truth be told, he himself had trained using shadow clones, but each time he did he was hospitalized for a week from the mental strain alone. Damn those 20 clones for dispelling at once. Interesting, Orochimaru said as his eyes widened upon seeing Naruto slam a Rasengan into Kabuto's stomach for a second time today. He knew from personal experience that Kabuto would be feeling that in the morning, even with his healing jutsu. So want to finish this little spar of ours? Jiraiya said as Orochimaru kept his eyes fixated on Naruto, and then flickered them to Tsunade, who was healing the boy from whatever Kabuto had done to him. No, I think I'll just battle Tsunade instead, Orochimaru said nonchalantly with a smirk as he shot down off his snake's back. Jiraiya's eye twitched for a second after hearing Orochimaru's statement. Oh no you don't. She's my Tsuhime. Don't hurt her, you snake queen, Jiraiya said as he jumped down off the snake himself, after Orochimaru. Orochimaru turned back and shot his tongue at Jiraiya, wrapping it around the older man's leg. What the devil? Jiraiya yelled as he was then slammed into the ground with no mercy. Damn that boy-obsessed snake lover. Better luck next time, Jiraiya Baka, Orochimaru yelled back with a chuckle as he flew toward an injured Naruto and Tsunade, who was healing said injured boy. You cheating bastard, Jiraiya groaned out loudly, which made Orochimaru chuckle more. I'm evil, remember. It's what we do, Orochimaru yelled back with mirth as he made his sword, Kusanagi, come forth from his mouth. Tsunade got in front of Naruto, believing Orochimaru was going for the boy. Orochimaru wanted to laugh out loud, but years of being the cool, calm and collected one forced him not to. Having glanced down at Naruto's body, he saw that Tsunade had placed her necklace on the boy. It was only because he was still looking at the necklace did he see Naruto's eyes peek open and then close once again. Orochimaru almost choked on his sword because of laughter. So, the boy had either faked his injuries, which was unlikely, or he knew he'd be healed much quicker than the injuries could even become a problem. Maybe this boy was better suited to be Hokage than he, Orochimaru, had first given credit for. Orochimaru quickly thought up some lies Tsunade would believe, but mostly they were half-truths. As soon as he figured out exactly what he was going to say, he pulled his sword from Tsunade's chest and recalled both his sword and tongue, which had still been wrapped around Jiraiya's leg. Tsunade, you are the one person I wouldn't want to kill. Listen to me. If that brat is allowed to live, it'll mean more trouble than you and your friends than you can possibly imagine. Stay out of my way, Orochimaru said as believable as he could, which was in cold indifference. No, you listen to me. If I do nothing else, I will protect this boy, Tsunade said through ragged breaths and the quivering of her own body. Orochimaru couldn't help but smirk at the sight. Tsunade could have been a world-class actress if her family wasn't that of the Hokage, and we all know how appearances are to a ninja family. And how do you plan to do that? Look at you. Your body's shivering like a leaf in the wind. Besides, why would you, one of the Sannin, risk your life for a lowly genin? Orochimaru said, but deliberately paused at the boy's rank. Tsunade didn't seem to notice the pause, but he saw Naruto's body tense at it. So Jiraiya wasn't joking. That obnoxious brat really was the Godame Hokage. Interesting indeed. By saving him, I'm saving my home, the village hidden in the leaves. Konoha, Tsunade said as Orochimaru frowned at hearing that. He still hated the village for its sudden persecution of him after everything he had done for it. So what if he experimented on criminals and missing ninja? After he helped them win not one, but 2 wars, don't you think they could have been a little more grateful? So, you really thinking you're protecting the village? Orochimaru said as coldly as he could. Truth be told, not many people recognized that he referred to Konoha as the village instead of his former village or Konoha. He still had love for some things in the village and he still protected it in some ways. Hell, he even tried to kill Itachi under the guise that he wanted the boy's eyes. Yet Itachi saw through that and cut off his hand for it. The bastard. Then Itachi told him that if he wanted to do a justice to Konoha, as their village, that he might want to keep it on its toes, so to speak. Hence why he terrorized the village ever now and then. It was just a little drill to keep it safe from real enemies. Seeing Tsunade move, having been shaken from his thoughts by the sight, he watched her look back at Naruto with much softer eyes than he could remember her having. He had to attribute that to war and the ninja lifestyle. She smiled down at the sleeping boy as she began to speak, still shaking from her fears and memories. You see, this boy, this lowly little genin, has been chosen to be Hokage someday. I can feel it. Can't you, Orochimaru? He will be Hokage. He has the same will of fire that they all had. My grandfather, granduncle, Sarutobi-sensei, Nawaki, and Dan. They risked their lives for the village. And now I understand that they didn't do it just to be Hokage, but to protect people like him. Those who would have the bravery and courage to stand up against the evils of the shinobi world. This is why I'll stand up for him and protect him to the death, Tsunade said as she began to stand shakily. Shizune and Jiraiya woke up just in time to hear Orochimaru's reply. You're half dead already, Orochimaru exclaimed as he kicked her over Naruto and back onto the ground. He made his sword come from his mouth as he lunged at her.
Tsunade-sama.
Shizune screamed but before he stabbed into her, she vanished. Damn, not enough time, Jiraiya thought as he prepared to do a jutsu. But, just as he reached her, with all intent to stab her, she vanished. What the devil? Orochimaru asked loudly as everyone was shocked as well. I believe that you've done quite enough, Orochimaru. From here on out, your opponent shall be I, Naruto Uzumaki. A calm and somewhat cold voice said in monotone from behind Orochimaru. The snake Sannin turned back with wide eyes as he gazed at the new Naruto. Naruto was holding Tsunade as he turned cold cerulean blue eyes toward Orochimaru. This one really is on a whole other level, Orochimaru thought as he took in Naruto's noble, yet samurai-like form. Although, what unsettled Orochimaru the most was not his form, but the lack of killing intent, anger, and hate in Naruto's words. Normally, in battle, a person would be leaking out ki and emotions by the gallons, yet Naruto was not. Almost as if the boy didn't need to intimidate or scare him, but knew that he would simply fight Orochimaru and win. Except there was no air of arrogance either, but merely the knowledge of being fully aware of the limits of his abilities and those of his opponent. Cool. All right then, little Naruto, let us begin, Orochimaru was saying, but was cut off when Tsunade had kicked him in the face, hurling his body to be on side of Kabuto. How? Orochimaru said as he got up. Then he realized Tsunade's diamond marking at the center of her forehead was gone, yet replaced some form of seal that spread across her face. Orochimaru flickered his eyes to the others and found that the only one who had any other emotion evident on their face other than surprise was Shizune. No, Tsunade-sama, wait, let me treat your wounds. Please don't break the seal, Shizune yelled as Tsunade placed her hands in a hand sign. They could all feel Tsunade's enormous chakra bearing down on them as she focused it. In seal release, ninja art, mitotic regeneration. Orochimaru and the others watched in amazement as all of Tsunade's cuts and the stab wound healed as if never there at all. He almost drooled at the jutsu, but stopped himself as this was a serious moment. Cool.
Cool.
It seems I'm not the only person who's been spending their time creating new jutsu. This one's very impressive. So, mind telling me how it's done? Orochimaru said as Tsunade smirked at him. My chakra. For years I've stored it away in a space behind my forehead. When I release the seal on that chakra, it disperses and stimulates the proteins of my body to increase the speed of cell division and reconstruction of cells for as long as I have enough chakra. This allows me to recreate all organs and tissues. It's like having the ability to reincarnate myself. You see, you can slash away at me all you want, but I can't be killed, Tsunade said as Orochimaru kept a poker face. But on the inside he was cursing her and her jutsu, because he didn't have it. Kyubi-sensei, in that medical book I read last night, didn't it say that a person can only regenerate a fixed number of cells in their lifetime? Naruto thought to Kyubi as Kyubi-sensei nodded. Yes, and by speeding up this process the woman is shortening her own life by at least the span of a week, since it seems she is able to direct the cells mentally to repair whatever needs to be instead of having every cell doing it at once. It may be a technique you'll need, so I'll do the seal while storing massive amounts of my already purified chakra into it. Though you may also use this chakra for anything else, Kyubi-sensei said as Naruto thought it over for a bit. Hey, instead of it being on my forehead and a diamond, can it be like a tattoo on my chest or somewhere? Naruto asked mentally as Kyubi-sensei nodded with a grin. You want it to be a black and in the shape of your blossom plant at home? Kyubi-sensei asked teasingly as Naruto nodded. What? It'd be totally badass, Naruto said as Kyubi-sensei chuckled and went to work. Just so you know, I'm sealing off 80% of all your power and mine. That means you'll be limited to only 20% of your full power unless you release this seal, Kyubi-sensei said as Naruto understood. He looked down at his chest as he saw a black flower print bubble up from his very skin. It was then he noticed that he was wearing Tsunade's necklace. He would have watched it more, but then he heard Shizune.
Tsunade-sama.
Shizune exclaimed as Naruto turned to see Tsunade draw a line of blood down her wrist. That could only mean one thing.
Orochimaru-sama.
Kabuto exclaimed as Orochimaru gave Kabuto his hand, while Naruto had blurred to Jiraiya's side. Naruto, do it quickly. Then close up that swamp I made. Jiraiya yelled as Naruto took the blood from his cut hand and rubbed it on the palm of Jiraiya's hand. He then ran through hand signs and pressed both hands to the ground as the swamp behind them closed into barren earth. Summoning Jutsu, the three legendary Sannin exclaimed in unison as they all slammed their left hands to the ground in unity. Just then all view from the outside was obscured as three large clouds of smoke erupted into the air. The wind blew and in the place of the smoke clouds were three gigantic animals. The toad, the snake, and the slug, better known as Gamabunta the Toad Boss, Manda the Snake Lord, and Katsuyu the Slug Queen, the three most powerful summons in the world. Chapter 9. Closure of the Sannin Showdown. Shizune with Tsunade stared down Orochimaru atop Katsuyu. Kabuto, along with Orochimaru, looked worried as they gazed at the other two summons upon the head of Manda. Naruto, along with Jiraiya, looked a bit saddened that things had to come to such a large-scale battle. Although, as Naruto looked at each of the three Sannin, it seemed to him that they were each having a trip down memory lane, so to speak. Manda and Orochimaru, Katsuyu and Tsunade. The dear old faces reunited once again. The Toad Boss said as he smoked his pipe and looked around seeing the slug to his left and the snake to his right. Did you bring a hanky, Jiraiya? I think I'm gonna cry. You old fool. I didn't summon you here after all this time just to listen to your stupid jokes. Today I'm ending Orochimaru here, Jiraiya said as Orochimaru sneered at him. Well, Orochimaru, why have you called me here? You know I don't like being summoned, Manda said coldly as Orochimaru continued to stare at Jiraiya. Maybe I should just eat you and be done with this? No, please don't say such things, Manda-sama. We merely required your help in dealing with some difficult opponents. You'll be well rewarded for your troubles, don't worry. Kabuto tried to be as polite as possible in the face of the largest snake summon and lord of all snakes. You dare speak to me, whelp? Who do you think you're talking to? So, Orochimaru, when this is over I demand 100 human sacrifices, Manda said, sounding furious as Kabuto wisely backed off. You will get your sacrifices, Manda. Orochimaru hissed out, not really caring either way so long as he got what he wanted. And right now he wanted both of his old teammates and their apprentices knocked into the dirt so he could escape. Katsuyu, prepare for battle, Tsunade said as the Slug Queen readied herself for the fight that was to come. As you wish, Tsunade-sama, Katsuyu replied as she began creating acid slime in her stomach. I'm gonna pop you like a balloon, you stinkin' dirty toad, Manda said as Gamabunta put a ready hand on his weapon as he prepared for the fight. Then please, come on and try it. The wife was bugging me about a snake skin purse anyway, Gamabunta said in a pleasant and casual tone as Naruto looked shocked. You're married, Naruto exclaimed as every human being face faulted from their battle-ready positions. Even the three enormous beasts' sweat dropped at his little moment. Jiraiya got up and smacked him upside the head while Tsunade and Orochimaru were asking about the boy's mental health. Are you sure he's it, or is it his evil twin brother? Because there is no way that obnoxious brat could ever hold a title I was once recommended for, Orochimaru exclaimed as Tsunade was agreeing all the way. Really, Jiraiya, what are you teaching brats nowadays? How to be half-assed and crazy like you? Tsunade yelled to Jiraiya as both he and Naruto chuckled nervously from on top Gamabunta. No more jokes. Let's get to it, Jiraiya said as he and everyone else quickly switched gears back to serious as the fight began. The wind blew as they gave each other another stare down. Tsunade and Katsuyu decided to make the first move. Katsuyu. Right, acid slime, Katsuyu said as she spitted out a geyser of green acid, forcing the Snake Lord to dodge behind a rock. In retaliation, Manda slithered over to the Slug Queen with impressive speeds and wrapped himself around her, squeezing her as if trying to pop a balloon. Gamabunta tried to take the opening with a sword stab, but his weapon was grabbed away by the serpent's mouth, who then turned it back to his captive, chuckling evilly. Katsuyu, Tsunade said as Katsuyu already knew what her lady wanted of her. Tsunade and Shizune nodded to each other as they jumped away from Katsuyu. Yes, milady. Katsuyu great fishin'. Katsuyu split into countless small slugs and simply dissolved out of the snake's grasp. Once Manda saw that his prey had gotten away, he turned his sights and tail on Gamabunta, making the giant toad flip back to dodge said tail. After he was a good distance away, Manda threw the blade at him, forcing him to dodge to the side as the blade then fell before Katsuyu. Tsunade and Shizune used it as a level to hop back onto the Slug Queen's head. Tsunade smirked as she saw the sword, while Shizune back away a bit. Here they come, Jiraiya said as Gamabunta grunted. I can see him. The Toad Boss snapped back as Manda charged forward. Katsuyu-sama, stay back, Gamabunta-sama. Time for some oil, Jiraiya-sensei. A little fire would be appreciated, Naruto yelled as all three nodded in unison and raced through hand signs. Gamabunta gathered toad oil from his stomach and into his mouth as he prepared for his part. Toad oil bomb, Gamabunta exclaimed mentally as he shot out a stream of toad oil. Acting quickly, Jiraiya took a deep breath and cast his jutsu a split second after Gamabunta. Fire style, Toad Flame Bomb, Jiraiya cast as Naruto gathered wind chakra in his hands and fired it upon seeing that his sensei had enacted his jutsu. Wind style, Gale Palm, Naruto exclaimed as he shot his hand forward into the toad oil and the flames of his sensei's jutsu. As all three techniques combined, they completely overtook Manda and the land behind the Snake Lord. The very earth was melted into a lava earthen trench from the powerful flames of the jutsu. Not a single speck of Manda was left put the ashes that scattered to the winds. Yet, Jiraiya and Naruto continued to be serious-faced as they gazed down at the ground. Damn snake shed his skin and went underground, Jiraiya said lowly as Gamabunta nodded while the ground beneath them started to break apart. Yeah, I can feel it, the Toad Boss said as he reacted quickly and grabbed the tail of the snake. Wait, the tail. Naruto turned quickly as he flashed through more hand signs. Earth-style mud wall, Naruto exclaimed as he spat out mud, which quickly became a large mountainous wall of earth. It was not a second too soon as Manda came up from the ground only to smash his face into the wall. That was when Jiraiya looked up, having saw something gleaming in the sun above him. only to see Tsunade coming down on the Snake Lord with Gamabunta's sword. The sword went through Manda's mouth and impaled the ground as well with the force she had used. Take that, you oversized garden snake. Do you know for how many years I wanted to do that, but couldn't because you were a comrade? Well, now we aren't, you fake-ass King Cobra. Tsunade yelled and ranted on about how she hated Manda while Orochimaru and everyone else sweat dropped at her words. Orochimaru had enough and finally shot his tongue out at her as he wrapped it around her neck. Shizen rushed forward to stop him, but Katsuyu stopped her, saying she'd get killed if she interfered. They all looked on as Tsunade fell to one knee while Orochimaru choked her. It was then something white and orange blurred forward and slammed a fist into Orochimaru's face, causing him to loosen his hold on Tsunade just enough for her to escape. Orochimaru turned to who hit him only to see Naruto as his Haori blew in the wind, showing the orange inside of the long overcoat. Cool, cool, cool. Always have to have some orange, Naruto. Orochimaru asked teasingly as he found himself bent over with Naruto's fist in his gut not a second later. Less talking and more of me kicking your ass, Naruto said as he forced Orochimaru into the air, pounding away at the snake Sannin while adding more and more chakra with each punch until he found his max under the limiter. QB, remove the limiter. I'm going all out on him. He won't escape, no. He won't live for what he did to the old man and Sasuke, Naruto shouted mentally as he continued punching Orochimaru through the air. Geez. Not one day with it on and you already won and off. QB grumped, but complied with Naruto's request. Naruto quickly felt all his strength returning to its previous 45% without QB's chakra and started kicking things up a notch. While they were still in the air, Naruto punched Orochimaru higher than himself, but then grabbed the man's purple rope tie to pull the man back to him and kicked the older man back down to land where he landed forming a crater. It appeared as if nothing had happened to the snake Sannin as he got back up and tried to run away. Oh no you don't. I'm not done with you yet, Naruto yelled while running after him and then flipping over him, delivering a roundhouse kick to the man's face. The white snake faltered but quickly regained himself as he backflipped and began running away again. I've to get away from this brat. He punches almost as bad as Tsunade, but still she'd cause almost instant death. Orochimaru thought as he knew he didn't have the chakra to do anything but run away. Damn the chakra it cost him to summon that useless Manda. Naruto flipped into his path again, but this time began laying into him with brutal punches and kicks. Can't rest. Can't let up for a second, Naruto thought as he continued his onslaught. Orochimaru couldn't escape as Naruto continued his onslaught on the weakened man. Naruto gritted his teeth as he kept thrashing the man, but felt like something was wrong. Orochimaru shot out his tongue, and it quickly wrapped around Naruto while pulling him in as Orochimaru's sword came from his throat. Naruto used what little movement he could and unsheathed Senbonzakura halfway to block Orochimaru's. He used Kusanagi as a stand to whip-kick Orochimaru away from him. As Orochimaru went flying away with his long tongue hanging from his mouth, Naruto grabbed it and pulled him back to his, where his fist was already cocked back. You aren't going anywhere, Naruto yelled as his fist connected with Orochimaru's jaw. I don't get it. I keep pounding him, but why don't I feel like getting anywhere? Naruto thought as he started his brutal attack again. Not even Jiraiya could survive some of these punches and kicks while still being able to move like Orochimaru could. What the hell is wrong with this guy? All the while Jiraiya and Tsunade watched the one-sided battle with narrowed eyes. Jiraiya appeared near Tsunade and Shizune as the two Sannin watched Naruto knock Orochimaru away once again, only to be fast upon the snake Sannin. You don't think he did that, do you? Jiraiya asked as Tsunade remained silent for some time. I do, was Tsunade's only curt and cold reply as she watched Orochimaru jump over Naruto's kick and jump back from a punch. The man was beginning to dodge more, but Naruto ended that quickly. Hold still, Naruto said with a quick jab, which knocked Orochimaru away, into a daze and off balance. This was his chance. He focused all his chakra to his left fist as he held it at the ready. He slowly made his way to Orochimaru and added Kyuubi's chakra to his own, turning the blue glowing fist into a vermilion color. This will end it. Say hello to hell, Naruto said as he punched Orochimaru with all his might dead in the center of his chin. He may not have been as good with chakra strength as Tsunade, but the last time he hit someone like that, with the person being Niji, they were down for the count. Now that he was at least twice as strong as then, he was sure that he snapped Orochimaru's neck, effectively killing the man. That punch had to do it. They were all surprised when Tsunade came from nowhere with her full strength and socked Orochimaru into Gamabunta's sword, which was still stabbed through the mouth of Manda. Now Naruto was sure Orochimaru was dead. If not, then he'd have a lot of respect for the Snake Sannin to have survived 2 chakra-packed punches. That would be like him surviving that Kakashi-sensei's Chidori 3 times, and one of them being to the heart. 2 punches of Herculean strength, and he took the full brunt of both, Kabuto said in an odd whisper as he made his way toward Orochimaru.
Orochimaru-sama.
Kabuto said as he pulled his master up into his arms. It's finally over, Jiraiya said with grief laced in his voice. Gamabunta nodded in agreement. That little fool. He made me clumsy and careless. I'd eat you both right now, but I won't be eating solid food for weeks. But if we meet again, well, he better pray we don't, Manda said as he dispelled himself back to his home world. Naruto's vision was going. He could tell he'd be out like a light in a few seconds. Damn it. I've never used that much chakra before in one fight. I just hope they can handle the rest, Naruto thought as he fell backward and sprawled out on the ground unconscious. Tsunade, just a few meters away, dropped to her knees. She had, however, been used to using such large amounts of chakra, whereas Naruto had only 1 day of previous experience, and that was the invasion of Konoha. Shizen quickly made her way to Naruto's side, but saw that he was only down from chakra exhaustion. It was then the smoke from Manda's escape was blown away by the wind and eyes widened upon what they saw. Orochimaru was still standing, although ragged and looking on the verge of death, alongside Kabuto. Tsunade didn't have the strength left to punch him in his mouth for smirking the way he was, but she really wished she did. Tsunade, even if you would not heal my arms, I have other ways of getting what I desire, Orochimaru rasped out as his eyes gleamed with something Tsunade couldn't place. Her own eyes snapped wide, but then narrowed as she noticed that his skin is peeling, revealing the face of the body that he is using. It was a young girl. Tsunade was absolutely repulsed, yet Jiraiya only remarked inwardly that Orochimaru using other people's bodies for himself was despicable, though he knew he should have been the one to dish out judgment on the man, since every ninja, hell even himself and Minato had to do things they weren't proud of. So he settled for thinking that was why Orochimaru had been acting differently from his old self. I'll be looking forward to seeing my good friends again soon, and next time I shall crush Konoha in my wake. Goodbye for now, and good day, Hokage-sama. Ku, Orochimaru said as he sank into the ground and disappeared. See you around, Konohanin, Kabuto said as he made hand signs and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Tsunade dropped to the ground, exhausted. Damn those 2 smug bastards. Wait, Jiraiya said, but then cringed as he felt a sharp pain in his ribs and right foot. Damn, with a broken foot and cracked ribs I'm no good to anyone, he thought with a sigh. At least Orochimaru lived to escape another day. He looked over to Naruto's sleeping form as he remembered Orochimaru looking at Naruto pointedly while saying Hokage-sama. Jiraiya was sure Orochimaru was trying to subtly clue Tsunade in on it, but Jiraiya was sure that Tsunade wouldn't have known the fact if it slapped her ass. Her ass. Jiraiya and Tsunade moved to where Naruto was by Shizune and stood over the boy, just to be sure he really was okay. Jiraiya looked at the necklace Naruto was now wearing in amusement as he turned to Tsunade. Tsunade, you always were a bad gambler, Jiraiya said in mirth as Tsunade's hand began to wrinkle. That genjutsu of hers must be wearing off, Jiraiya thought. No, he was just a great one. And don't worry, I just need some rest, and I'll be back to normal, Tsunade replied sorrowfully as she was sure Jiraiya could see her medical ninjutsu wearing off. How she must have looked to him, a person who was able to still look so okay in their age. As the 3 adults stood there gazing, Shizune to Tsunade, Tsunade to Naruto, and Jiraiya to the sky. Naruto slept peacefully, able to hear everything that was going on around him. With Sakura, she had just gotten her mom to let her out so that she could go to the hospital. She had bought some flowers for her sensei and friend who were there. Suddenly she stopped on her way with that thought. She just realized that she could call Sasuke her friend. She came to even further realization that she had a friend in Naruto too. That thought made her cringe a bit in guilt. Naruto was her friend and she had purposely bad-mouthed him and his talents in order to cheer up Sasuke. True, she did feel remorse while doing it, but it still didn't make it right. She knew how hard Naruto worked, how far he had come, and with her tearing that down just to boast Sasuke's ego, she sighed as she continued down the street. Yeah right, like that thing needed any more boasting. She'd have to make it up to Naruto as soon as he returned and Sasuke was feeling better. She then caught a shadow moving over her as she walked down an alley as a shortcut. It wasn't as if she was startled by just that. She did live in a ninja village after all. But that wasn't what caught her. No, it was the fact that each building she pasted the shadows would jump to that building. Was she being watched by the village? Or was it an enemy spy in the village? She walked through another alley, but she flashed through hand signs as she timed their jump. She made a standard clone walk in front of her as she substituted with a cat that she knew was in the alley, since it had been there before. As she went through her plan, she watched from behind a large box, where the cat had been, as three shadows followed her illusion. Her eyes widened as she got a good look at them, since the jump was a bit longer to those buildings near the hospital. They were Konoha ANBU. She was being tracked by her own village? She jumped to the roof as soundlessly as she could and followed the ANBU. She had heard them talking to each other, in a form of code or something, but she couldn't catch any of it well since they were a pretty good distance away. Does she really think she's on our level? The one to the right, who wore an ox mask, said in code to the one on the far left, who wore a boar mask. Of course not, but she knows that if we caught her that we'd have to answer to the question of why we're following her around. Boar said back in their code. The lead ANBU, the one who wore a cat mask, nodded. Yes, but remember our mission. Dragon Senpai said to watch her while teams 1 and 2 watch over the other two. We are not to fail Hokage-sama or Dragon Senpai, Cat said in their code as the other two nodded. They then stopped once they were on the roof opposite with the hospital and crouched low. They could tell she was still behind them, but that didn't warrant any avert from their mission. She wasn't sure what to do, so she replaced herself with her clone and walked into the hospital. Just because they were following her didn't mean she was in trouble, right? She quickened her pace when she was sure she was out of their sight. She wished Sasuke or Kakashi-sensei was feeling alright so she could talk to them about it. It was too bad they were under the weather. She knew that Kakashi-sensei had fallen ill after a battle, but she wasn't sure what really had happened to Sasuke. Asuma-sensei, who had taken to keeping her, for the time Kakashi-sensei was sick, had said Sasuke's condition had something to do with his brother. She didn't know the guy, but she knew he was bad news. Oh well, at least maybe Naruto would be back soon. At least she hoped. Outside with the ANBU. I win again, Cat said as he laid his cards out on the roof. Boar and Ox sighed in annoyance as they both fished out a scroll each and handed it to him, for him to place it in the already impressive pile. Man, am I gonna love learning your jutsu, Cat said smugly as he corseted the pile of jutsu scrolls. Yeah. Hey, I have a question. Who's Hokage-sama now? I mean, I know Dragon Taicho said it was classified, but you must know Tora-senpai. Boar said as Cat laid a hand on his mask, tracing it with a finger. I do know, but I'm not really allowed to say. Although, since we're bored, and he didn't say you couldn't figure it out, let's play something like charades. I'll give out clues and you'll have to guess who it is, Cat said as he got up from and struck a pose. Tora-senpai, you're strange, Ox said as Cat's sweat dropped. He got into position as the two folded their legs and waited. Okay, first clue. I'm able to outrun us every day no matter the fact that I'm below our rank and have never been a part of us, Cat said as he made gestures of running and jumping. Are you my guy? Ox asked as Cat shook his head. Nope, was all Cat said as they could feel his knowing smirk under his mask. Okay, next clue. I wear something that just screams target, and I do it to be noticed, Cat said as he gestured toward his own umbu gear. Are you a Hyuga clan member? Boar asked, snickering as Cat shook his head at her. No, not at all. In fact, the next clue is that I'm the complete opposite of the Hyuga. Are you, my guy? Ox asked as Boar slapped him upside his head, his mask falling just enough to see his brown eyes and some form of scars on his right cheek. You idiot! You already asked that one, Boar exclaimed as Ox fixed his mask back. Sorry, but there aren't too many people who are the complete opposite of the Hyuga, so, Ox said as he rubbed the back of his head. Boar only scoffed and folded her arms. Yeah, okay. So last clue. I am a scroll, not the kunai I contain. I wish to be seen as a person and not for the darkness I pertain, Cat said as he could feel their eyes widening behind their masks. No way, Boar whispered out, her voice no longer hidden in roughness, but clearly female.
Impossible.
Him. Ox let slip past his lips. He remembered that they used to use that phrase when they guarded the kid as a child. It was how they found out about a lot of ninja pretending to be ANBU. Both foreign enemies and their own kin. Cat nodded his head as he slipped off his mask. It wasn't like anyone would know who he was unless they serviced with him. Besides, only 7 people in total knew his face, and 2 of those 7 were sitting right in front of him. He had short brown hair and black eyes. He wore the standard attire of a member of the ANBU, with a sword strapped to his back, and his cat's mask covered in green and red markings was now in his hand as he let his fingers graze it. The other 2 ANBU members followed his lead as they too took off their masks. The female Boar was first. She had long black hair and brown eyes. She wore the official uniform of the ANBU and carried giant shuriken as well as a tanto on her back. She liked to think she was pretty special as she was the only female to acquire the Boar mask, one that was normally given to Earthmaster male ninja. She was adept at Earth-style ninjutsu, so she was given the mask, but not before proving herself against the contenders. The last of the gathered 3 took off his mask. He had short brown hair and beady black eyes. He wore the standard ANBU attire, but had a bundle strapped to his back, although that didn't slow him down at all. He was used to it by now. It was given to him by his father while he was a genin after all. How he missed the days of being a rude, obnoxious, snot-nosed brat. So, they made him our Hokage, huh? I guess it was bound to happen sooner or later, especially with the way he would yap about it, Ox said as he leaned into a napping position. I don't get it. There are other ninja from the village they could have made into Hokage, but they chose that brat, Boar exclaimed as Cat sighed and sat down lazily. This would be a long rant from her if he didn't end it quickly. Look, the council wasn't too happy about it at first either, but the fire daimyo insisted that he be made the next Hokage. Some were just happy it wasn't Danzo. From what Dragon Senpai told me about the meeting, the daimyo even threatened to completely cut funding from the village at one point when Danzo was screeching in protest to it. The daimyo then explained that Naruto was the best candidate to become Hokage. He's young, moldable, and a firm believer in the will of fire. That coupled with some of his better traits and you have the best possible Hokage for the job, Cat explained, but Boar's cheeks quickly puffed out. Yeah, so what if he's moldable? That doesn't mean a damn thing. He's still immature, obnoxious, brain-dead, and goofy. We'll be taken over in a week, Boar argued as Ox sighed loudly. Come on, Boar, he's only a kid. Besides, I'm sure that he's already getting schooled on how to do the job properly, Ox proposed as Cat nodded. From what Dragon Senpai said the boy is, but he might not need it. He's on a trip with Jiraiya-sama to bring back Tsunade-sama. But before that even came up, he did something no one could do. He proved Danzo still had root around and took command of it, Cat said with a smirk on his face as his teammates' mouths dropped. He wished he had a camera or Sharingan to capture the moment forever. How? Was the only thing the two could whisper out as they knew that the 3rd Hokage had spent a lot of time trying to pin Danzo for some of his crimes. Apparently he was using shadow clones to flash through the overdue and tedious paperwork. One of the clones had found a form in a bunch of crap the 3rd had signed off on. Probably on one of those stressful days he wanted to get out of the office, Cat said as the other 2 sighed. The 3rd was known to sign anything if it meant that he could get away from his office. It was why the civilian council had control of the shops and the academy. So what happened? Boar asked incredulously. While she was amazed the kid had gotten Danzo, she was sure it was a fluke of luck. Oh right, so after he got the paper Danzo calls him for a meeting, probably to get him to back down or let Danzo control him from behind the scenes. But when Danzo walks in the office and begins his intimidation tactics, the kid flips the scroll on him and tells him point blank that he's taking root and that Danzo is under his control, not the other way around. Then he tells Danzo, rather sneakily if you ask me, that if he doesn't like how things will be run from now on or if he can't show the proper respect, that he can be killed and replace. Cat finished as Boar gaped like a fish. Ox was chuckling to himself as he was sure the kid was just bluffing and pulling old Danzo's leg. So what, it was lucky that's all. He's still too much of a dumbass. Boar grumped as Cat sighed. He and a few of us ANBU helped capture Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. He then had them interrogated by Inoichi, since he knew the Yamanaka could go into the mind without eye contact. Inoichi found out a big few things and told Hokage-sama. I wasn't privileged to know what, but it was good enough for the two to be released into the village and acting as personal spies for Hokage-sama inside some organization. About 2 days after that, and the time he left, Mike Guy came back to the village carrying Sasuke Uchiha and telling Dragon Senpai that Hokage-sama is using regular ANBU to watch the village while Root is to be sent out on Hunter Ninja missions and S and A ranked, which he probably didn't know are high mortality rated. He also commanded that we normal ANBU be sent in on joint missions with Jonin and Chunin on A and B ranked missions. I'm telling you Boar-san, he's gonna do a great job at this. Cat said as Boar and Ox were gaping once again. It was an old tactic but a very useful one at that, especially with the Root now being loyal allies instead of semi-enemies. Okay, but I gotta know how the councils are talking this, Ox said as he sat up from his sleeping position. Well, that's the thing. Only the Shinobi Council knows so far. Asides from us, the Jonin Sensei, and a few others, no one knows anything. I think that once he returns to the village, he'll be introduced to the village as Kage. But I'm not sure how the civilians will take it, Cat said as he and his teammates sighed. Well, they'll have no choice but to take it. Oh, and when are the others getting back? Boar said as Cat sighed and ran a hand through his hair. I'm not sure, but the council is discussing that now. They've also just taken care of a rather large bill the kid made while out with Jiraiya-sama, Cat said with a chuckle. Humph. It was probably on ramen anyway, Boar said, snickering as she did so. Ox's stomach gave a rather loud grumble as he looked down at it and patted it. I could go for some ramen ran now. Hey look, that girl is coming out, Ox said as they quickly shifted back into mission mode and placed their masks back on. They followed her all the way back to her house, and Sakura felt more and more frightened every step of the way. After she got home, the three ninja used henge to look like civilians as Ox wanted to get some ramen. His two teammates sighed as they followed him. He was always thinking with his stomach like the Akimichi, with the council. And that is when we will bring the majority of the population back from the safe zones in Fire Country, Hamura said as his fellow council members nodded. But why not now? We're losing income and valuable resources each and every day they're being kept there, Sayuri Haruno said as she had stood to speak. Most of the civilian council agreed with her. We're keeping them there so as to if another attack had done against the village they wouldn't have to be moved or caught in the crossfire. We're still not in the clear of one of the neighboring lands making a move for power, but as soon as Jiraiya gets back with or without Tsunade, we will be, Koharu said as she frowned at the woman. She was always speaking up in matters she had no understanding of. It annoyed the old woman to no end that this young girl could try and debate what was best for a ninja village that only 1/3 of the population made up civilians. Also, they the shinobi and elders had decided that Naruto would be inducted publicly as Hokage. They were sure that the village had changed and he would readily be accepted as Hokage, right? Hamura saw the very prim expression on Koharu's face, and that meant only one thing. His old teammate was having doubts about something. It was too hard to know what since there were few things they doubted in their old lives were. He knew it was about Naruto's installation as Hokage. He was sure she was having the same exact thoughts he was having. Would Naruto, the boy in which the villagers and even some, if not most of the shinobi, called a demon for over 12 years, be accepted to protect the village? Even with all other factors such as age and intellect thrown out, he wasn't sure the village would accept him just on the notion that he's human. He knew some of the civilians had the delusion that the boy was a demon in disguise. He realized that he and Koharu weren't angels in their own right. They both had authoritarian viewpoints, but at least they always had the village's best interests in mind and heart. Like Koharu, he was more militant than the Hokages he had served under, and sometimes he even leaned more toward Danzo's point of view. This became most apparent when he and Koharu supported the Uchiha clan massacre and later, when they wanted to restrict Naruto's participation in the Chunin exams. He knew they never saw the boy as a demon, but they frequently reminded Sarutobi and other high-ranking ninja of the village and other villages that he was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and that meant he was to be approached with caution, though that was mostly their fault for going against Hiruzen's decisions to train the boy properly. Oh well, that was in the past now, and young Naruto need not know. Well then, Hamura said with a cough to get everyone's attention. I believe that concludes that mention of business. Now, on to mission and shinobi status. We'll start high today. Danzo and Dragon, what have you to report? Hamura said as he turned to the two commandeer of ANBU divisions. All missions have been completed to the letter. Not a single death or hospitalization, but we have had some minor injuries. The specifics can be found in the mission reports, which are being reviewed, in the Hokage's office. That is all, Danzo said, talking deliberate glancing toward the civilians as he spoke. It was to remind everyone that non-shinobi members of the council weren't privileged to mission details, but only the status of them. Dragon nodded as he stood from his chair to address the council. Not a single intruder has been found and all teams not assigned to Village Watch are doing fairly well on their person watch. Dragon said as he too looked at the civilians, but they couldn't tell much from the mask. Good then. Let's keep up the good news so when Jiraiya-sama comes back, he won't have to do any house sweeping, if you know what I mean. Shikaku said as he yawned from his napping position. Hayashi nodded as he gazed at his fellow council members. I would hope he finds this all to be more than good. After all, we don't know how much this last month away from the village has changed him. Hayashi said as he sat without slouch or poor posture. Yeah. But what are we going to do about that, Bill? Asuma asked as his fingers twitched. He had to stop smoking, and he really needed a smoke after seeing that thing. It's been taken care of, so no worries. We simply took it out of some of the higher-ranked mission that has been completed in triplicate this month. Hamura said as all the shinobi side let out a sigh of relief. Well then, this meeting is closed and we shall meet back here tomorrow around the same time. Good day to you all, Koharu said as everyone rose from their seats and left. Hayashi, do you wish to come with us this time around? You could relay some information if you want. Danzo asked as Hayashi nodded. Hayashi, Danzo, Shikaku, Hamura, and Koharu walked down the hallway of the Hokage mansion and took a left. Right there were the doors to the Hokage's office, looking as plain as could be. Yet they all knew it was far more than met the eye. Kai, Danzo said as he put his hands together. The door in front of them rippled and revealed a large seal matrix on it. Hamura walked forward with Koharu and both placed a hand on either side of the door, making the seal glow and then dissipate. They pushed open the door to see clones running about with masses of paperwork, going over and reviewing them as if something were wrong. Behind the desk sat the blood clone of one Naruto Uzumaki, eating ramen. Where did he get that? Koharu asked as she pointed to the bowl he was happily slurping down. Oh, he had one of us henge into a civilian and bought it. One of the many shadow clones of the blood clones said as he stopped to greet them. It was a good thing all of them were either too dignified or too lazy to facepalm themselves as they walked up to the desk. The clone had just finished the bowl when they reached him, and he happily put it aside to speak with them. Good evening, what have you come to report to me today? He asked as they stood in front of him. It has been decided that before the real you returns to the village, we shall recall the population of the village that went into safe zones around Fire Country. Koharu said as he nodded. Just how big is this population? He asked as he leaned forward in his Hokage chair. For a clone, he was pretty damn set into this job already. Over 20,000, 500 are ninja with ranks from Umbu, Special Jonin, and Chunin. The other 9,500 are civilians who were too important to the survival of the village. Mostly children though. Hamura said as the Naruto clone nodded once more, not allowing his shock to be shown. Is that why the registry and roosters have gapes in them? He asked as his two elderly advisors nodded. Fine then, what else? He said with a sigh as he leaned back in his chair. The real you will be inaugurated as soon as he is back and settled into the village. This will be done in front the entire village. Koharu said with no room for argument. The clone's eyes widened as he paled at the mere thought of it. They all shifted uncomfortably, except Danzo, though he did it mentally, as they knew what path his thought process was taking. Fine, what else? He answered more somberly than they ever thought him possible. Does he think it really that bad? Hayashi thought as he gazed at the clone. If the mere clone was like this over the thought, what would happen when the real Naruto found this out? I have some news for you as well. If you could, please relay to the real you that my daughter, Hinata, shall not be the only girl pinning for him. It seems as though Ino Yamanaka, and maybe a few other girls have shown interest in the real you. I have overheard my daughter speaking with other young girls about the prospect of marrying the real you, so I thought he should know ahead of time, Hayashi said as the clone flinched back. It seemed as though even the clone could understand the concept of girls and their less than pleasant ways of getting a man's attention. Oh, how Hayashi was glad he and Minato married the crazy ones who would scare all others away. Okay, I'll be sure boss knows that. Also, they have made contact with Tsunade. A rather large battle has just ended, so they should arrive back in the village in a matter of days. As for this paperwork, I didn't realize the old man was so backed up on the stuff. I had to make clones once I saw that some of the forms around here weren't filled out or incomplete. Now I'm going through every document to be sure not a single thing gets by. Gotta make boss life easier, the clone said as he gestured to the clones running about the office. The clones were reading through documents and putting them into plies. One pile would be picked up and handed off to another clone, while the other pile would be placed back inside a drawer or sealing scroll. The pile handed off to the clone would then be worked on. Shikaku could see just how versatile the use of shadow clones was. Too bad Naruto, and only Naruto and other Jinchuriki could use that many and make them last so long. All right then, we'll be on our way, Danzo said as he and the others began to leave the office. They shut the door behind them and the clone pulled a drawer open in his desk. There inside the drawer was a hot steaming bowl of ramen. Ah, it good to be the Kage, the clone said as it happily dug into the bowl with gusto. A day later with Naruto. A hot spring? Forget it. We've got a long way to go before we get back and everyone's there waiting for us, Naruto shouted at Tsunade, who sighed. They had come to a crossroad and she needed to take a detour for personal reasons, though she easily played it off as relaxation time. You know, for once I actually agree with him. For all we know, the village could be in trouble, Jiraiya said as he gazed down at Tsunade. He knew she wasn't bringing this up for relaxation, so what was her game? Oh, loosen up. One day's not gonna make much of a difference, Tsunade said as they both shook their heads, indicating that it would. She sighed as she knew she'd have to resort to drastic measures. She leaned over to Jiraiya and stood on the tips of her feet. I hear it's popular with women, and they allow mixed bathing, she whispered into her old teammate's ear. He perked up at that idea, but she was regretting it now. Those poor women being around Jiraiya. Kami forgive her for unleashing such evil upon them. Jiraiya began walking forward, much to Naruto's shock as he knew that Jiraiya was just as worried for the village as he was. Where are you going? We have to get back to the village. There could be danger, Naruto said as Jiraiya turned to him with a weird face that the younger male couldn't read. Well, you see, I've got this kink in my… well, that is… everyone deserves a break every once in a while, even you and me. Besides, you can check on the village while we're here, so it's fine, Jiraiya said as Naruto crossed his arms and puffed out his cheeks. He needed to get Granny back so she could heal Kakashi, Sasuke and Lee. This wasn't helping much with them taking a day's break, especially since they had only been walking for a day. Fine, but we need to make this quick, Naruto said coolly, dropping his childish act, as he sighed and ran a hand through his hair. He needed a haircut, or maybe he'd let it grow out. He'd decide once he was back in the village. He knew that he could transfer information to his blood clone at just about any time, so he simply resigned to do that. Back at the village with the girls, Hinata, Ino and Tenten were sitting inside of a dango shop, discussing the finer points of life, kunoichi training, clothes, and to a lesser extent, Naruto and other boys. I'm so glad we were all off today. Eating is so much more enjoyable with other girls, Tenten said excitedly as she sipped her tea. Ino and Hinata nodded. Ever since they had come together to get Naruto, they became better friends out of it. Hinata wasn't shy around them now that they knew of her love for the blonde and Ino's. Rather, Cho's language made sure they knew she wanted him too. Tenten had stated, quite clearly, that if things didn't work out that there were always other boys out there for three beautiful ladies such as themselves. Though Hinata shook her head and sighed at the comment, claiming that her heart belonged to and with Naruto. Yeah, I know what you mean. I usually have to have lunch with a chain smoker, a lazy-ass genius, and a boy who takes food seriously. I needed new friends, Ino said as she put down her dango to talk. And my team isn't so bad. I at least have Kurinai-sensei, but then Kiba feeds Akamaru from his plate, and sometimes at the table. As for Shino, you don't want to know, Hinata said, finishing with a collective shiver from all three of them. They all knew of the Aburame clan's rather stoic ways of doing everything. Well, you two have it easy. I have Gai-sensei and Lee, enough said. Then there's Niji and his constant regal attitude, which includes meal times too. Tenten said as Ino and Hinata actually did feel bad for her. They could only imagine the insanity she was put through being around the three males almost all the time. Well, that'll all change once we tell Naruto-kun about this little thing. From there our free time will be spent hooked to his arm and on dates, Ino declared as Hinata blushed at the thought, but Tenten gave Ino a confused look. What do you mean once we tell him? Didn't you tell him before he left so he could think about it while away? Tenten asked as Hinata looked away and Ino looked down. And no, Naruto-kun left before we came up with this. My father said he left to find and bring back someone named Tsunade Senju. Hinata was saying, before Tenten went wide-eyed and stood up, slamming her hands on the table. You're kidding. He's gone to see and get back Tsunade-sama. If he does it, I'll love him forever, Tenten exclaimed as Ino and Hinata gave her confused looks. Who's Tsunade Senju? And why did you call her Tsunade-sama? Ino asked as she raised an eyebrow at the heart in Tenten's eyes. Tsunade Senju is the granddaughter of the first Hokage and grandniece of the second Hokage. This simple fact makes others call her princess. She, along with Jiraiya-sama, the Toad Sage, and Orochimaru-sama, the White Snake, are former students of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. During the Second Great Shinobi War, Tsunade-sama and her teammates got the title of Sannin, or Three Legendary Shinobi. Throughout the war, she would become famous for frequently counteracting poisons. Tsunade-sama's medical prowess and amazing strength was the reason Konoha won the war. She's my idol and I want to be a famous kunoichi like her someday, Tenten said, overly excited as she explained about Tsunade. Hinata and Ino's eyes were wide in awe that a kunoichi had been that powerful, and that Jiraiya, apparently another famous ninja, had wanted only Naruto to go with him to find her. Whoa! Was the only thing that could slip past their lips. Tenten grinned as she sat back down. I know, she said as she smirked, taking another sip of her tea. So why did Naruto-kun have to go get her? Ino asked as Hinata thought about it. I think it has something to do with his teammates and Lee-san. I believe Naruto-kun left with Jiraiya-sama in order to bring her back to heal them all. I know Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke-san are in the hospital for some reason, Hinata said as Ino nodded. Yeah, I asked Sakura about it, but all she did was tear up and said she had to be somewhere. She was at my family's flower shop getting flowers for Sasuke, I think, Ino said quietly. I'm surprised that Naruto would do that for Lee. I mean, I know they kind of became friends during the exams, but would he really go through all that trouble for Lee too? Tenten said. Naruto would do anything for his friends and this village. He'd protect those special to him with his life, and he'd never go back on his word or break a promise. That's his nindu. His ninja way, Hinata declared, with far more confidence that Tenten had ever seen the girl with. Tenten sighed dreamily as she just chalked it up to the good things about Naruto. He could bring the good and the better out of just about anyone. Sure, Naruto was a runt, but he was a good runt, and besides, he was sure to hit a growth spurt sometime soon. Well then, I think I really could find myself with him after all, Tenten said as she finished her cup of tea. Ino sighed dreamily as well as she leaned on her folded arms. Yeah, I think I could actually fall for him, Ino said in a daze as Hinata nodded meekly. They could or already had fallen for Naruto. With Naruto, he sighed because today was just getting better and better. First the detour and now this. He, the Godame Hokage of Konoha, in a hot spring kimono and tied to a tree while waiting for Tsunade to come rescue him. Oh wait. Let's not forget the parts about more girls than Hinata being interested in him, one of them being Ino. And then there's the fact that as soon as he gets back to the village he'll inaugurated, a word he didn't even know he knew, as Hokage in front the village, which was not just a simply 1,100 people, but a full-blown 21,100 people in total. He didn't even know Konoha was that damn big. Why did Kami hate him so much? What evil deeds did he do to have perverts as teachers, a shy and meek stalker as future wife, and a loudmouth body snatcher as a potential love interest? Damn, was his life screwed up. Oh well, here came Tsunade. Now they could put their plan into action. With Shikamaru, he loved his life. Ino found friends in Hinata and that Tenten chick, so she no longer bothered him during their off time. Asuma and his father, Shikaku, were now stuck in council meeting on a daily basis, so there were no missions or chores. Choji took to hanging with Rock Lee, which was a bit saddening but still pleasant, as they both enjoyed eating with a passion. So the only thing he did nowadays was nap and laze about. Life was sweet. The one thing did bug him, Naruto Uzumaki. The guy was always difficult to figure out. But why did he suddenly leave the village? To go find Tsunade-sama. But for a guy like Jiraiya-sama to want only Naruto to go with him would mean Naruto was something special. The only thing he could think of was the QB. What? Surprised? Well, don't be. He had figured that little detail out back when they were in the academy. Naruto's birthday, the villagers' treatment of the guy, Irika's at first cold attitude turning into one-of-a-kind big brother. Oh, and let's not forget the nightmares Naruto had about a giant fox, telling him to rip off a slip of paper from its cage. He wasn't like most of the others, he paid attention to detail. Like the fact Naruto was the son of Minato Namikaze the Yondaime Hokage, and Kushina Uzumaki. The resemblance between him and his dad was so fucking there that he pounded his head against the desk at the academy every time someone called Naruto a clanless orphan, or when Naruto would cry and ask why his parents didn't want him. For Kami's sake, Naruto had the face of Kushina and the everything else of Minato. The only other who had figured most, if not all, of it out was Shino, but even that was a stretch. The two of them had become friends over a little talk about Naruto's secrets. They looked out for Naruto when they could, and they made sure their families did the same. But their dads had been doing just that for all 13 years of Naruto's life. Relations between the Nara and the Aburame had strengthened over the years. The two of them became closer. This was why he was sitting across from Shino inside his living room having tea. Life is good, huh, Shino? Shikamaru asked in lazy cheer as Shino nodded mutely. Quite. The lack of missions and teammates has given me much time to reflect and even some time to train in more of my clan's jutsu, Shino said, in what Shikamaru was sure to be an Aburame's cheerful voice. Really now? How far are you into your clan jutsu? Shikamaru asked as he sat down his teacup. I've progressed halfway through the Chunin level techniques and are now working on the mid-B level jutsu my father feels that I'm ready for. Shino answered quietly as he took a sip of his tea. That didn't really answer my question. Shikamaru deadpanned as Shino gave a quiet chuckle. I know, just as you should know we're ninja first and friends second. Today's good friend could easily be tomorrow's worst enemy, Shino said as Shikamaru sucked his teeth at the comment, but was too lazy and smart to dispute it. Whatever, Shikamaru said as he sighed. You seem rather out of wit today, Shikamaru. Something on your mind? Shino asked quietly as Shikamaru nodded. Yeah, it's about Naruto, he replied to the bug user. What is it about our very secretive friend? Shino asked, more interest in his monotone voice than Shikamaru could say he ever used in any other subject of conversation the two would regularly have. It's about his leaving to retrieve Tsunade-sama. Why did Jiraiya-sama take Naruto with him when he could have taken a tracking team instead? Shikamaru asked, more to himself than Shino. Perhaps it is not the retrieval that warrants Naruto's being there, but more so of something else. Training, perhaps, Shino said as he sipped his tea. Shikamaru struck his thinking pose as he thought about it in depth. It sounded and was plausible enough to go on. Well, Jiraiya-sama did train Namikaze-sama, so maybe he wants to train Naruto so as to continue on his legacy, Shikamaru said as Shino nodded. Sounds plausible, but remember, Jiraiya-sama is the only one to know why he's training Naruto. Also, have you heard the rumors? We are to have a new Hokage once Jiraiya-sama returns, Shino said as he finished his cup of tea and placed it down. Shikamaru, for his part, looked shocked. What? They've chosen one already? Where did you hear that? Shikamaru asked with wide eyes that a Hokage was chosen in less than an entire month. Thought it wasn't too shocking. Yes, they have. I overheard some of my clansmen speaking about it while at dinner. Apparently one was chosen 3 days before Jiraiya-sama and Naruto left. No one knows exactly who it is, but they say he's to be announced once Naruto and Jiraiya-sama get back. Also, the populace will be returning by the end of tomorrow, so the new Hokage will be announced the following day, Shino said as Shikamaru got over his shock. So, do you think it's Tsunade-sama? Shikamaru asked as his face reflected just how serious his question was. Maybe, since only she and few others are qualified to properly take the position. But what if it isn't her? Then I suppose it would be Jiraiya-sama or even you. Me? Shikamaru asked as he spit out his tea. Thankfully Shino had moved just in time. Yes, the truth is anyone could take the job of a Kage, but only a few ever get it. In our whole class the best person to take the job would be Naruto, then you, Sasuke-san, me, then maybe Hinata. Everyone else would not take the job if offered though, just as sure as you would not, unless there was a total crisis. Shino concluded as Shikamaru blanked at him. Wait a second, you said Naruto was the best person to take the job out of our class. Why? Shikamaru asked as Shino peered at him from behind his shades. Naruto has the most drive. He would do anything for the village just to notice him as something more than the burden he carries. Although lately, that drive has changed to protecting the village because it is precious to him and the ones he loves. So in short, he is the perfect candidate for Hokage. That plus the power and skill he could hold if he truly is being trained by Jiraiya-sama is nothing to sneeze at either. The only thing is would truly be missing is dash. A brain? Shikamaru asked with a raised brow and a lazy smirk on his face. Shino couched a bit as he contained his laughter. I was gonna say political lessons, but I think you may be on to something, Shino said with the slightest mirth in his voice. Yeah, he was never one for using the he has, so it may be in need of replacing, Shikamaru said as he lounged in a napping position on the floor of his living room. Maybe, but he has shown us that he can and will use it in battle. Perhaps he can use it in all forms of battle, Shino said as he stood and walked to the door, Shikamaru not even bothering to show Shino out since the guy had been over to his house far too many times for such pretenses. Perhaps, Shikamaru said as Shino walked out of the door and closed it behind himself. Perhaps Naruto would make a great Hokage. That was, if the guy could ever get over his ramen addiction. With Naruto, he ran down the street as Tsunade, who he knew was actually Shizune in a henge, chased after him to get the suitcase he had. He made many shadow clones at first, but they were all taken down, so now it was just him. Oh, did he mention that Shizune had created an army of her own clones as well? No, well she did. He would had marveled at her progress with her amount of churka and control over it. Well, he would, except he was running for his life. He really wanted some ramen right now. Later that same day, he could cry, really he could. They were now walking down the road home, but earlier they were seated around a table with some guy from Tea Country, saying that Tsunade's debts with some clan was settled and that the two guys could return home. He wanted to burst into tears over the wasted day. He could have done so many other things, but no, he just had to be noble. Oh well, at least he didn't have to deal with the pervy sage. Wait a minute, where was the pervy sage? Oh crap, we forgot pervy sage back at the hot springs, Naruto said as he ran back to get the old man. It didn't take him long since he was now practicing his speed move, which he had yet to come up with a name for. The older man was laying in the hot waters of the spring. looking just as crazy as a man in the middle of a desert. He was laughing to himself when Naruto threw a towel over him and threw him in the room by the time Tsunade and Shizen got there. Maybe we should just leave tomorrow, Naruto. He doesn't look so good, Shizen said as Tsunade checked Jiraiya over. It's just heat exertion. He'll be fine in 5 hours and a couple buckets of ice. Since he was still here, that means the rooms we bought for the day are still ours. So we'll stay until he comes back from the world of perverts and idiots, Tsunade said as Naruto sighed. But that could take forever, Naruto whined as Tsunade chuckled and smirked. I like your sense of humor, brat. Why don't we have another match while the perverted toad is out like this? This time I want to see more than just that sword from our last little scuffle, Tsunade said as Naruto grinned up at her. You sure your fake face can take a beating? Pervy Sage told me about that genjutsu you used to make yourself look younger, Naruto said as he cracked his knuckles. Tsunade said as she raked a hand through her hair. Oh man, Jiraiya, you idiot. Listen kid, this isn't a genjutsu. It's actually an advanced medical ninjutsu I use to revitalize the cells of my body. It works like a transformation though. It doesn't dissipate when I exert myself for long periods of time, whereas a normal transformation would be dispelled when the user is injured. The form is a physical transformation and it only breaks when I'm low on chakra. To make it work, I use a very small and constant amount of chakra on the external skin of my body and rejuvenate the cells, making my looks at a constant state of 25 years old, Tsunade said as Naruto gazed at her with awe. To look young until death. No looking like Jiraiya or the old man, just young and handsome Naruto forever. That's cool, he exclaimed as Tsunade smiled down at him. And the best part is that I've been doing it for so long it's automatic, she tacked on as Shizen sighed. Can you teach me how to do that? Naruto asked as she smirked at him. Maybe later, she said as Naruto's face dropped, but then he looked at her with a more serious face. Doesn't the constant regeneration of cells shorten one's life? He asked in a more serious voice while she smirked at him again. That would be so, but skin cells are limitless, and besides I'm not regenerating them. I'm rejuvenating them, meaning that my body doesn't create new external skin cells and has stopped using energy for that function. I diverted that function's energy into chakra creation and cell regeneration, which is why the seal on my forehead exists today, Tsunade explained as Naruto nodded. I thought you two were going to battle? Shizen said as she sat down. Nay, the kid would win with that speed of his. Kabuto outclassed me in the aspect, so I'm sure the kid would as well, Tsunade said as she sat down. Fine. Then what do we do now? Naruto said as he had so wanted a real fight, but then he remembered Orochimaru from the Chunin exams. If Orochimaru was that good playing around with them, then how good was Tsunade really? We wait, Tsunade said frankly as Naruto sat down as well. It wasn't long before Jiraiya had come around and they were back on the road. Jiraiya could tell something was bothering Naruto. While the two were in the hot springs, Naruto told him of what was happening in the village. He couldn't really blame Naruto for being bothered. It would bother him too if he were to be inaugurated as the Hokage of a village that isolated him for the better half of 13 years, though he couldn't see the problem with the girl situation. He sighed as he resigned to have to tell the boy of his great fortune. Truly the gods are smiling down upon him to have women after him like I did when I was a spry young chicken, Jiraiya thought as they were closing in on Konoha. Due to them needing to get back in quickly, for reasons Tsunade and Shizen weren't told, they had gone at shinobi speed and taken to the trees once they were in a forest. Jiraiya could see There it is, gang. The village hidden in the leaves. Konoha, Jiraiya said with great cheer as Naruto gave a small smile beside him as they hopped from tree to tree. Yeah. Now's it time to get to work, Naruto said as he subconsciously squeezed a scroll that he had been reading ever since they started on their way again. No matter what, Naruto, know that you will make us proud, whether it's in Konoha or elsewhere. Good luck, Naruto-kun. I know that you will become a great shinobi, and maybe even Hokage, if the village is as Minato has always said, even though I know that's not the case. Love, Kushina Uzumaki, your mother. He held back the tears as they jumped into the clear path of the village gates. He hoped his mother was wrong, and that his father was right because now these were his gates, his village, and his people. so he hoped to Kamisama that she was wrong about that last part. Welcome back, Jiraiya, Naruto-sama, and an especially long overdue welcome to you too, Tsunade and Shizune. Hamura and Koharu greeted with Asuma, Shikaku, and Dragon standing behind them as the group had jumped in front of them. Yeah, it's good to be back, Naruto said, not taking his eyes from the ground as he walked alongside Jiraiya, in front of Tsunade and Shizune, into his village. Yeah, it was good to be home, alright. Chapter 10. The Coronation of the Fifth Hokage. Tsunade, with Shizune at her side, trailed in the back of the group as the elders and the ANBU were speaking with Jiraiya and Naruto. She wasn't sure why, but Naruto had on the most somber expression she had ever seen. It seemed the boy wasn't as cheerful as he led on to be. Huh? Tsunade-sama, it's good to see you again. It's been such a long time, Shikaku said as turned around to her with a smile on his face. She smiled at him as well. He was one of the many good people she had left behind in her self-imposed exile. You're that kid from the Nara clan, Shikaku, if I'm correct. It's good to see you as well, Tsunade said as they walked through the village. She and Shikaku struck a conversation while Shizune had taken to try and catch what the elders were saying. Naruto-sama, Hiruzen's effects are being removed from the Hokage's office to make room for the things you'll be placing in there as we speak. The full populace count of the village is to be in attendance for your installation, Koharu said as she, Hamura, Danzo and Jiraiya walked beside Naruto while Dragon and Asuma took up the rear. I see. Tell me, have we had any intruders or unwanted guests in the village? Dragon, Naruto asked as he gazed backward while Dragon saluted him. No sir, Naruto-sama. The ANBU guards have not reported any trespassers, though there have been a few civilians attempting to sneak in with forged papers, Dragon said as Naruto sighed. Well then, you can tell your men and women they can be lax now. I'm back in the village, so there will be no need to keep up rigid guard. I know that we should, but even the ANBU need rest. We are all human after all, Naruto said as he crossed his arms and nodded to himself. Thank you, Naruto-sama, Dragon said before he vanished in a swirl of leaves. Now, as for this coronation, can't we just skip the ceremonies? I think it would be best if Naruto was saying before Koharu and Hamura gave him a look and sighed in unison. Naruto, we understand your wish to do so, but the village must know the face of their Hokage. Even if you are a Kage, it does not mean to literally be one. The village needs to reassert itself with a public face, and to know the face and name of your leader speaks volumes of respect. Koharu scolded as Hamura placed a hand on her shoulder to stop her. Listen, Naruto, you have been given, no, I say you have earned the title of Hokage. You have earned it through your constant hope for a better tomorrow, in not just your own life, but the lives of everyone in this village. You have never stopped giving up hope and have an unyielding determination. This village needs that from you. It needs you to bear the burden as you have done for 13 years. It needs you to not give in to the insanity which that Gara boy did in Suna. This village just plain and bluntly needs you. For hope, for protection, for just being you, Hamura said as Naruto looked him in the eye. Though the man was not smiling and was giving him a stern face, Naruto could tell he was filled with pride and admiration. So why was it that Naruto still had those feelings of dread? Besides, I think this village has kept a few too many things secret, but has let the wrong things come to light. I told Hiruzen he was foolish in the decision to tell the people of your being a Jinchuriki. But no, he thought the people would be open-minded and accepting. I, unlike him, have always understood the darker side of human nature and how it toys with the mind, creeps into the thoughts and fears, and brings them into situations in which we don't fully understand. That is why the people of this village avoided and isolated you, Naruto, because they fear and hate that which they don't understand. Danzo said snidely as Naruto turned a critical eye to him, just as everyone else did. What are you getting at, you old warhawk? Jiraiya asked as he narrowed his eyes at the older man. I'm merely saying that it's time the right secrets came to light. I told Hiruzen that if he was to tell the people of the Kyuubi being sealed inside young Naruto, then he should have told them that he was the son of the fourth. At least in that aspect, the morale and loyalty of our shinobi would have risen to higher aspects. They would have seen that power of his father and the Kyuubi were at his disposal. It could have gotten him so many things in his youth. acceptance, power, training, and love. Danzo said as Jiraiya was seething while Hamura and Koharu looked visible uncomfortable as they walked down the road, with the people giving wide space as they recognized the elders and Jiraiya. You know that Hiruzen did not want the boy spoiled or Hershad for his heritage. Hiruzen told the people of the Kyuubi so as to be sure that they knew from the beginning that Konoha had been protected by the Yondaime. Naruto, right after the Kyuubi was sealed into you, it was a state of panic. People were in mourning for their loved ones, and no one had an answer as to why the village was so suddenly attacked by the Kyuubi. Of all demons, Hiruzen couldn't tell the people why it attacked, but when they found out that the Yondaime had died, the last thread of sanity was cut and total chaos ensued. He needed to make a difficult choice in such a small window of time. It was either tell the people that the Kyuubi had been amongst them the entire time, and that it killed both your parents, or that Minato and Kushina died, sealing the most powerful demon into an orphan child, and that the boy who it was sealed into was a hero to be regarded as such. Hamura said scoldingly to Danzo, who had closed his visible eye, but then Hamura turned to Naruto as he addressed him. Hiruzen thought and knew that the latter of the two would be best and easiest. He had hoped that by mentioning that you were chosen by the Yondaime they might understand. But they did not. They had completely ignored the wishes and notions of the Yondaime, so Hiruzen created a law around you. It was decreed that from that day forth, anyone found talking about your status would be put to death with no second thoughts about it. Hiruzen was absolutely livid that the people he cared for and protected could be so cruel and ruthless toward a newborn infant. He also made that law so you could make friends with those of your generation. Koharu said, picking up where Hamura left off so the man could glare at Danzo. Naruto waved a hand dismissively as they neared the Hokage's mansion. He didn't want to think about that now. He had long since come to terms with the way his life was. He didn't need this. Not now, at least. I understand, and I can see what position he was in. I forgave him for what he did when I found out about the Kyuubi and became a genin. Though I'm curious, what did you mean by Kyuubi having been amongst them the entire time, Elder Hamura? Naruto said as he stopped in the middle of the empty street they were now on. Hamura stiffened as Jiraiya sighed and slumped his shoulders. Listen, kid. I promise not to keep any more secrets from you or to continue lying to you. So I'll tell you. Your mother, Kushina Uzumaki, was the second Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. She held it in her before you did. Jiraiya said somberly as Naruto's eyes widened. And no way, Naruto said as he froze to the spot. His mother, a Jinchuriki? The letter she had written to him made no mention or even inferred that. She was a Jinchuriki, yet his father still loved her? And, if she was the second, that made him the third, so then, who was the first? Naruto asked quietly as he dropped his gaze to his shoes as they continued their walk. Tsunade's grandmother and your great-grandmother, Mito Uzumaki. You see, it was found out a long time ago that only an Uzumaki can withstand and hold the power of the Kyuubi. Mito Uzumaki was the wife of the first Hokage, your mother Kushina Uzumaki was the wife of the fourth Hokage, and now you, Naruto, are the fifth Hokage. Danzo said nonchalantly as Jiraiya glared at the old man. Could he at least be sympathetic toward Naruto's plight? Jinchuriki means the power of human sacrifice. It is by this that you give up a normal life and carry the burden of the demon inside of you. But answer me this, Naruto. What would have happened had you not been born and made a Jinchuriki, but the Kyuubi still attacked Konoha? Danzo asked as he turned a sharp gaze to Naruto. This village wouldn't even exist now. It would be a stain in history books. Naruto said as his hands turned to tight-fisted. Danzo closed his eye and nodded as he hobbled down the road with his walking cane. Exactly, this village in which isolated you would be a barren spot and razed to the ground. Without you we would be dead and the Kyuubi would have gone on with its destruction. Don't you get it yet, boy? This village was in need of you from the very beginning of your life. Since the day you were born. So stop your insistent sniveling and become the Hokage you were born to be. Danzo said as he casted his vision to the Hokage mansion. That seat of power may be out of my grasp, but I'll be damned if this boy doesn't become a leader I respect. I'll teach him. The hard way, he thought as Naruto gazed at him intently. Yeah, you're right. Listen, I'm gonna go around the village for a while. Just send an ANBU after me when it begins. Naruto said as he turned away from his group of advisors and walked toward another street. Tsunade and Shikaku stopped their conversation as they both saw Naruto leaving. Tsunade shrugged it off as she walked up to Jiraiya. So you dragged me back to this place with the secret of making me Hokage. Huh? I know we couldn't talk much with the kid around, but why didn't you just tell me? Tsunade said as Jiraiya gave her a look. What the hell are you talking about? Jiraiya said as Tsunade's eye twitched. That was the real reason you came to track me down. Sarutobi-sensei died and the village needed a new Hokage, so you come find me because I'm the best choice for the job. It was only convenient that the kid need to find me too so I could heal some people here. By bringing the kid along you made your scheme less suspicious to others because the kid knew I was a healer. Tsunade explained and then smirked as she saw Jiraiya's dumbfounded expression. Okay. That's wow. Jiraiya said as he scratched his cheek. If they were making her Hokage that would have been a really good plan. He was glad he thought of it heh. So what do I have to do first? Tsunade said in a bored tone and sighed heavily. Jiraiya was mentally grinning. He wouldn't burst her ego right now. He'd do a Naruto and get back at his old friend for that drug she slipped him before their little tango with Orochimaru. I don't know. Maybe you should speak with the elders. Jiraiya said as he could barely contain his mirth as she nodded and went after the elders, who had already disappeared inside the Hokage mansion. Shizune looked at the chuckling face of Jiraiya as she went after her master. She might not have caught whatever conversation he and the elders had with Naruto, but it couldn't have been that funny. Oh well. She shrugged as she went to catch up with Tsunade. With Naruto. He walked down another road of his village, his village, the same village that isolated him, that scorned him, and that he was now to protect with his life. He sighed. Knowing that he had been doing that his whole life. He looked at the happy faces of his people. Well, some of them were happy until they saw him. He gave a group of them a smile, but they leaned into each other and whispered things as they stared at him. It wasn't filled with hate like they were about a year ago, but there was still fear and anger in their eyes. He could hear every word of what they were saying. I heard that thing was responsible for bringing back Tsunade-sama. Something about healing Hatake-san and Uchiha-san. One of the women of the group whispered to another. The other shook her head. Yeah, I did too, but I'm sure it was all Jiraiya-sama's doing. The woman said as one of the men turned to them. That's Naruto Uzumaki, you know. The guy was saying, and Naruto rolled his eyes as he was sure the next words out of the guy's mouth would be about Kyuubi, the kid who won against that Hyuga prodigy. I also heard, from some of the ninja, that he defended the village from the Suna Jinchuriki. The man said, much to Naruto's surprise. Oh, I heard from a woman in the market that it was Uchiha-san. Are you sure? The woman asked skeptically as the man nodded his head. Yes, I overheard one of the ANBU tell this group of ninja and then they told me. Apparently the Uzumaki Gaki can even summon Gamabunta-sama. He must be a student of Jiraiya-sama like Yandame-sama was. That must be why he left with Jiraiya-sama. The man said as the women stared at Naruto with less negativity and more keen interest. Well, if Jiraiya-sama believes in him, I guess I can as well. One of the women said as the other nodded. Naruto walked past them as he was still smiling. Maybe the people were starting to come around. Naruto? Naruto, is that you? A younger female voice came from behind him. He turned and was tackled to the ground. What the Ino? Naruto cried out as he looked down to see Ino had tackled him with a hug. Now she was snuggling her face into his shirt. Weirdo. Naruto-kun, it's good to have you back. We just heard you were back. Hinata's with her team and Tenten's with hers. But they're both making their ways here. So we need to move quickly. Ino exclaimed as she literally dragged Naruto away. Naruto was far too shocked to do anything, but that didn't stop his mouth. What the hell are you talking about? What about Tenten? Why the hell are you dragging me? I need an adult. Naruto exclaimed as she dragged him into a dark alley. Ino put her hand over his mouth as she peeked out from the alley. She could see Hinata and Tenten searching for them. I know I heard Naruto-kun's voice on this street. I was him. It was loud and obnoxious. Hinata said as she looked around timidly with Tenten's side. You're right, he was here and so was Ino. She's not playing fair. being sneaky and keeping him to herself. That's so selfish, Tenten said as she stomped her foot while Hinata looked down, but then smirked. Ino was seriously scared now. Hinata smirking was never good. Hinata did a single hand sign and Ino was about to run like hell. The veins near Hinata's eyes became large and noticeable. Damn it, the Byakugan. She's in the alley 5 meters ahead, and she's suffocating Naruto-kun, Hinata exclaimed while she ran at Ino. Ino looked confused. Suffocating Naruto? She looked down at Naruto to see that he was blue in the face. Oops. She had put her hand over his nose and mouth. Oh well, gotta run. She leapt from the alley and hightailed it down the street with Hinata and Tenten in hot pursuit. The people on the street watched the spectacle with many reactions from jealousy and anger to fond memories of their youth. One guy was writing things down, but his wife snatched the notebook and slapped him upside his head. Ino, stop this. He's supposed to choose us, not be kidnapped in broad daylight, Tenten said as she reached into her ninja pouch. Ino didn't even respond as she ran with Naruto tucked under her arm. This is getting ridiculous. Ino, please stop. People are staring, Hinata said as she looked around at the people watching them. I don't care. Mama wants him and Mama don't like to share, Ino said as she turned her head. Tenten sighed as she took something from her pouch and threw it in front of Ino. Ino ran, before she lost her balance as she tripped over something. She let go of Naruto and both of them hit the ground with a thud. Naruto landed on his head while Ino managed to twist just enough to land on her ass. Both of them got up rubbing their now bruised areas. Ow, what was that? Ino said as Tenten and Hinata caught up to her. Ino saw something of a line glimmer in the sunlight. Ninja wire? Oh, that is so cheap, Ino said as she threw up her hands in frustration. Tenten smirked at her while Hinata was checking on Naruto. Are you okay, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked meekly as Naruto rubbed his head. Yeah, I'm just fine, Hinata-chan. Wait, Hinata-chan, Naruto said as he finally came to thought and pointed a finger at Hinata. I need to have a serious talk with you, Hinata-chan, Naruto said with a stern expression as Hinata's face went red. Hinata shook her head and gazed at Naruto. Now that she was really looking at him, she realized her Byakugan was still active and Naruto was under a powerful genjutsu. She couldn't see through it, but she knew it was there. Naruto, why are you under a genjutsu? Hinata asked, not even stuttering as Tenten and Ino turned to them. Naruto froze as he realized she was using her Byakugan. Damn, he was caught. He had hoped no one would know until after his coronation. That way he could hide the bounty of his power, also because of just how different he looked under the genjutsu. Well, you see. Fine. You caught me, Naruto said as they grew closer to him with every word he said. What kind is it, Hinata? Ino asked as Hinata deactivated her Byakugan. It's transformation style. He's basically under an extremely powerful henge that can't be broke unless he chooses to do so, Hinata answered as Naruto stood in front of them. Well, drop it, Naruto. There's no need for that here, we're in the village, Tenten said as she put her hands on her hips. Sorry girls, but I need it for a little while longer. Besides, this is the middle of the street, so dash. Well then we'll just have to go somewhere else, Ino said as she and Tenten grabbed Naruto by his arms and picked him up. Hey, wait a minute, don't I get a say in this? Naruto said as all three girls shook their heads. Sorry, Naruto-kun, but I'm curious to what you're hiding. Please forgive us, Hinata said as she followed them. Naruto sighed as he knew there was no way he was getting out of this one. Near the Hokage's mansion, Konohamaru was walking from the academy with his friends as school had been let out early due to Irika-sensei having to do something. He could care less, he was angstangy right now. It seemed that everyone just up and moved on, completely forgetting about his grandfather. His grandfather, the Sandaime or third Hokage, had protected this village with his life, but everyone just seemed to forget that. He was so pissed right now. Then something caught his eye. Two jonin were carrying things from the Hokage mansion, but not just anything. His grandfather's effects. Konohamaru ran at them while his friends were confused as to why. The two jonin saw him coming. Damn. If their hands were full, they would have shunned Shined away from he kid. He wasn't much of a brat anymore, but damn could he grit nerves. Those are my grandfather's things. Where are you taking them? Konohamaru shouted as the two looked visibly put out. Honorable grandson. The one to the right side, Kotetsu Hagane, said as he knew they were busted. I said, where are you taking them? They belong to my grandfather. Konohamaru shouted as both men sighed inwardly. He's an emotional kid that reminded themselves he just need to vent. Well, these things are just in the way, you see, so we thought it would be best to put them somewhere safe. Kotetsu said as his partner, Izumo Kamizuki, shifted nervously. Though it was too small a twitch for Konohamaru to notice, Kotetsu could tell a mile away that that small twitch was him shifting nervously. What do you mean, just it the way? Konohamaru asked as he looked slightly confused, but then that look contoured into anger. You shouldn't even be touching that stuff. Who gave you permission? Well, we have to make room for the next Hokage, Kotetsu said, trying not to be blunt as Izumo rolled his eyes. They what? Konohamaru asked as his face dropped and his body froze. Yeah, it's done. The fifth Hokage is finally to be inaugurated. It's a big relief to everyone, Izumo said, speaking for the first time, as Konohamaru remained frozen. Now the one who's been chosen is moving in, Izumo was saying until Konohamaru pushed his way past the two and almost made them fall. No way. It's too soon for a new Hokage, Konohamaru said in anger as he glared down at the two from higher up the steps. My grandfather was everything to this village, he shouted as he ran off into the mansion. Kotetsu and Izumo shrugged as they continued on with their job. Konohamaru went into the door and crashed into something, but he really didn't care since it was soft and warm. He snuggled his face into it because he knew it was on a woman, and a very well-endowed one at that. Soft bobbies. It reminds me of my baby blanket, he said dreamily as he snuggled into them more. Tsunade glared down at the kid, but said nothing since it felt good. Konohamaru's eyes opened, even though he didn't remember closing them, and then widened as he jumped off the woman he was enjoying. Who are you and what are you doing here? He shouted at her as he blushed from his actions. What am I doing here? Well, what are you doing here, you pesky little runt? Tsunade said with a smirk as he blushed harder. Who's a little runt? I dare you to call me that again, he said as he was quickly getting annoyed with her. Tsunade only smirked more as she bent down to his height. Oh, so you're a glutton for punishment, huh? You're a pesky little runt, Tsunade said, stressing each word as he went red-faced. I'm warning you, if you call me that again, he screamed as Shizen walked up to them.
Tsunade-sama.
Shizen scolded as Tsunade gave her a look. You really should be going in now. The elders are waiting for you, Shizen said as Taunton oinked in agreement. All right, Shizen, Tsunade said as she sighed and tapped Konohamaru's head. You watch your step, little boy, she said as she walked away from him. I really wished you'd try and behave nicely, especially since I'm the one everyone comes and complains to, Shizen scolded as Tsunade rolled her eyes. Okay, Tsunade said as they walked down the hall to the elder's office. The two elders were standing at a window with their backs to the door. Genma, Koharu called as said ninja landed in a kneeling position behind her with a yes. Aoba, the other appeared in the same fashion. Send out the word. Everyone in the village must be made aware that today we will officially welcome the fifth Hokage, she said as the two nodded and disappeared as they came. Don't you think it's a bit soon for all that? I just got here and all, Tsunade said as the two turned to her giving her stone-faced looks. What are you on about, Tsunade? Hamura asked with a raised brow. I mean, I just got to the village. Shouldn't I rest and relax before I'm inducted as Hokage? I hate this. I'm sore all over, Tsunade said as she rolled her shoulders while Hamura and Koharu exchanged a look. I take it that fool Jiraiya didn't tell you. He must have thought it a fun joke to be played, Hamura said with his ever-present scowl deepening. What do you mean, didn't tell me what? Oh, you mean about you wanting me to be made Hokage? Well, no, he didn't, but I figured it out. It wasn't too hard. I mean, who would really go out and search for me just to heal and few people, and then it was conveniently after the death of Sarutobi-sensei. It wasn't too hard to figure out, Tsunade said as they exchanged another look. How did you know Hiruzen died, Tsunade? Koharu questioned as she and Hamura gave Tsunade a kunai-sharp look. Huh. Oh, well, news travels fast when the lords and nobles of other countries are present during an invasion. I found out about 2 days are the whole thing, Tsunade said as Shizun shifted uncomfortably near the door. I see, Hamura said as he closed his eyes, but then snapped them open to give Tsunade a stone gaze and a scowl. Tsunade, we thank you for that bit of information, but we must inform you that you've drawn your conclusions from nothing but thin air. You are not being made the 5th Hokage. This is why Jiraiya did not tell you anything about it, because there was nothing to tell. Now if you'll excuse us, he said as he and Koharu brushed past her and Shizun. We have work to do, and so do you. I would get over to the hospital if I were you. That was the whole reason you were brought back, just as it was messaged to you by Jiraiya. Hamura finished as they exited their office and left Tsunade standing there, frozen and speechless. She regained herself and went after them, catching up them as they were in the hallway. Well, fine. I'm not Hokage, and don't really give a damn, but answer me this. Who is? Tsunade said as she got in front of them. They exchanged looks. She was really getting tired of that. You should know by now, you have been traveling with him all this way, Hamura said as Tsunade pulled a look of disgust. Jiraiya, Kami, why would you senile old fools make that perverted old toad Hokage? Now the kunoichi will be wearing nothing but belts and scrolls, Tsunade said as Hamura gave her a stern look, but it was as effective with his red cheeks. Koharu was the one to speak as she looked just as disgusted. Not Jiraiya, Naruto. He was made Hokage almost a month ago, Koharu yelled as Tsunade looked confused, but then she gave them a weird look. Naruto, why would you make that brat Hokage? I understand he's powerful and quick on his feet, but he's just as half-assed as Jiraiya, Tsunade said as Shizun had finally caught up to them. He was chosen by the Fire Daimyo and approved by the Shinobi Council and Jonin Commander. Naruto has shown that he is able to handle the job so far, so we have faith in him, Hamura said as Tsunade gave them a look, but then she smiled. Fine, I guess the brat deserves it. All the paperwork, the political headaches, and the boring meetings. Yup, he can have that. I'll just heal these people and be on my way, Tsunade said happily as she walked from the two elders. Not so fast, Tsunade. You've been away from the village for far too long. Hiruzen allowed you to leave because you were grieving, but now it's time to come back home. If you don't comply, we'll have to ask that you be marked as a missing ninja and hunted for abandoning the village, Hamura said as Tsunade froze with one leg still in the air. Excuse me, Tsunade whispered out coldly as the two were not affected. Shizun narrowed her eyes at the two elders. Naruto won't let this happen. Would he? We will not repeat ourselves. If there is a problem with what was said, then take it up at the next council meeting, which you shall be attending as the Senju clan head and head of the medical corps, Koharu said as they once again brushed past her and out into the village. Tsunade-sama, they can't do that, right? Naruto has final say as Hokage, right? Shizun asked as Tsunade lowered her face. Yes, they can, and yes, he does. That's why we'll be forced to stay, Tsunade said as Shizun's eyes went wide. But Naruto Shizun stuttered out as Tsunade raised a hand to stop her. Is Hokage now, and he must do what is best for the village as a whole. Having me back here instead of sending Anbu to their deaths is the best decision, Tsunade said with a sigh, but then struck a thinking pose. Besides, it's not so bad. I can finally get a drink and use my clan's money to pay off all my debts, Tsunade said after thinking it over. Shizun's jaw dropped as she stared at her master. Tsunade-sama, are you telling me that we could have used the Senju clan funds to pay off your debts, instead of hopping from place to place like we have? Shizun said as she lowered her face, making her hair overshadow her face. Yeah, I know. Didn't you love it? The living on the edge, never knowing where we'd end up next, the running from near constant attempts of repayment. Tsunade asked with a thumbs up as Shizun chuckled, but never raised her head. Tsunade-sama, I have something to tell you, Shizune said as Tsunade looked curious. Oh, what is it? Tsunade said as she gazed at Shizune. I'm gonna kill you, Shizune roared as she dropped Tantan, who was frozen in fear, and made a chakra scalpel with her left hand. Tsunade's eyes widened as she did the most rational thing she had ever done. She ran for her life. With Naruto and the girls. They had dragged him all the way out to Training Ground 7 so they would have some privacy. Naruto was still a little put out about the whole thing, but they were using puppy dog eyes. Curse whoever made that unstoppable jutsu. Fine, but stand back. This isn't just your normal illusion. It also holds back a fraction of my power, so I'm not sure what'll happen. Naruto said as they did as they were told. They hopped back 10 feet just to be sure as Naruto pressed his palms together and exuded chakra. The very air around him began to swirl and twist into a torrent of energy as his chakra became visible to them. Hinata and Ino weren't surprised since they had been seeing him do such ever since they started the academy. But Tenten was in a state of shock. What enormous chakra! It feels like the air is pushing down on me. Tenten thought in shock as she struggled to stay on her feet. She looked over to Hinata and Ino and saw that they were barely affected. Has he always been this powerful?
Kai.
Naruto said lowly, but it rang out as he exploded in a flash of light and gust of wind that had created a dust cloud around him. When the dust had died away, each girl had the same look of shock and lust on their face, except Ino, who was just completely lust. In Naruto's place was a young man just a few inches taller than them. He had long spiky blonde and 2 bangs framing either side of his face. His cerulean blue eyes shined like a clear pool of water, but beneath that warmth and shine they could see cold and darkness, which proved he was a shinobi. He wore a long black robe shirt, black robe pants, and a white sash to hold them together, to which was tied in a loose knot in the front. A sword was held on his right hip by the sash. He wore a long white haori with long sleeves over his clothes. He also wore a white scarf around his neck that hid the bottom half of his face. He pulled down the scarf to give them a foxy smile. He stepped out of the crater his power had created upon release and walked up to the 3 stunned girls. So, how do I look? Naruto questioned simply, but to them his voice was cool, smooth, and alluring. Whoa! Tenten breathed out as she blushed, but continued to ogle him. Mama really likes, Ino said as she gave him a seductive smile back. Naruto's sweat dropped as Ino licked her lips at him. She was so weird. Hinata, what do you think? Naruto said in that monotone, yet sexy voice that made Hinata fight every fiber of her being to stay awake. You, like wow. Hinata said shyly as her face she was the reddest of all 3. If it wasn't for the fact her father was expecting her home soon, she'd jump him right now instead of sneaking into his apartment later tonight. Naruto sighed as he made a hand sign and turned back to normal. Okay, you girls have had your fun. Now if you don't mind, I need to get to the hospital, Naruto said as he blurred sight. The 3 girls were now shocked and turned on. Was that the Shunshin Jutsu? Tenten asked as Hinata shook her head. Years of honing and train, not just the Byakugan, but her normal eyes as well told her the answer. He walked away at instant speed. It was small, but before he completely disappeared I saw him stick out his foot. He took 1 step, and then gone. Hinata said as Ino's jaw dropped along with Tenten's. But that's impossible, right? I mean, Gai-sensei is fast, but not fast enough to walk away at the speed of sound. So how is Naruto? Tenten exclaimed as she threw up her hands. He moved at the speed of light, not sound, and I think it was the use of chakra that did it for him. I'm not sure, but I know for a fact no one can move that fast without energy of some kind. Hinata said as she turned and began the journey back to the village. Ino started after her, but then gave Tenten a look as she wasn't following. I don't know about you, but I think I've come down with a case of love fever. I need to go to the hospital and have Naruto-kun cure it with his new and sexy self. Bye, Ino said as she placed the back of her hand on her forehand and fainted sickness. She wiggled her eyes and raced off toward the village as Tenten came out of her stupor. Ino, you leave Naruto alone. He's supposed to get to know us and choose to be with us, not raped by you. Tenten yelled as she raced after Ino. Ino only laughed as she ran. It's not rape if he comes back for more, she yelled back as Hinata thought it'd be good to start running while she still had a head start. With Naruto, he blurred into beside Shizune as the woman saw him and yelped, falling on her ass. Naruto, what have I said about doing that to scare me? Shizune whined as Naruto chuckled and helped her up. Not to, but your face is so funny, he said as he went into full-blown laughter. Do realize I'm still a medic ninja, and that you don't know everything about healing just yet, so you'll have to continue training under me, Shizune said darkly as Naruto paled and quivered in his spot.
Yes, Shizune-sensei.
Naruto said through his chattering teeth. Shizune gave him a smile as she and he caught up to Tsunade. This must be the room. Sasuke Uchiha. Huh. Tsunade said as she entered the hospital room. May I come in? She asked as Naruto rolled his eyes. His eyes widened a fraction as he saw Sakura sitting beside Sasuke's bed. He looked around the room and saw that fresh flowers were in the vase on the other side. Those were picked just today. She must have been here quite often, he thought as he gazed at them. Don't worry, Sakura. She's here to make everything all right now, Naruto said as Tsunade went over to Sasuke. Hey, Naruto. So she must be the one guy Sensei told me about, Sakura said as she turned and bowed to Tsunade. Oh please, save Sasuke. Tsunade gave her a kind smile, with Naruto rolling his eyes again. Well, I'll see what I can do, she said as she put her hand on Sasuke's forehead and began using healing chakra. Well, I'll go see what I can do for Kakashi. Naruto, will you come with me? Shizune said as Naruto nodded and walked out, but not without catching a glimpse of Sakura's crying face. Maybe this was why the pervy sage had wanted him to give up on her. And why he did. Sasuke woke up feeling just as bad as he did in that damn coma, but at least now he wasn't seeing images of his family being killed in front of him. It was only Sakura and some lady. He was too tired to care that Sakura was hugging him. He'd let it slide this time, but next time physical contact is to be restricted to only a handshake. And now that he was awake, the first thing he'd do was corner Naruto and demand answers. A stupid damn headache. Okay, new plan. First sleep and some medicine, then Naruto and answers. Shizune couldn't do anything for Kakashi, so they had to wait for Tsunade. She came in with a scowl on her face as she walked up to his bed. Naruto was stone-faced, a first for Kakashi to ever see. Tsunade healed him, but he was still in pain. Oh well, he figured that was his punishment. Naruto glanced over to see Guy was twisting the hospital curtain as he waited for Tsunade to finish with Kakashi. How disgraceful to be taken completely out of the game by two low-life punks like that. I thought you were supposed to be the best, Tsunade said mockingly as Kakashi sat up, looking almost as bad as he felt. Sorry to disappoint you, Kakashi said as Naruto turned to leave from the room. Kakashi, once you're feeling up to it, be in my office tomorrow. We have things to discuss, you and I, Naruto said as Kakashi turned his eye to Naruto's back. That was so monotone and lukewarm. What had happened to Naruto while he was gone? Of course, Hokage-sama, Kakashi said tiredly as he fell back into bed. Tsunade only shook her head as she turned to Naruto, who had a smirk on his face for some reason. Only one more to go, Granny, Naruto said cheekily while Tsunade had the urge to punch him as Guy stopped twisting the curtain to point his fingers toward the next room. Rock Lee, he's right next door. Next door, Guy said as he continued to point. Naruto and Tsunade sighed in unison as they went to the room. No one was in there, but they did see Lee limping down the corridor with his crutch. Now that Naruto was looking at Lee and knew a bit about healing, he could tell that the injuries Lee had gotten were more serious than any of them had thought. If anyone could heal Lee, it would be Tsunade. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he glanced back at Tsunade, who was looking at Lee with especially critical eyes. He could tell that she was analyzing him just from her experience with healing. Lee, look who's here to see you. It's Tsunade-sama, Guy said as he pointed dramatically at Tsunade, who was still stone-faced. Is this one of your students, Guy? Tsunade asked as Naruto rolled his eyes again. If she couldn't tell just from Lee's looks, yes, he's more than a student. He's like a son. Guy said as Lee looked up with an odd expression toward Tsunade. I see, Tsunade said as she gave a quick glance at Naruto, who caught it and nodded. I'll let you handle things from here, Granny. I've still some time before it begins, Naruto said as he walked away, but then stopped as he was passing Shizune. Be sure to tell me everything that goes on, Shizune. I have a feeling I'll need to know, Naruto said in a stern voice as Shizune stiffened. She had heard his voice in monotone but never like just now. Yes, of course,
Naruto-sama,
Shizune as he nodded. No need for the sama part, Shizune-sensei, Naruto said as he stepped behind her and blurred from sight. Later, at the Ichiraku ramen bar with Naruto and Irika. You're late, Irika-sensei. I thought tardiness was not part of your ninja way. Huh, Naruto said cheekily as he leaned against the wall of the ramen shop. Irika chuckled a bit as he came up to Naruto. Sorry, it's just all these preparations for the Godame Hokage, Irika said as Naruto nodded while they went inside and ordered, but not before Naruto glanced at the corner Konohamaru was hiding behind. So, do you know who is to be made the fifth Hokage, Irika-sensei? Naruto asked with his eyes closed as Irika glanced over to him. Since when did Naruto have a poker face? No, I'm just a regular chunin, not one of the elite, so I wasn't told, though I have heard it was someone young. Younger than me, and that's something, Irika said as Tuchi served them. Naruto began eating with vigor, making Irika sigh. Some things would never change. Oh, and what do you think of it? Naruto asked, eyes still closed as he slurped down noodles. Irika put his chopsticks over his bowl as he struck up a thinking pose. Well, being that the person is so young with such a big responsibility and so many people depending on him, that could overwhelm just about anyone. Then we have to think about how we look toward the other nations. By our Kage being so young, it suggests that we have very powerful ninja if one half my age could become Hokage. They would be less tempted to go to war, Irika said as Naruto finally opened his eyes slowly. So, you do know who the fifth Hokage is to be, Naruto said slowly as Irika looked nervous. And no, of course and not. I'm only Chunin, Irika said as Naruto chuckled a bit. Irika-sensei, only elite Chunin are made and allowed to teach at the academy. Besides, when you were a regular Chunin you were in Kakashi-sensei's squad. I read your files, Naruto said as he drank his broth and put down his bowl. Irika sighed as he threw up his hands. Fine, you caught me. But really, Naruto, Hokage so young? Irika asked, but stiffened as Tuchi laughed gruffly. He's working hard, Irika. Besides, if not now, he'd have probably claimed the title 3 to 6 years from now, and that wouldn't be much of a change, Tuchi said as he produced another bowl of ramen for Naruto. Oh, we are so making ramen Konoha's national dish, Naruto said as Tuchi got Ryo signs in his eyes. He could just imagine the money he'd rake in saying things like, the Hokage always ate ramen here, or every meal the Godame Hokage was here, and if it's good enough for him, then why not you? Should we go see him and ask? He might not be in a good mode if we do. Yeah, that would work.
and Naruto.
You can't just do things like that. That's abuse of power, Irika scolded, but Naruto was ignoring him in favor of his ramen. Irika gave up after seeing Naruto wasn't paying attention to him. Tell me something, old man Tuchi. How did you know I'm the fifth Hokage? Naruto asked as he finished his noodles. Tuchi crossed his arms with a smirk on his face. I'm a retired jonin, so I still have the privilege of getting that kind of info. Now eat up. Ramen is on the house today, Tuchi said as he pointed his wooden spoon at Naruto. Naruto's face lit up like he was getting free ramen, which he was. Suddenly an ANBU appeared in a kneeling position behind the two as they ate. Naruto sighed, not even turning around, as he placed his chopsticks over his broth-filled bowl. What is it? Naruto asked, annoyed as the ANBU bowed his head. Sorry to disturb you before the coronation, Hokage-sama, but a problem has come up that needs your attention, the Ambu, bird, said as Naruto turned to him. A problem? What is it? Irika asked. Konohamaru Sarutobi has barricaded himself inside the library of the Hokage mansion. Tsunade-sama is trying to get in for medical research and the village elders need to get in for your inaugural Kage robes which had been stored in there some time ago. Bird said as Naruto nodded while Iruka looked shocked. Wait, what? Konohamaru wouldn't do something like this. He knows the village needs a new Hokage, so why would Iruka was saying until Naruto raised a hand to stop him. He's angry and sad at the same time due to the village. He feels as if the village has forgotten his grandfather in its haste to get back to normality. I shall go myself and get him. Iruka, come with me, it'll be better if you're there with us. Naruto said as he got up from his stool and blurred away. Bird nodded as he disappeared in a plume of smoke. Iruka was shocked Naruto could use teleportation jutsu, especially one such as that. Naruto didn't even use a hand sign. Right, Iruka said as he nodded a goodbye to Tucci and disappeared in a swirl of leaves. At the Hokage mansion, Naruto had been the first to arrive, followed by Bird and Iruka. He scanned the hall as he walked and found Moegi and Udon along with Izumo, Kotetsu, Shizune and Tsunade. Koharu and Hamura were stand along the opposite wall with deep scowls on their faces. But Tsunade-sama, he's just a kid and the grandson of the third Hokage. What do I care? I'm the granddaughter of the first Hokage, so I'm the one you need to worry about. Tsunade snapped back as the two Chunin flinched back. What's with all the racket? It's barely even noon, Naruto said as he walked up to them all. Sorry, Naruto-sama, but Konohamaru has blockaded himself in your library. We can't get him out without using force, Izumo said as he and Kotetsu bowed to him. Moegi and Udon looked in awe as Naruto walked up to them. Thank you too, but I'll take it from here, Naruto said as he threw back his hand and a cherry blossom fell into it. The petal glowed as it transformed into a katana. It was a regular katana with a simple crossguard, which is a simple open frame much like a 4-pane window. It had a white-colored hilt and white sheath. This katana was Senbonzakura. He unsheathed it and threw the sheath to the side where it turned to cherry blossom and dissipated. Naruto, what just happened? Iruka asked as Naruto gave him a foxy grin. That was a special weapon summoning. I learned how to do it when I finished my seals training. Jiraiya-sensei says that I've gained the title of seals and sealing master after I pasted a test of his. I can do that summoning from a seal that's hidden in invisible ink on the right hip of my clothes. Naruto explained as Iruka only nodded dumbly with a look of awe and shock. You've really gotten stronger, Naruto. To think that 1 month of training under Jiraiya-sama has done this for you, Iruka said as Naruto's grin grew. That's not all. But right now I have something to do, Naruto said as he turned to the door. He pushed it, causing a panel at the top to release a bunch of metal pans. He slashed through each of them as they fell. He pushed the doors in and found that they had tables and stacks of books blocking them. So he added Chirka to his strength to get them open wide enough. He saw that ninja wire and exploding tags were strung up all over the room. He took down the tags and cut through all the wire, causing more junk to fall in front of his path. He punched it all out of his way and took a few more steps in. He heard a sizzling noise and looked down to see that an explosive tag had been hidden on the floor as well. Before it could explode, he stepped on it and grinded his foot into it, destroying the seal and stopping the explosion. A pair of kunai came at him and he sliced it in half after adding wind chirka to the blade of his sword. A boulder fell from the ceiling and it too was cut in two by his blade. He kept walking as he had and dispelled Senbonzakura, seeing that the traps had all been destroyed. Konohamaru's eyes widened as he ran to the corner, but Naruto grabbed him by the scarf and yanked him. He dragged Konohamaru, kicking and screaming, from the room and walked down the hall with Iruka close behind. As soon as they had made it out of the mansion, Naruto picked Konohamaru up, still kicking, but now crying, and they walked all the way to the academy in non-conversational silence. Once inside, they found Iruka's classroom and locked themselves inside as Naruto dropped Konohamaru onto the wooden floor. Konohamaru looked up at them as he sobbed, but neither was in the mood for his whining as they gave him stern looks. Naruto eventually sighed and sat down at one of the student desks, faintly remembering his days in the academy. What's this all about, Konohamaru? Naruto asked as Iruka kept up the stern look. He knew what Konohamaru was doing, but he wanted the boy to say it himself. Konohamaru stopped sobbing and dried his eyes as he sat on the floor of the classroom with Irika standing over him. Pretty soon, everyone's gonna forget about the old man," Konohamaru said quietly as he got up and sat next to Naruto with Irika leaning on another desk. "It wouldn't be long," Konohamaru said with a blank face. "They'll forget what a great ninja he was, and then they'll just toss his memory away like an old shoe." He finished as Irika gave him a stern but concerned look. Naruto was quiet for a moment, but then stood up. "You're wrong. I know for a fact he'll be remembered long after we're gone," Naruto said as Konohamaru's face contoured in anger. "Well, you're wrong," Konohamaru yelled as Naruto gave him a smile. "I'm not wrong because I promise as the 5th Hokage that I won't ever forget him, and all the good that he's done," Naruto said as he blurred from the room. Konohamaru and Irika stared with wide eyes at the spot Naruto had been, but they were staring for completely different reasons. "Naruto is the 5th Hokage," Konohamaru whispered in shock as Irika smiled. "You really have grown up since you were in his seat, Naruto," Irika thought as he looked and smiled down on the shocked out of his mind Konohamaru. Naruto traveled at transcendent speed around Konoha, looking for Shizune. He stopped atop a building as he dropped to one knee. His breathing was hard and fast, but he was smiling nonetheless. "That's 10 and that's my limit, but it's a better limit than 3. I get it now. I don't pump it to my legs, but let small strings out as I walk. I'm glad I'm getting adjusted to this technique, but I still need a name for it," Naruto said as he stopped and sat on the roof of the building. It needs the word step in it. I know that, since all I'm do is walking at high speed. Blur step. No, how about quick step? No. Light step. No. Flash step. Perfect. I'm genius after all," Naruto said as he jumped up and down on the roof. "Tsunade-sama," was the scream that Naruto heard just down the street. Naruto jumped off the roof and ran to what sounded like Shizune. He burst in the door to find Shizune with a shocked expression. "Shizune, what's wrong? What happened to Granny?" Naruto said as he was already going through hand signs for an earth-style ninjutsu. "She's concentrating on SS studying," Shizune said as Naruto thought over her words and looked over to Tsunade, who was in fact studying a medical book. "Oh, Kami. What's happening? Is this all just a dream or some story by a weird guy who thought this would be a good idea?" "You're studying," Naruto said, too shocked to do anything but yell. Tsunade gave them both an irate look as she sipped her sake. "I'm studying for Rock Lee's surgery," Tsunade said with a serious face as Naruto's eyes widened just a fraction. He had a feeling Lee would need surgery. "How bad is he?" Naruto asked with an equally serious face as he sat in the booth on the opposite side of Tsunade. "Some of his injuries are embedded deep into his spinal cord. The surgery, as it is now, only has a 50% chance of success. But if I can apply that jutsu kabuto used to a patient such as Lee, then it could increase the chance of success, even if just by 1%. Tsunade said as Naruto looked deep in thought. He figured she meant the one Kabuto had done when he was hit by his Rasengan. So it was a jutsu and not a bloodline, huh? That means it could be used on anyone so long as they had the power to use it. I'll see what I can do about that. Kabuto's jutsu was probably his own. I'll do some checking and tell you what I come up with, Naruto said as Tsunade nodded, but then looked at him in confusion. You plan to help with the surgery? Tsunade asked as Naruto nodded with a smile on his face. I am the 5th Hokage after all. I plan to do a lot of things to help the village, and I think it's a good start to help at least one of my ninja continue his dream. Don't you? Naruto said as Tsunade leaned back in her seat and chuckled. Fine, I plan to begin preparations 2 days from now. Dig up whatever you can buy then. Afterward have Shizune here teach you about anything you may not know, Tsunade said. But as she finished, Naruto paled ghostly and Shizune was chuckling evilly with a dark aura around her. Narukuin and I are gonna do our best, right Narukuin? Shizune said wickedly sweet as Naruto was trembling as he nodded. Yes, SSS Shizune sensei. Naruto said as he stood and walked out of the tavern. As soon as he stepped into the street, an ANBU dropped in front of him. The coronation is to begin, Naruto-sama. The elders and village require your presence. the female boar-masked ANBU said with just a hint of disdain in her voice. Very well, let us go, Naruto said coldly as he turned from her and disappeared. The ANBU kneeled on the street, frozen in place by the frigid cold tone that struck her. He could have known she was against his appointment. Could he? She shook her head as she needed to get to the coronation herself, and think about that later. At the coronation with Naruto. Naruto adjusted his ceremonial robes and ran a hand over his new Kage hat, hoping the gestures would mask his own growing nervousness for his inauguration as Konoha's Godame Hokage. Despite all his confidence in proclaiming that he will be Hokage all these years, it is a way different story when it was actually about to happen. You look fine, so stop your fussing or you'll rip those clothes to shreds, Jiraiya said as he leaned against the doorway of the ceremonial room. Naruto gave him a small smile as he took a deep breath. It was all so real now. So how do these things usually go? Naruto asked as he went over to Jiraiya. Pretty boring, but the only one I've ever seen was Minato's, so that may not be an accurate account. It's basically you standing there while one of the elders announces your life up until now. They may throw in a few things extra, but it's all basically a snore. Well, I better get out there. The village needs my good looks to survive, Jiraiya said as he disappeared in a plume of smoke. Taking one last look at his appearance in the mirror, Naruto stepped out of the room and looked out of a hallway window. He couldn't see the rooftop since it was above him, but he could see his people. He could see their faces, so he used his Kamidaiogen to see them all clearly. He could now clearly see into the literal crowd of thousands. He saw Shikamaru standing beside Asuma with a smirk on his face. Choji was beside him, not eating, which was a first for Naruto to ever see. Ino was standing with Hinata and Tenten as they, like everyone else, was looking up at the rooftop. He saw Rock Lee there on his crutch standing along with Neji and Guy with a hand on each of his shoulder. He could see Neji was smirking, but he didn't know why. Then he saw that the Hyuga prodigy had his Byakugan active and was staring right at him. Naruto wanted to hide, but then slapped his forehead as he realized that made no sense or point. He just waved and Neji, along with several other Hyuga, waved back. Kurenai-sensei was standing with Kiba and Shino. Kiba had Akamaru atop his head as the dog was barking. Shino was just, well, Shino. Anko, the crazy-ass snake lady, was leaning on Kurenai-sensei. Naruto couldn't read lips, but he was fairly sure that whatever was being said was giving Kurenai-sensei that red face. He gazed through the crowd and saw something that made his heart both lighter and beat faster. His team was out there right next to the special Jonin. Kakashi and Sasuke looked exhausted and ready to drop dead. But they were there nonetheless, with Sakura looking around and saying something. Kakashi put a hand on her head and said something that made her stop, but whatever was said gave Sasuke a thoughtful look. He saw many others from the village that he knew. Irika and other teachers with all the academy students, and Tucci and Ayam from Ichiraku's ramen bar. The only people he didn't see were Tsunade, Shizune, the clan heads, the village elders, and Jiraiya. He resolved that they must have been on the roof waiting for him. It was then a loud voice, Koharu if he had to guess, began speaking. He had no idea Koharu could be that loud. Proud people of Konoha, we have been through much, and it has weighed heavily upon our village. We've seen, just recently, an invasion in which we were attacked by 2 villages. Thought we fought and won and persever through it all. The heaviest of all was the loss of our dear Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. But we will not give up. He would not want that of us. He'd want you all to weather these tough times and the tough times ahead. That is why we have gathered here today, to welcome the leader who will bring us through those tough times, with determination and an unyielding spirit, Koharu said, and then stepped back as Hamura came up and went through hand signs. We of the village have kept many secrets, not just from our enemies, but from you, the people, as well. We, the elders and your newest Hokage, believe that it is time for some, if not all, of those secrets to come to light. The village is a family, and we should not keep secrets from family. So here, in front of all that are gathered, shall we tell you of the truth around one Naruto Uzumaki? Hamura said as voices began to mutter to one another. Naruto could see Sakura turn to Kakashi and say something, but he must have told her to listen to the elders since she turned back. He saw that a lot of the younger people had turned to the adults, but they did as Kakashi did. Naruto Uzumaki, as many of you may know, was a genin ninja of Konoha. He was the village prankster and wanted nothing more than the attention of others. Though there are far more rooted things than you all know. He shall expose a truth now that was banned by law from speaking. Naruto Uzumaki is the Kyuubi Jinchuriki of Konoha, Hamura said as the entire crowd gasped and went wide-eyed. Even Kakashi. Naruto saw that several of the Jonin appeared beside each other, namely Kakashi, Guy, and Asuma. Kurenai and Anko were having their own discussion, and Naruto knew that he was the topic of the muttering and whispering voices. What were they thinking, outing Naruto like that? Kakashi said as Asuma shrugged, but did glare up at the elder as he waited for the people to calm themselves. I don't know, but they had better have a damn good reason. Naruto could execute that old man for something like that, Asuma said as Guy nodded. Perhaps that is the bad news to whatever other secrets they and Naruto feel must be exposed. Guy said with his voice serious as he gave Hamura a narrow-eyed look. Hey Kurenai-chan, do you think Naruto would give that old bastard a public execution for this? I always wanted to see his old ass die. And then Danzo, Anko said excitedly as Kurenai was serious and frowning. I don't know, Anko, but whatever's going on, it better move on quick before the civilians fill their children's heads with more demonic stories of Naruto. Kurenai said as she gave the old man a hard look. Hamura finally raised his arms to shush the crowd, and all was silent as he pressed on. That is not the most shocking thing you will learn today. Naruto Uzumaki is a hero for containing the demon that would have destroyed us. If not for his very birth, we would all have been at the mercy of the Kyuubi and its wrath. He is a hero of epic proportions and shall be regarded as such. This was the wish of both the Yondaime and Sandaime, but you villains and heartless fiends disregard this wish. This last dying wish, simply because you do not understand. Now you shall learn of one of the most shocking secrets that has been kept from you for over 13 years. Once you learn of this, you shall wish to repent for your deeds against young Uzumaki. Hamura said and stepped back as Danzo limped up to the front of the rooftop. His cold and stone face made everyone nervous, because even Danzo normally did not look that coldly at people. You fools who had praised the Sandaime and Yondaime for their actions, yet you disregarded their wishes. I could point each of you out as a person who has wronged Uzumaki-san in one way or another. There are only a handful of people who would escape that identifying, though I suppose making you feel sorry now is of no real mirth. For once I have said what I plan to each of you shall gaze upon the boy with new eyes and new-found shock and awe. Danzo said as the crowd was eerily silent when he took his pause. Uzumaki is not just some common and useless name. It is one of his birth names. Some of you may know this, but I shall explain for those who don't. Naruto Uzumaki happens to be the last of his clan. The Uzumaki clan, to be exact. The Uzumaki clan was a prominent clan in Uzushigakure, or the Land of Whirlpools. They were also distant relatives of the Senju clan, and thus both clans were on good terms. An alliance that extended onto their hidden villages, Konoha and Uzushio, or the Hidden in the Whirlpool village. Did you know that the Whirlpool symbol integrated onto our shinobi's uniforms and flak jackets, as well as on the shoulders of those uniforms, is a sign of friendship and goodwill between the two villages, and continues to do so to this day, in memory of our friendship, even years after Whirlpool's destruction? No, I suppose not, but then again none of you could see the plain true in front your eyes. That shall be the next truth I reveal unto you, the precious people of Konoha. The crowd was as silent as they could be. Naruto Uzumaki, the resident moron, the prankster of Konoha, and all-around annoyance, was the last of a clan that not only helped their village, but had a village of their own. The shopkeepers vowed to be nicer to the boy, give him a few gifts, and apologize for their past treatment of him. The shinobi, who didn't know, were shocked right down to their cores as they looked to the swirl symbol on their and others' clothes. That thing was just about everywhere in their village, and it was in dedication to a founding clan that Naruto Uzumaki, the #1 knucklehead ninja, was the last of. They couldn't believe it. True, they had been already seeing him as one of them, a true shinobi of Konoha, but to think that the kid had the power of a clan and was related to the Senju, it was enough to make more than a few of them faint. Luckily, some of their friends were there to wake them up. What was next, him being the son of Kushina Uzumaki? Damn, they fainted again. I see some of you have already began to realize just what is next on the list of secrets to be revealed. Well, for those who haven't, allow me to do the honors. Naruto Uzumaki is the son of the only other resident Uzumaki this village has had since the wife of the Shodai Hokage, Mito Uzumaki. That is right, Naruto is the great-grandson of the Shodai Hokage, the great-grandnephew of the Nidaime Hokage and son of Kushina Uzumaki, the red hot-blooded habanero. Danzo said as he saw a few dozen more ninja in the crowd faint. Apparently they still remembered her quite vividly even after 13 years. As many of you know, there was only one man that was worth Kushina's time. That man and her became fast friends and even lovers. They married around 14 years ago and were found dead in each other's arms. That man gave Naruto his hair color, eye color, and skin tone. In fact, the resemblance between the two is so very noticeable that you'd have to be a complete moron not to see it. Danzo said as the sound of many facepalms came out across the crowd. He smiled and it made a lot of people give him a look. The sounds of idiots finally seeing the truth was always music to his ears. You don't think? No, it couldn't be. It's impossible, Kakashi was saying as Guy shook his. Calm down, Kakashi. It's all right, we all deluded ourselves from the truth because it was far too painful. We knew it was true, yet we decided against it, because if there was even a chance it wasn't, we'd all be far more depressed. Gu said as Asuma nodded. But he was my teacher, my sensei. The man was like a second father to me. I looked Naruto in the face so many times, and I just brushed the resemblance off as a coincidence, Kakashi said as Sakura and Sasuke looked at him and came over, along with all the other genin. I wrote it off as mere coincidence that he had the blonde hair, the cerulean blue eyes, the perfect tan skin, and the talent for ninjutsu. I said, there's no way he could be my sensei's son because they said he and Kushina sensei died and no child was found. I was a damn jonin for Kami's sake. I should have known that my sensei would never use someone else's kid for that sealing. I should have known that my sensei would do something as stupid as to seal the most powerful demon into his own son, because it was the only way, Kakashi said hysterically as he dropped to his knees with tears streaming down his face. I could have done so much for Naruto. I could have given him a home, a big brother, better training, love, compassion, and a shoulder to cry on when he was alone. I could have been so much more than a guard at his window, or a half-assed teacher. I could have been Kakashi and I-san or Big Brother Kakashi. I could have had a little brother to help deal with the sorrows of my own life. He could have imparted some of that never-die attitude onto me. It all could have been so beautiful, Kakashi said as his students and friends looked down at him. Guy and Asuma bent down and patted his back while Kurenai and Enko came over. It's all right, Kakashi. You've done more than you think. You've given him a great morale teacher, and that's very hard to come by in the ninja world. You've given him the ideals of teamwork, the importance of loyalty, and the love of a teacher. You said it yourself that he has the best moral beliefs of your team. That should count for something because it was you who installed those beliefs into him, Guy said reassuringly as Kakashi got up and nodded. Why, you're right, Guy, Kakashi said slowly as he didn't even bother to dry his tears. They were his punishment and his pride. Danzo surveyed the crowd with his hawk-like gaze and found that they were quieting down. It was time for the final nail in the coffin. Naruto Uzumaki is the son of none other than Minato Namikaze, the Yondaime Hokage, Danzo said as everyone in the crowd was stunned. The civilian population were dumbfounded and most of the ninja population as well. How the hell did they not see it? The sun-kissed blonde hair, the sparkling cerulean blue eyes, and the never-die attitude. Damn, he is the son of the Minato and Kushina. Even the civilians that hated Naruto to their very core couldn't scream out in protest. Even they couldn't delude themselves about who his father was. They knew their beloved Yondaime would never use any child for that sort of sealing, but his own. It was the plain, honest, and undeniable truth. Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage. They hung their heads in shame for how they treated the son of their best and most powerful Hokage. They just hoped that never-die attitude extended to forgiveness as well. The ninjas were still face-palming themselves all around for not seeing it earlier. How the hell could masters of disguise and secrets not have seen the plain and simple truth that ran past them every single day? He had to be the son of Kushina the way he got people back for ignoring them. He turned their ninja clothes pink for ignoring him. That was definitely a Kushina move. Danzo smirked as he saw more facepalming and even some going up to trees and knocking their heads against them. He looked out and saw some of the civilians were doing the same. He really loved this part of him, the part that could enjoy the stupidity of other people. It was the highlight of his week. Oh well, time to continue. That's right. Your so hated Naruto Uzumaki is the son of your so beloved Yondaime. What's more, as you all know, the Namikes were one of the first clans to join and help build the village. The Namikes are why the Hyuga and Sarutobi clans joined the village. The Namikes clan was a small clan, but a founding clan nonetheless, and Naruto is the last of it as well. You who dishonored the Sandaime and Yondaime have dishonored this village and its founding. You have dishonored the Senju and its members. You have dishonored all the previous Hokage. Danzo said as almost everyone in the village hung their head. Danzo's smirk came back as he raised his arms. And you have done a great and terrible dishonor to your newest Hokage. At hearing that everyone's attention was back on him and not their sorrows, they had already dishonored their newest ruler and leader? Oh Kami-sama, help them. What if the newest Hokage was Tsunade? With her temper, they'd kill themselves before she got to them. What if it was Jiraiya? They had never saw him angry or displeased. But if the stories Orochimaru used to tell were true, they'd run to Tsunade before they'd let him get a hold of them. It didn't matter who the newest Hokage was. Their asses were in hot water. Asuma-sensei, the Godaime Hokage won't do anything to bad, right? I mean, we're loyal followers, so we'd be alright. Huh? Choji asked as the genin turned to Asuma. Niji was shifted nervously as he gazed at one of the windows to the Hokage mansion. Naruto wouldn't do anything that horrible, right? Well, it depends on the mood the fifth is in. He can order us to basically slaughter anyone that did an injustice to Naruto and this village. If word gets out about how we treat ninja like Naruto, and then if word gets out about his heritage, all hell will break loose in the shinobi world. This village may be invaded just to get Naruto out of this hellhole. I know Wave Country would kill us after Naruto's saving their country. So we may or may not have to kill off the ones that made Naruto's life hell. Just be prepared in case we're ordered to. Okay. Choji? Asuma said as the genin were wide-eyed at how conversationally he said it all. The other Jonin-sensei and senior ninja rolled their eyes at his little over-the-genin head joke. Niji caught on to the joke, but still feinted shock as he mentally smirked. The fifth Hokage can't just kill people off for how they treated one person. That's barbaric. Sakura exclaimed as Kakashi turned to her. The Yondaime Kazekage used sand to assassinate his own son, Gaara. The Sandaime Mizukage used Mist Ninja and Anbu to try and kill off anyone with a bloodline. The Sandaime Raikage tried to kidnap Hinata from our village and didn't care that his head ninja was killed. The Nidaime Tsuchikage killed off half his villagers thinking they were going to revolt against him. And Minato-sensei killed an entire army of rock ninja, even those who had surrendered or tried for retreat. You kids need to learn not to question your leaders and simply accept what is said, especially today. Kakashi said as Sakura and the others gazed at him with shock. Hamura and Koharu had stepped alongside Danzo as they gazed over the crowd. They made a motion and an Anbu ninja with a cat mask nodded and disappeared. Naruto couldn't believe some of the things that had been said, but like everything else, he resolved to deal with it when he didn't have things to do. He could have an emotional breakdown after today was over with. Hokage-sama, it is time. Tora, the cat-masked Anbu, said as Naruto nodded and walked away from the window, his purple eyes fading back into cerulean. Thank you, Tora. Hey, I have a question. Why do you have a cat mask, but your codename is Tora, which means tiger? Naruto asked as he got to the doorway where Tora was standing. Well, you know that cat they make genin catch? Tora said as he shifted while Naruto nodded. Yeah, that damn thing is ferocious. Clawed my face up pretty damn good when my team had to catch it. That wasn't a normal cat. That was a demon in hiding, Naruto said as Tora nodded. That's why, Tora said as he lowered his head. Naruto raised a brow, but then his confused face turned to one of mirth as they walked down the hall. Are you telling me that you're the Anbu epitome of that cat? That's hilarious. You're supposed to be that damn cat. Thank you. You've made this whole thing a lot easier on my mind, Naruto said as he laughed and walked up the stairs. He patted Tora on the shoulder as he reached the top of the stairs. You're welcome, Hokage-sama. Glad to be of help, he said as his shoulders slumped and he gave a pathetic look under his mask. Why couldn't he just be Fox? No one ever made fun of Fox. People of Konoha, your Hokage has lived a simple life. He was chosen by the Fire Daimyo and approved by the Shinobi Council. We, the 3 village elders, have approved his ascension as well, and the Jonin of the village have approved him as well. He has defended this village not only in the invasion of the Sand and Sound, but against the threat of Orochimaru regaining the use of his arms after the 3rd Hokage sealed them away. He has brought back Tsunade Senju and has promised to lead Konoha into better times, Hamura said as some of the people paled thinking it was Jiraiya. Sasuke gazed up at the roof tiredly. He may have just come out of a month-long coma, but even he knew who they'd be naming. He glanced over to his fellow genin and saw that Shikamaru and Shino were elbowing each with grins. Wait, was Niji over there smirking? The Jonin looked to be about to laugh out loud and Sakura looked as confused as always. How could she not know? It was so obvious. He figured it out when they started talking about Naruto. It didn't take the others long either since Hinata's face was red. Ino looked like she was about to rape something, and that Tenten girl was giggling her head off. Hell, even Kakashi was smirking under that damn mask of his. Oh wait. Yup. Sakura's face looked like someone just smacked her, so she must have figured it out. Kiba looked like he swallowed cat food, so he figured it out too. Huh? No way. She whispered out as Sasuke humphed and smirked up at the Hokage's rooftop. The 3 elders moved apart and a figure, with his face hidden by the rim of the Hokage's hat, moved up to stand next to them. You did it dope, and way earlier than anyone would have thought, but that doesn't change the fact that we're talking after this, or that you're a dope and a dead last, but you certainly are a great one at that. Sasuke thought as he looked toward the setting sun, that just so happened to be setting behind the Hokage mansion and the Hokage faces. People of Konoha, we give you, your Godame Hokage, Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki. Koharu shouted as Naruto removed his Kage hat and let the wind blow through his spiky blonde hair as he gazed down at his people. Yeah, his people. That had a nice sound to it. The shinobi and some civilians were clapping and cheering for him. Rather loudly, he might add. Especially Hinata. He had no idea she could be that loud. Yet, most of the civilians remained quiet. Like eerily quiet. After the cheers had faded away and the silence remained, all hell broke loose. Cries of outrage and screams of protest all that were heard. Many of the civilians yelled and shouted for it to be a mistake. And what did Naruto do, you might ask? The only thing he could do, he stood there and took it. He placed his Kage hat back on and let the screams, shouts, and yells wash over him as he held his peace within. But then things got crazy. Like out the scroll crazy. Jiraiya, who Naruto hadn't seen on the roof with the others, had appeared out of nowhere atop Gamabunta, in the middle of the village. The white-haired sage went through hand signs in a flash, and the partly cloudy, even of orange sky turned into a storm of black clouds and roaring thunder. Everyone turned wide-eyed and shocked to the furious face of the Toad Sannin and resident sage of Konoha. His eyes were narrowed as he glared down at the crowd. His hands were balled up into fists that were clenched so tight his knuckles were white as his hair. His nostrils flared and his mouth was in the form of a scowl so deep and foreboding that even Hamura had to gape. This was the face in Orochimaru's stories. This was the beast of a Sannin that protected the village. This was one hell of a pissed-off Jiraiya, and his target was Konoha. You fools and morons! How dare you screech in protest to my godsons being made Hokage? As if any of you should be. He has protected this village time and time again. He is a ninja of Konoha and has proved that with his blood, sweat, and tears. He has endured more than any of you ever could in life. He has felt the sting of isolation, the pain of not knowing why he was hated, and the ache of learning the truth. You have no right to declare that he is unfit or undeserving of his title. So allow me to show you to hell, since you want to make his life a living one. Even after all that has been said, Jiraiya roared with unparalleled rage and venom in his voice as he slowly went through hand signs. Gamabunta's stomach began to swell, and Naruto's eyes widened at what he knew was to come next. Jiraiya-sensei, don't do this. They're not worth it. Please stop. Naruto yelled as he gazed at his sensei. Had the man gone mad with rage? He threw his Kage hat to Danzo, who put it on his own head for safekeep, and jumped to the railing of the rooftop. He jumped off and straight toward Jiraiya and Gamabunta as if he was flying with wings. The crowd below watched as Naruto sailed at Jiraiya with terrified and panicked expressions. Naruto created a shadow clone with the two going through their own hand signs, and both inhaled deeply as Jiraiya did the same. Gamabunta unleashed a large torrent of oil that was quickly set aflame with Jiraiya's fire jutsu. The real Naruto unleashed his own flames and the clone blew out a twister of air. Fire style, Toad flame bombs. Flame vortex jutsu. The two jutsu collided together, with Naruto swallowing Jiraiya's own and dissipating into thin air. The clone flung the real Naruto at Jiraiya and dispelled as the town madman forming a hand sign with a smirk on his face. Naruto tackled Jiraiya as they were overtaken by a plume of smoke. They went skidding across a surface and Naruto flipped over Jiraiya to see that they were on the Hokage's rooftop. Jiraiya rubbed his head, but chuckled all the same as Tsunade helped him up and the elders clapped. What the hell is going on here? Naruto asked with a serious look as Jiraiya sighed and walked over to the railing to look at the people below. As soon as they saw him, they recoiled back in fear, but he didn't care about that as Naruto stepped up next to him. You people see now just how much this village means to him. He protected you, the ungrateful people that have tormented his life, from me, his own godfather and mentor. He was willing to put his life at risk for all of you. Even though my wrath would have been completely justified, he is willing to protect and lead all you. But are you willing to respect and follow him? Jiraiya said as the crowd was silent. Then after a few more moments before a voice broke the silence. We'll follow you, Naruto Hokage-sama. I am yelled from the middle of the crowd as Tsuchi nodded. The Hyuga will support you, Hokage-sama, Neji said as the Hyuga raised their fists in agreement. The Jonin of this village are with you, Hokage-sama, Asuma yelled as he and the other Jonin-level ninja all saluted in unison. Konoha's torture and interrogation force are ready for your command, Hokage-sama, Ibiki said as he gave a smile and saluted from the head of the crowd. We believe in you, Hokage-sama, Irika shouted with Konohamaru on his shoulder as the other children and teachers vocally agreed. Giving hell, Hokage-sama, Anko shouted out as she wrapped her arm around Kurenai's neck. As more and more people began showing their support, Naruto stood there with a shocked look on his face. He didn't even know some of the people that were now shouting for him to speak. Wait, speak. They were all chanting for him to say something while he had been too shocked at the fact that some of the people who outright hated him, and with a passion he noted in memory, were now encouraging him to be their new leader. He shrugged. What the hell? He took his Kage's hat back from the top of Danzo's head, making the old man sigh sadly, but Naruto didn't notice, placed the hat on his head, and walked back to the railing where his people were cheering. From this day on I, Naruto Uzumaki, shall protect and lead Konoha from the worst of times into the greatest, Naruto said as he took the hat off and the wind blew his hair and robes back. As the Godame Hokage, Naruto shouted to the cheers of many and the smiles of all. They may not have hated him anymore, and may not even like that he was their leader and ruler, but damn it was his determination and courage heartwarming. As the sun set over the Hokage mountain, right behind the faces of the third and fourth Hokages, a lot of the older villagers couldn't help but be reminded of seeing the other Hokages being inaugurated in the very spot Naruto stood. So, if they had led the village so well despite what many had said about them, why could this young brat, they meant fine young hero, perhaps they would reach the greatest of times under his rule. Just maybe,